Good afternoon, councillors. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Atwood will be absent today and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that Councillor Atwood be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
I move that Councillor Cook be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Strunk that Councillor Cook be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4705th meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4705th meeting of Council held on the 21st of March 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. It's question time. Are there any questions of a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, in this year's budget, the Lord Mayor announced he would provide shade on all of the playgrounds in Brisbane, keeping the equipment cool and making our parks safer for kids to play. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest in this program of works?
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Hutton for the question. Mr Chair, as we know, Brisbane is a city that enjoys warm and sunny weather for much of the year, which makes outdoor play a favourite pastime for our children. And I know Councillor Hutton, as a parent of small kids, knows that during the peak of summer there are limited daylight hours when it's possible to take the kids to an unshaded playground. Queensland is the skin cancer capital of the world, and each year around 3,600 Queenslanders are diagnosed with melanoma. It's quite a scary thought that is just as a small amount of time as 15 minutes in the sun can contribute to permanent skin damage. But the good news is that skin cancer is one of our most preventable cancers. Of course, developing skin cancer is not the only risk of spending too much time in the sun. There's heat stroke and dehydration that can be just as dangerous, especially for the little ones. Fortunately, of Brisbane's 1,100 playgrounds, 85% of them had some kind of shade cover. But in this year's budget, the Lord Mayor committed to $10 million to ensure that the number will become 100%. Over the next 3 years, every single playground in Brisbane will be shaded, whether it's with a sail or mature tree plantings. And just last week, we began work at Acuna Street Playground in Kenmore, the first of 41 sails to be installed as part of the Sun Safe Suburban Playgrounds program. And I know that Councillor Adaman was very pleased to be on site with the Lord Mayor last week when the work actually commenced. Over the coming weeks, this will be followed by Austin Ullman Park in Balmoral, Coranda Street Park in Morningside, Gordon Crescent Park in Wakerley and Fiddlewood Crescent Park in Bellbowrie. And I also know that Councillor Hutton's community is excited about the new sails that are going to be installed at Narung Street Park in Middle Park and Sanandra Street Park. Have I got that right? Sanananda Street Park in Darra in the coming months. These, along with 9 sites delivered under the Suburban Works program, will bring the total number of shade sails installed across Brisbane playgrounds to 50 by the end of the financial year. So that will be across every ward in the city. Each year, on average, we install between 5 and 10 shade sails in our parks and our playgrounds, so this is a massive boost. It's no surprise this move has been welcomed by the community and leading advocates like the Cancer Council. I'd like to share a few words from the Cancer Council of Queensland's director, who said, "This initiative, along with Brisbane City Council's recent announcement to increase shade around bus stops, shows the critical role of local governments to help protect Queenslanders from the risks of skin cancer, and we applaud Brisbane City Council for its leadership in this area." Mr Chair, for the first time we are fast-tracking the installation of these shade sails under this accelerated program. Local contractors and suppliers will carry out the work simultaneously across each region in the city, in the northern, southern, eastern and western suburbs. Because of the diversity of different spaces and offerings across our network of playgrounds, the shade solutions will be individually designed to cater for the requirements of each site. And while it's absolutely critical that we continue to retrofit our existing playgrounds with shade, Brisbane's network of parks and playgrounds continues to grow. And that's why we have also recently updated our desired standard of service in parks to ensure that all new playgrounds in Brisbane are adequately shaded, whether it's with natural vegetation, shade sails or making the most of a shady aspect. We are committed to enabling residents and visitors to access the very best that Brisbane's outdoor lifestyle has to offer. But as the Cancer Council says, it is critical that, like with all good things, we enjoy our time in the sun safely and responsibly. And by making playgrounds safer and cooler, we are delivering on that commitment. With boosted shade cover, residents and visitors can enjoy more of our playgrounds for longer, even in the summer months. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, your LNP Council delayed the start of this year's council sitting by 2 weeks so the Lord Mayor could jet off on a ratepayer-funded tour of North America. This is in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Brisbane residents are paying the highest rates on record under the LNP. Our suburbs are neglected and you're starving them of funding. Now, all that came out of this trip on the ratepayer's credit card were some happy snaps of the Lord Mayor playing with flying taxis.
Point of order to you, Councillor Owen.
Mr Chairman, in accordance with the meeting's local law, questions are to be asked succinctly and without debate. Could you please rule on this question?
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. I ask you to come to your question as quickly as you can.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the Lord Mayor had some happy snaps with flying taxis and that's about it. So, Deputy Mayor, do you think that this trip was good value for money for the ratepayers of Brisbane?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm happy to take any questions relating to my portfolio, and that is not within my portfolio. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Adams is actually the chair for the Olympics, as far as I know. So how is it an Olympics-related question? And her portfolio is actually called Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So how is it the person in charge of the Olympics for Brisbane can't answer a question about the Olympics?
Councillor Johnston, Councillor Adams answered the question. Councillor Toomey.
No, but Mr Chairman, I'm making the point that her answer is absolutely and factually wrong, and you as the Chairman of Council should be taking that up with her because she's just lied.
Councillor Johnston, that is not a point of order.
Well, she's just lied. She's responsible for the Olympics.
You're not making a point of order. Councillor Toomey.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sriranganathan.
Forgive my ignorance, but if the Mayor's not present in the room, is the Deputy Mayor not essentially acting in that role and therefore
so the question time provisions allow for questions to be put either to the Lord Mayor or to chairs of committees.
Where is
the Lord Mayor is not here.
Do you know?
The Lord Mayor is at the Housing Summit, I understand, or on his way back from the Housing Summit.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Johnston, the question If the Leader of the Opposition would like to put that question in writing, I can direct that the answer be provided in writing. It was a lengthy question with many points, some of it relating to a trip away and the expense of the trip away. I would direct the Leader of the Opposition to put that question in writing if you'd like a response to it.
Nicole, can you second a motion?
Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Point of order, Chair. Given that the Mayor is not present in the chamber for question time, I'd like to move that we amend, and I think you have the power to request that you can initiate this at any point. We can pause question time and move on to another agenda item and come back to question time later.
No, that's not correct. The Lord Mayor can.
Yes, he can move the motion. It's got to be voted on. So, yes.
Excuse me, everyone's talking and I'm taking advice from the clerk. Please do not talk over me. Okay. All right. So I'm advised that we can take a resolution to change the order of the meeting agenda. It needs to be put and voted on.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor.
In light of the Mayor's absence from the chamber at the moment, I'd like to move that the agenda is reshuffled so that we first deal with the Establishment and Coordination Committee report and return to question time after that.
Seconded.
So we have a motion for the reshuffling of the council agenda, moved by Councillor Sri Ranganathan and seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division's been called by Councillor Sri Ranganathan and Councillor Johnson. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Please ring the bells for a minute. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 18 against.
That motion is lost. Please return to your chairs. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community, Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, last week applications opened for another round of the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants. Can you please update the Chamber on what is on offer for this round, including some of the successful recipients to date and any other grants?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Toomey for the question. Mr Chair, when it comes to supporting our community organisations, you cannot find a better friend than this Trinna Council. I was proud to join the Lord Mayor in launching the biggest ever community grants program ever established in the history of Council in 2021. Thanks to the Trinna Council's more than 18 years of strong economic management, we've been able to continue this historic program despite the impacts of the pandemic and the 2022 floods. We've already supported more than 160 community organisations since the program was established in 2021. 58 community organisations have already benefited from round one of the community facility and community support categories this financial year alone. That includes more than $1 million funding we've already delivered to community organisations across Brisbane to improve and develop their community facilities, including more than $110,000 to replace the roof at Harry Kirby Park to support our rugby league teams in Aspley, $87,000 to upgrade the clubhouse and improve disability access at the Centenary Archers Club so more people can join in and be part of this thriving local club, as Councillor Hutton can certainly attest to. $79,000 to deliver upgrades to Metro Arts in Norman Park with new facilities and signage to support our local artists, $90,000 to deliver new equipment and storage facilities at Wynnum Croquet Club, and $189,000 to support more multi-sport activities at CP Bottomley Park. These are just some examples of how this incredible program is helping build a better Brisbane in suburbs right across the city. And that's in addition to the 49 community organisations that received funding in the first round of our community support category, which delivered funding to help Fair Share Australia purchase more meals to provide to those in need. The Mount Gravatt Men's Shed has been able to buy a new wood lathe so they can support more woodworkers. Wynnum Tennis Association get a fresh coat of paint, deliver new AV equipment to the Toowong Croquet Club, upgrade operational equipment at Inch Housing to help them in their work to provide transitional and long-term accommodation to homeless people, and funding for the Runcorn Rockets Basketball Club for women in coaching development so we can get more women and girls enjoying sport in their local community. Again, these are just a few examples of the amazing way in which the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants are providing real, on-the-ground help to our local community organisations. And with the second round of applications for community support category funding opening last week, many more community organisations still have the opportunity to benefit from this grants rounds, with more than $1.3 million in grant funding still up for grabs. Applications will remain open until the 24th of April, and I hope that all of you will join me encouraging your local community clubs to apply. But, Chair, this is only one of the many ways the Shrinner Council continues to make sure that the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today. We're also delivering more support for Brisbane's brightest creatives, with 27 different groups and individuals benefiting from a share of $270,000 in funding from our Creative Sparks program and the Lord Mayor's Creative Fellowship program. Here are just a few examples of the standout recipients of this year's Creative Sparks grants program. Christine Coe, who is using interviews and workshops in her project Departure to give the migrant community an opportunity to share their stories and create a collective installation to exhibit to everyone to enjoy. Jodie Rottle, who will have her compositions recorded and performed live at the Brisbane Powerhouse. And Marilena Hewitt, who was awarded funding to support the creative development of Platypus Essentials, water, platforming, First Nations and LGBTIQ+ voices documenting the ecological crisis using poetry and humour to establish new relationships to the biosphere. These are just some of the many artists that the Creative Sparks program has supported once again this year, thanks in part to the continued support and contribution of the state government. This is one demonstration of the great things we can achieve when the state government works together with council. Minister Enoch has been a great ally in working together with us to support our local creatives and emerging artists right across Brisbane. And I certainly look forward to Minister Enoch bringing that same enthusiasm and support to our suggestions for tackling the worsening homelessness crisis, and look forward to hearing from her very soon. So, Mr Chair, through you, I want to say
your time has expired. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. My Lord Mayor's my question, is to Councillor Cunningham. The Lord Mayor has personally overseen a series of nightmare projects for this council, and you're forcing Brisbane residents to pay for your mistakes. Kingston Smith Drive was a disaster. The Tech One IT contract, the $1 billion blowout of Brisbane Metro, inner city bridges have blown out by hundreds of millions of dollars. Last year we saw the biggest rate rise in over a decade, with more massive rate hikes on the horizon. Can the people of Brisbane afford another 4 years of this tired old LNP team?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair, and thanks to Councillor Griffiths for the question. Well, one thing that the people of Brisbane can't afford, Mr Chair, is a Labor Greens alliance running this city. We have seen the record of those up the road with increasing taxes over the last 8 years that they have been in government, and that is not something that this council aspires to. In fact, the last time...
Councillor Johnston, please. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Cunningham.
Once again, Mr Chair, the opposition show their naivety. The Shrina Council has guided this city through a health crisis. We had a pandemic. We've also had a flood crisis. There have been rising costs of inflation, costs of construction going up, and yet we have continued to provide Brisbane residents with value for money services through their local council. Because of years of financial management, Mr Chair, careful financial management, we've ignored the opposition's call to plunge us into deficit and debt.
Councillor Strunk.
We have been able to respond to the changing circumstance.
Councillor Cunningham.
This council has been able to respond to the challenging global conditions that we have faced. It isn't easy. There has to be difficult decisions to be made. But we're doing the right thing by the ratepayers of Brisbane. They trust this administration to manage council's $4 billion budget. Now, times are tough, Mr Chair. The Coomera Connector project had an escalation of over $600 million. This is the kind of example that we see from this party up the road. Brisbane can't afford a Labor and Greens alliance in Brisbane City Council. We are the only administration, the grown-ups in the room, who will be financially responsible to lead this city. Cross River Rail. Should we talk about those blowouts? It's an issue that is faced right across our economy, Mr Chair, and it is only this administration who has the experience to deliver for the City of Brisbane. Now, I hear the interjections from the Leader of the Opposition talking about rates. The last time they were in administration, Mr Chair, they increased rates by 6%, not once, but 4 times by 6%. Now, I hear them talking about 20 years ago.
Order, please. Order in the chamber.
Well, let's have a look.
Both sides, please.
20 years ago, let's have a look at the cost of...
Councillor Sreeranganathan.
I'm just having a bit of trouble hearing the speaker. And
I just asked for order on all sides of the chamber.
The Leader of the Opposition, Mr Chair, talks about 20 years ago. Let me give you a lesson about what was cheaper 20 years ago. Pretty much everything. Let's have a look at the cost of car registration. That has gone up year after year after year under a Labor government.
Councillor Cassidy, please.
Mr Chair, at the end of the day, this administration are the only ones who will be financially responsible with the money of our ratepayers. They cannot trust a Labor-Greens alliance in this council.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Landers.
Point of order, Chair.
My question
Point of order to you.
I'm really sorry to interrupt because I was planning to ask the Mayor a question, he's not in the chamber, and then I was planning to ask the Chair of City Planning a question, but he's not in the chamber. Do you know if the Chair of City Planning is going to be coming back?
Oh, well, speak of the devil.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Councillor, it's not a point of order, but there you go. Councillor Landers, you have a call.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Shrina Council's commitment to keeping Brisbane clean, green and sustainable is at the forefront of our city's agenda. Can you please update the chamber on the latest milestone in our effort to protect and enhance Brisbane's bushland?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Landers for the question, because I know that Councillor Landers is absolutely committed to a cleaner and greener and more sustainable Brisbane. Mr Chair, as you know, Brisbane prides itself on being Australia's most biodiverse capital city, and the Shrinner Council continues to invest in programs so that we can continue to lead the nation in this regard. In fact, there are a range of programs and initiatives that we lead to protect and preserve that biodiversity, whether it's our Conservation Reserves Management Program, caring for our creeks and waterways, working with habitat groups, and of course continuing to purchase bushland through our bushland acquisition program. And Mr Chair, I am delighted to share with the Chamber today that we have reached an exciting milestone in that program, with the purchase of a 2,400 square metre block at Englefield Road, Oxley, which marks the 400th parcel of bushland acquired under this program. Each acquisition is an important addition to Brisbane's natural estate, and the benefit of this purchase is an expansion and consolidation of Ricky Bailey Park. The reserve is home to kangaroos, squirrel gliders, goulds, wattles, bats, Councillor Hutton, and a variety of birds, reptiles and insects. And by securing this bushland, we are providing more places for our wildlife to flourish and further enhance our clean and green credentials. The parcel of land is located within the Oxley Creek catchment and for more than a decade has been cared for by the Ricky Bailey Park Bush Care Group. And this Bush Care Group have invested many hours of their time and undertaken invaluable work to maintain the natural value of the park. They are currently working to restore eucalypt woodland by removing exotic weeds and regenerating native lomandra and grasses. Councillor Hutton, they do amazing work in your ward. I'd just like also, though, to take the opportunity to thank all of our habitat and creek catchment groups for their hard work and for the many hours that they put into caring for our natural environment. They are a very important partner for us here in Council. Mr Chair, our track record of protecting bushland in this city is very, very strong and is key to our ongoing commitment to Brisbane remaining Australia's most biodiverse capital city. It should never be forgotten that the bushland acquisition program has always been a policy of Liberal administrations, beginning with Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson's purchase of 12 hectares at 495 Sir Samuel Griffith Drive, Mount Coot-tha, back in 1990. In 2008, the then Lord Mayor Campbell Newman accelerated the bushland acquisition program with a target to secure an additional 500 hectares of land through the program between 2008 and 2012, and that target, Mr Chair, as you know, was achieved in 2011. In 2016, Lord Mayor Graham Quirk again accelerated the program and set a target for Council to acquire an additional 750 hectares of land through the program by 2020, and this target was achieved in December 2019. Since 1990, we have now secured more than 4,400 hectares of bushland that will be preserved for future generations. This, Mr Chair, is the equivalent of more than 590 Suncorp stadiums. Our aim is to turn this into conservation reserves that are accessible by the public so that our natural environment can be enjoyed by everyone, because we know that when people get out and enjoy nature, there are all sorts of wellbeing benefits. Through this program, our dedicated expert officers work to identify sites that form critical and strategic linkages in ecological corridors that protect our city's biodiversity. The Shrinner Council will continue to purchase land through the program which meets the criteria and contribute towards these desired outcomes as part of our commitment to a clean and green Brisbane. We have secured land to consolidate the estate in Karawatha Forest, Brisbane Koala Bushlands, as well as parts of Mount Coot-tha and Toohey Forests. This land supports rare and endangered ecosystems that provide linkages within ecological corridors and also supports unique freshwater and wetland habitats. And it's equally important that we work to protect quality of habitat under the program by remediating and revegetating where required. Mr Chair, healthy and connected habitat is critical to ensuring Brisbane remains clean, green and sustainable now and into the future, and that is what this program is all about. Once again, Mr Chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Landers for this very important question.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, your time has expired. Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Planning, and I hope you're doing okay, Councillor Allen. The latest IPCC report highlights the increasing risk of sea level rise as a result of climate change, and there are now credible reports, conservative reports in fact, suggesting that we could see sea level rise by as much as 30 or 40 centimetres by 2030 and 60 or 70 centimetres by 2050. Now, Council's current development planning processes don't account for sea level rise in estimating flood risk, and in some parts of the city we permit new development that's only a metre above existing predicted flood levels. So my question to you is, what steps are you taking to ensure that the likelihood of future sea level rise is factored into city planning and flood risk assessments to ensure that new developments will not be vulnerable to flooding even as the seas rise?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, for the question. It's fair to say that the City Plan is a dynamic document. We're regularly putting through amendments and reviewing the frameworks that we operate under City Plan. Clearly, things such as flooding, overland flow, creek flooding and what have you plays a part in that. Council has been a contributor to a project that's been run by the federal government focusing on coastal inundation and sea level rises, so that sort of information will feed its way into our thinking around City Plan. But the notion that Councillor Sri Ranganathan often espouses in this place is that anything that's flood prone, or in this case potentially sea level rise prone, should be removed from development. That is not a realistic outcome for this city built on a floodplain. We need to manage it and be resilient to the circumstances we face. And what I do find pretty interesting and a bit of a contradiction is that Councillor Sri Ranganathan comes into this chamber regularly and complains about the uplift that developers may or may not get where certain parts of the city are rezoned. But I can assure you that if we made a decision to not build on land that's flood prone, we would have an immediate increase in value in those sites that are dry. So in a perverse way, the thing that he regales against would actually be an outcome of one of his proposed changes, which is to only build on sites that are dry. So I think, from our perspective, we'll continue to keep an eye on these things and ensure that the risk of inundation and sea level...
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
I'm sorry, I've listened with interest, but the question was quite direct. It's what steps is Councillor Allen taking to ensure that sea level rise is taken into account? And he hasn't specifically said what he is doing about this.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe the Chair is being relevant to the question.
As Chair of City Planning, the role is to ensure that City Plan is reviewed on an ongoing basis, and then that reviews that give rise to change, that those changes occur. So it's not, as I mentioned right at the beginning of my response, City Plan is a dynamic document. It doesn't sit there in the bottom drawer. And so from our perspective, if we think that certain things need to be considered, they'll be reviewed, and if they're appropriate, will come through as amendments and go through the normal amendment process. So, to isolate sea level changes is Councillor Sri Ranganathan's preference, but we are constantly reviewing the whole document based on the changing circumstances that we face. After the 2022 floods, we reviewed them again, and we're continuing to look at what our responses should be. So, my role as Chair of City Planning is to encourage that regular review of City Plan, and where appropriate, undertake the updates and obviously work with the state government if they have a role to play in those sort of updates, and in most cases they do. Certainly major amendments need to go through the state government, and I think that as a response is appropriate. I think that they are clearly interested in a lot of things that Council does, particularly in the context of City Plan. So from my perspective, my role will continue to be to ensure that City Plan is a dynamic document, that it reflects the realities of the changing environment that we have in this city, and that those changes will be appropriately scrutinised and progressed where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Mackay.
My question is to the Chair of the Community, Arts and Nighttime Economy, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, this coming school holidays there is plenty to see and do around our city. Could you please update the Chamber on all the options available for Brisbane's schoolgoers, including their parents alike?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Mackay for the question. I know that he is looking forward to spending quality time with his daughter, just as I am looking forward to spending quality time with my granddaughter. And only the Shrinner Council can be trusted to make sure that the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today. So we're committed to delivering a better Brisbane, and as part of that, we're always working hard, creating more to see and do so that residents and visitors can enjoy the very best that Brisbane has to offer. And with school holidays kicking off at the end of this week, you can be sure that we've got lots on offer to keep our little ones occupied with all sorts of fun, free or low-cost activities. Because we know times are tough at the moment, with the cost of living increasing everywhere that you turn. Families can rest assured that we've got their backs, with the Shrinner Council School Holiday Program continuing to deliver hundreds of free or low-cost activities for the whole family to enjoy this Easter. Whilst most events are totally free, it's usually only a $5 charge or just a little bit more for some of the events. And the only thing in our Easter School Holiday program costing more than $5 is our laser tag activity at the Gabba, where you can enjoy 3 fun, exciting and competitive games of indoor laser at the Laser Labyrinth Maze for just $10 to $12. School holidays are the perfect time for families to make the most of our city, and we will always make sure that everyone gets the chance to make the most of it, no matter what their budget is. Our free Lord Mayor's Children's Program will be back these holidays, with students from the Aboriginal Centre for Performing Arts sharing stories of their land and traditions through acting, song and dance in the Creation Stories. Not only that, but we've got a bunch of fun things on offer for Brisbane teens as part of Council's celebrations for Brisbane Youth Week, including writing workshops, boxing and skateboard painting, so you can roll into our skate parks with the flyest deck in town. It's totally free. Yes, I had to ask what flyest was, but that's good. I now know. It's a totally free and decks are provided, so make sure that you get down to Visible Ink on Sunday to show us what you've got. And don't worry, we don't want anyone to miss out, so if you can't make it on Sunday, you can come down to Visible Ink during the week or next weekend. But that's not all, Mr Chair. Other free activities include the Easter Bunny Boogie at New Farm Park on Sunday with Easter eggs, food trucks and music from the Law Society Big Band, Bayside Brass and River City Steel Band. And did I mention chocolate? My office has ordered 7 kilos of Easter eggs, so there will be something for everyone. Badge making at Visible Ink, abseiling at Kangaroo Point, make and create activities at Ashgrove, Annerley, Banyo, Corinda, Sunnybank, Upper Mount Gravatt and Brisbane City Libraries with special Easter projects and box building galore. Martial arts at Bulimba, Kangaroo Point, Currabee and Milton. We have the Easter Bunny coming out to play on Easter Saturday at Victoria Park, followed by a special Easter edition of outdoor cinema in the suburbs with Zootopia and Alice in Wonderland headlining at Brisbane's biggest new park in 50 years. At Chermside, Brian the Worm Man Donaldson will be hosting a fun and educational exploration of the world of bugs and worms and why they are so important to reducing waste. Tudor Games will be taking place over Mount Cootha Botanical Gardens with a range of centuries-old games, Zumba in Sandgate and lots of other cool activities like the Survivor Challenge at Manly. And all those activities I've just mentioned once again are completely free. So don't wait, run to Council's website and book into your favourite activities now. There are more than 270 activities to choose from. But wait, there's more. And that's all in addition to more than 2,100 parks across Brisbane with award-winning playgrounds, barbecues and gardens to help everyone get outdoors and enjoy our beautiful subtropical climate. Again, Mr Chair, all of this wouldn't be possible without the strong economic management of the Shrinner Council and our continued dedication to building a better Brisbane. Whether that be creating more to see and do so families can enjoy the school holidays together without breaking the bank, or continuing to invest in Australia's largest library service, like our Zilmia refurbishment project and our new multi-million-dollar Everton Park Library currently underway. It's all part of our plan to make sure the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today, and I really want to thank all of our council officers who have made these fantastic events a thing that will be happening over the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to Councillor Marx, the Chair of the City Standards Committee. Councillor Marx, this LNP council has a history of sacking staff from the mosquito spraying team, underspending the mosquito spraying budget and putting Brisbane residents at risk. Queensland Health has reported a sharp increase in dengue fever and malaria, both mosquito-borne diseases, between January and March this year. Will you commit to increasing funding and resources for the mosquito management team in council to address this important public health issue, or is it another example of too little too late by this Conservative LNP administration?
Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. Well, it's interesting. I guess if what you read in the Courier Mail is there, it must be true. So I did read the same article that the Leader of the Opposition read, and I was a little concerned, I have to admit, given that I had just literally the day before been a part of the mosquito task force that this Lord Mayor and the Mayor of Logan, Darren Powers, set up, which I'm the chair of, which involves every single council across South East Queensland, involves representatives from the LGAQ, I notice, and it also involves the Queensland Health from Metro South and North, so and a number of very high-profile people within the Queensland State Government are also part of that mosquito task force. They told me quite unequivocally that there actually has been a large reduction in not only Ross River fever and dengue and all these other diseases that come with the mosquitoes. I know there was concern about the JEV virus, which there actually is now a immunisation for, and the reason is obviously all because of the weather. So when I read the article, I was like, okay, I'm not sure what this is about, but if you read the whole article, it says every single one of these cases came in from overseas. Overseas, every single one. So I'm more than happy to find that Courier Mail article and table it here in the chamber for you. So as I've said repeatedly, from my very first question as a chair of this portfolio, the councillor for the opposition asked me way back when about the mosquito program, this administration always spends whatever it needs to spend on the mosquito program. It always follows the advice of the chief entomologist that we have employed for a number of years in that space. When they say spray, we say spray. And I'm glad that the Leader of Opposition did bring up our mosquito program, because I note, not once, but twice in recent months, he's advertised our very worthwhile and great program for mosquito spraying on his own social media. So I do want to say I appreciate the Leader of the Opposition acknowledging the work that our mosquito task force team do in this space, and I appreciate him letting his residents know that we are out and about dealing with mosquitoes. So again, as I said, I was concerned. I read the whole article. They've come in from overseas. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Owen.
Thank you. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, the Shrinner Council's Green Bridges program continues to make significant progress, with some key milestones recently made. Can you please update the chamber on the latest in the Shrinner Council's Green Bridges program?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Chair, and through you to Councillor Owen for the question. And we know that the Shrinner Council's Green Bridges program is creating a cleaner, greener and more active city from generations to come. We know that there's a few people who like to claim that the Green Bridges program is also their shared success. But it's okay, Mr Chair, we're not particularly greedy about it. We think the more people that are acknowledging our Green Bridges program is something of a major public policy win is a good thing. what are we doing? We're getting more cars off the road and we're providing more choices in the City of Brisbane when it comes to travel. It's another reason why we are seeing our Green Bridges program being acknowledged nationally. Last year, we know Infrastructure Australia added our Green Bridges program to their priority list for nationally significant infrastructure. And earlier this month, we saw RACQ calling on the federal government to invest in Queensland in our Green Bridges program when preparing this year's budget, which is, I think we can all agree, fantastic news. Because RACQ recognises something that we already know on this side of the chamber. With Brisbane being the fastest growing capital city in Australia, future investment in transport and infrastructure must be made with sustainability front of mind. And this Lord Mayor's vision for green bridges in Brisbane delivers exactly what the RACQ has recommended: enhanced active transport links that help us move more residents more efficiently and more sustainably. And as you know, Mr Chair, north of the city, we are already building the very wonderful Breakfast Creek Green Bridge. When concluded, this Green Bridge will complete an important missing link in our active transport network between Newstead Park and Laura's Bonnie Riverwalk. Let's think forward to 2032, Mr Chair. The Brisbane 2032 Athletes Village will be up and running at North Shore Hamilton. It'll be bustling with the world's greatest sportsmen and women. Just down the road, we'll have the Breakfast Creek Sports Precinct, which is sure to be a key hub in 2032. And right in the centre of it all, the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge. Athletes and visitors will be able to use this really important link to travel between games venues and the CBD, but most importantly, it will provide a safe and active connection for residents who are flocking to this growing part of Brisbane, and it will also help us get their cars off the road. Construction of this important link started in 2022 with the foundations of the project, where Brisbane residents saw major construction activities such as piling and concreting happening. Since I last updated the Chamber on the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge construction, we've seen many milestones achieved, Mr Chair. In November 2022, a second barge arrived on site. This is called Aquila. It's there to support the larger barge, Leonora, to support construction of deck works for the main bridge pier and the Laura's Bonnie Riverwalk extension. At Newstead Park, we've also seen the completion of the bridge pier, the headstock and the abutments in recent months. The deck units installed at Newstead Park landing site last month are now visible from the park and also visible from Kingston Smith Drive. In fact, they're quite above where you are at the road level, sitting in your car as you travel by. Chair, we love building bridges, and this is another great one taking shape in our city's skyline. But as I've said before, the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge is more than just a bridge. We're also providing that important extension to the Laura's Bonnie Riverwalk. When this council delivered the Laura's Bonnie Riverwalk, there was a community desire to link it to the existing Riverwalk network and the inner city's active transport network. The Schrinner Council is now delivering this extension from Cameron Rocks Reserve to the Northern Bridge Pier in Breakfast Creek. It will provide dedicated pathways for nearly 800,000 pedestrians and cyclists that have used the Kingston Smith Drive Riverwalk in 2022 to continue their journey. To allow this extension to be completed, earthworks and retaining wall works are ongoing at Cameron Rocks Reserve. We've also been very busy with the construction of the Marine Bridge Pier and the remaining concrete piling, both of which will be completed in the coming weeks. That, Mr Chair, will mark the conclusion of all marine piling for the construction of the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, which is another great milestone for the project. One of the most important things that will be happening is something that residents won't be seeing just yet, and that is the assembly of a massive single-piece steel arch for the bridge at the Port of Brisbane. Later this year, people will see this steel arch being barged down the Brisbane River to be installed on site. All of this work will deliver a distinctive green and brown coloured bridge inspired, trust me here, councillors, inspired by the Moreton Bay fig tree leaves, which, as we know, is a key feature of Newstead Park, okay? So trust me on the green and brown, it will look great. Due to open in 2024, the bridge will have pause points at the southern and northern bridge approaches. It'll provide incredible views of Newstead House and the Brisbane River. It is another example, Chair, of the Schrinner Council's commitment to the people of Brisbane, and I remind all councillors, Chair, that the Labor Party have opposed this project, the Laura's Bonnie Riverwalk, the Kingston Smith Drive project. None of this would happen if they were in charge of the city.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I would like to move the suspension of standing rules to enable me to move a motion calling for more resources to be allocated to mosquito spraying in Brisbane.
Second.
We have a motion for the suspension of standing rules. All in favour, please say... Oh, sorry, to your motion. You can establish why you couldn't do this under 9.3, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Chair. We couldn't put this on the notice paper because we wanted to hear directly from the councillor's mouth who's responsible for this program, and I am disturbed at Councillor Marx's lack of understanding when it comes to mosquito-borne diseases and their transmission. The advice of Queensland Health, which Councillor Marx just left out of her answer then, was that it is expected that cases of typically imported mosquito-borne diseases...
Point of order to you, Councillor Owen.
Mr Chair, in regarding a motion that's not put on the notice paper, the requirement is to establish urgency, not to engage in debate.
And Chair,
thank you.
The chamber will get to vote on whether they think this motion should pass. It's not up to other councillors to have a running debate on this at the moment.
Councillor Cassidy, you are debating what you would like the motion to be, but I'll allow you to continue.
Thanks, Chair. I'm establishing why this couldn't be put on the paper yesterday, because we hadn't heard what this administration's position was until just now. We had hoped that the answer that Councillor Marx would have given was yes, of course. Yes, of course the LNP is concerned about communicable diseases, mosquito-borne diseases. Queensland Health says that malaria and dengue will return to pre-pandemic levels. Cases brought in from overseas, Councillor Marx, will spread. They will spread. If people are bitten by mosquitoes and other people are bitten by mosquitoes, those diseases will spread. Now, the LNP have a shocking track record when it comes to cutting mosquito spraying services in the suburbs of Brisbane. We know a few years ago they slashed the entire team, they sacked the entire team, and it took years of campaigning to get the team the resources they need. When we are being warned that there is a problem coming, we need to act.
Point of order to you, Councillor Owen.
Point of order, Mr Chair. This is about urgency, not it needs to be about
Councillor
urgency.
Cassidy, I believe you are straying into what you would like the debate to be with this secondary point. So I'd ask you to
Clearly,
establish...
Councillor Owen doesn't think that putting adequate resources into spraying for mosquitoes is important.
Councillor Cassidy, please stop. Councillor Cassidy, don't talk over me, please. You need to establish why you couldn't put this on the agenda. You were able to do that, but you're now moving into broader areas of debate that you would like the motion to be about. I ask you to conclude if that's you've reached the end of your point.
I will conclude with this, Chair. I am disturbed at the LNP's lack of understanding about mosquito-borne diseases, and I think the people of Brisbane deserve better than what they're getting from this LNP administration.
The motion before us is for the suspension of standing rules. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Division.
Division. A division has been called.
Division.
And seconded. A division has been called. Sorry. Division has been called and seconded.
Thank
All
you.
noes to the right, ayes to the left. Noes to the left, ayes to the right. Sorry, my apologies. Who's voting yes? Yeah. Thanks, Billy. Thank you. Please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
Okay, thank you. That motion for the suspension of standing rules is carried. I don't have a copy of what your motion will be. Councillor Cassidy, would you like to read it and move it?
Yeah, I'll just got a look. My computer's timed out, Chair, so I'll read that out. So I move that Brisbane City Council immediately provide sufficient funding and resources to address the important public health issue of mosquito-borne diseases.
Seconded.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, my shorthand's not that great, but I've got the motion as your motion that Brisbane City Council immediately provides sufficient funding for funding mosquito-borne diseases.
Funding to address the public health issue of mosquito-borne diseases.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Debate,
Right, here we go.
Point of order.
Brackenridge Ward is seriously affected by mosquitoes and mosquito-borne diseases.
As per section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move a procedural motion that the debate on the motion now move to the end of the meeting of today's business.
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a procedural motion to move this debate until the end of today's agenda. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. We move on to the agenda item, Establishment and Coordination Committee report. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday the 20th March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday 20 March 2023 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chair. I would like to go through the assets that have been lit up this week. I think it's very important that we realise what we are supporting in Council and that we can spread the message through our socials as well here in the Chamber. Last night all our assets were lit up in dark blue, light blue and white to celebrate the Oceania Cycling Championships, which is the start of the cycling festival in Brisbane. This event will feature BMX racing, BMX freestyle and mountain bike cross country, just to name a few. Tomorrow and Thursday night, all of our assets are lit up in yellow to support Endometriosis Awareness Month, something a bit close to my heart. The annual Endo Enlighten campaign raises awareness of endometriosis and provides a public demonstration of hope and support for the 1 in 9 women who suffer from this disease. On Friday night, City Hall will be lit up in red for St Joseph's Gregory Terrace Senior Formal, being held in the main auditorium. Also on Friday night, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Redcliffe Place will be lit up in blue, pink and white to support Trans Day of Visibility. This is an international celebration of trans pride and awareness that is dedicated to celebrating the trans community as well. Heading into the Easter break, I hope everybody has got their list of things to see and do coming into. I'm sure Councillor Howard will talk a bit about that later this afternoon. But we've just had one of our most enormous weekends in Brisbane, which has really put a big injection into the community around the football on Friday night, even though the lights did go dark. Councillor Mackay was there at the time. Sell-out match at Suncorp for 50,000 and 30,000 people at the Gabba. I mean, the full spirit of Brisbane was in effect. And the Battle of Brisbane saw the Broncos beat the Dolphins. It is our hometown. We'll take that. If they play against anyone in New South Wales, I'll definitely be supporting the Dolphins. But Broncos all the way when it comes to Broncos and Dolphins. And of course, the Lions, they were much further ahead before the lights went out, but 93-82 after the last 12 minutes. It was a great night to be out on Friday and fantastic to see what this is doing for the region for football right through the season coming up as well. And of course, in May we have the NRL Magic Round, which will be another big weekend of football. The items before us today, in item A, we have the Brisbane Metro project, compensation for 37 School Road, Rochdale. The Chamber knows that the Schrinner Council is absolutely committed to delivering world-class depot at Rochdale as part of the Brisbane Metro project. In fact, once it's completed, it will be Australia's biggest electric bus depot, home to a fleet of 60 all-electric metros with space for more. The depot is set on a massive 10-hectare site and Council purchased several properties to make the construction of the facility possible. This item relates to one of the properties acquired to construct the depot at 37 School Road. We acquired the property 2.5 years ago, and as is the case with some resumptions, Council has had an ongoing negotiation with the previous property owners related to the land value. It comes before us today as the discussions with the previous owners have come to an end. We've reached an agreement and what is considered to be a fair and reasonable value for the property. We had previously paid an advance on the property to the owners to allow us to get started, so this particular submission relates to some of those extra costs based on the final agreed value. ADCO Constructions are delivering the depot, and they've been hard at work on the site since late 2021, and we expect it will be completed later this year in time for the arrival of the rest of our fleet and ahead of services starting in 2024. Item B is the purchase for land located at 36 Devries Road, Pollara, for district sports park purposes. This has been identified as Future Park in the Lower Oxley Creek South Neighbourhood Plan. It's the last one of 8 adjoining properties required by Council for the Pollara District Sports Park, which forms part of our local government infrastructure plan. We've completed the purchase of the other 7 properties that have been required. Pleased to say that the planning for the future delivery of the District Sports Park is currently underway, with a needs analysis to inform potential high-level concepts, as well as how Council will invest, develop and manage the Pollara District Sports Park into the future. The new park is in excess of 11 hectares, which is an excellent outcome for the current and future residents of Pollara. Again, the Schrinner Council has a strong track record in creating new parkland and enhancing existing ones, making sure we remain clean, green, sustainable, and plenty of places to play sport leading up to the 2032 Olympics as well. In item C, our contracts and tendering, is the report from the delegations of Council for February 2023. 16 out of 16 contracts are being awarded to local suppliers. That is 100%, Councillor Cunningham, is that correct? 100% of these contracts being awarded to local suppliers. To date this year, 150 contracts have been awarded to local suppliers. So we are at the 89% mark for all contracts this year, which is absolutely fantastic for our local businesses. Some of the notable contracts that we've seen come through in the February delegations is the pathways upgrade for the City Botanic Gardens to improve safety for both walkers and cyclists. It will include the demolition of old paths and the construction of new ones, as well as planting and landscaping works based on our City Botanic Gardens Master Plan. Zilmia Hall refurbishment. This project upgrades the storage and cleaners rooms, as well as the kitchen and broader hall area. It also includes the replacement of external fencing and audio-visual assets. And item D before us today, Mr Chair, is the report of the Audit Committee meeting held on 9th of March 2023. Which is presented to Council in line with the City of Brisbane regulation. It is an independent audit committee which reviews Council's internal audit reports on operational risks and control measures. The Queensland Audit Office was represented at this meeting, and they provided an update on the activities for the upcoming end of the financial year period. They also got briefs from the Chief Legal Counsel, Acting Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Internal Auditor and the Chief Information Officer. The word risk appears multiple times in this report, and I think we live in a world, particularly when we're thinking of cyberspace, where risk is an ever-present and indeed increasing concern for organisations of our side. I think it is very important that we recognise that the Audit Committee's job is to provide another level of independent oversight of Council's internal controls to ensure we are doing absolutely everything we can address these risks and ultimately protect the ratepayers. I thank the committee for their continued service, and I recommend the report to the chamber.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I just request that item B be taken seriatim for voting, please.
B seriatim for voting. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Item A, the Metro project compensation for 37 School Road, Rochdale. The Metro is the greatest example of a vanity project that this city has ever seen. It comes as no surprise to anyone that reads anything about it anymore that it is a mess now, because it started out as a mess. It's been delayed by years. It's blown out by probably close to $1 billion now under this LNP administration. And that's the reason residents are paying more and getting less out in the suburbs. So this Metro is supposed to be an underground subway system to rival Paris, we were told. It doesn't. It was going to cost $944 million. It won't. It's closer to $2 billion now. There was supposed to be an underground station at the cultural centre. There isn't and won't be now. We've been told along the way it went from $944 million to $1.2 billion to $1.7 billion, and that continues to climb. Late last year, the final figure hasn't been revealed, but that is certainly closer to $2 billion now. And this project is delivering a lot less than was originally promised to the people of Brisbane 8 years ago. It's taken 8 years for this LNP administration, this Lord Mayor, who initiated this project as the chair of the Public Transport Committee at the time and Deputy Mayor, and has seen it through as Lord Mayor in his time here. 8 years ago that project was first announced, and they are still bringing items for arguments about compensation for a depot out at 8 Mile Plains, out at Rochdale, rather. You know, if this project was managed properly and it was done on time and it was done sensibly and it was approached with a clear purpose of making the busways operate better through bus rapid transit and engaging local manufacturers to build local buses, we might have had a good outcome. And we might have seen that extra $1 billion that was poured into this project by this LNP administration, just to sort of jazz it up a bit, actually invested in more public transport out in the suburbs. Maybe instead of seeing the LNP administration pick a fight with the state government all the time around busways and bus services, that $1 billion could actually have been invested in public transport out in the suburbs. But, you know, this is almost a decade down the track and there is no light at the end of the tunnel, which is quite remarkable, Chair, because the tunnel now for this project, the underground for this project, is just 200 metres. That's it. That's all we're getting for this $2 billion, 200 metres of tunnel under Adelaide Street. It's quite a joke, and the people of Brisbane are paying through the nose for it. The purchase of land out at Pallara for district sports purposes, we support the provision of this park, this sports park. We know, of course, the LNP are playing catch-up in that part of the world. On their watch, the population grew from 400 residents in 2016 to 4,000 residents in 2021. They couldn't even build bus stops out there until they were dragged kicking and screaming to deliver that. Locals out there know the road network is atrocious. Their local LNP councillor is more interested in putting up banners in local parks and talking about the metro and inner-city bridges. That's all we hear from the local LNP councillor for the Callumvale ward. Never about local, never about local things. Missing in action down there. This project will see a significant a significant amount of vegetation cleared on these sites. So we want to make sure, and we do want to see assurances that to deliver this sports park in this part of the world, which is growing rapidly, that those offsets are provided appropriately. We need to make sure that where that tree cover is going to be put in place in the City of Brisbane, we want to see that done properly, and I would like the relevant chair to clear that up for the chamber today, or perhaps the local councillor can talk about where that offset planting will occur. The contracts and tendering item before us today, the Zulmia Hall refurbishment is a long time coming. The primary tenant of the Zulmia Hall is the Zulmia Seniors. They owned that hall up until about 10 years ago or so, where they donated that hall to council and it became a public hall. So they have variously over the last couple of years been told by council that their original agreement, original tenure of having set days and guaranteed times as the organisation that gifted this hall to council is under threat. I'm glad that's been cleared up over the last couple of years, and their days will be guaranteed for that organisation who has put in an enormous amount, contributed an enormous amount to our local community in Zulmia and the outer northern suburbs. And I do want to give a shout out to Helen, Jenny and the committee there, and Betty Gain, who's 98 years old, still lives at home in Zulmia, in the same home she's lived in since the 1950s, alone these days. Obviously has family and friends care for her. She's a real stalwart of the Zulmia Seniors and is the real custodian of the Zulmia Hall there. I've been supporting the Zulmia seniors paying rent in another location, because council's solution to them being displaced through this was to go to Brackenridge or Northgate, I think, and for a lot of them who don't drive, I think almost all of the members of that group don't drive, it wasn't really suitable for them. So I've made a contribution out of my ward office budget to help offset the rent they're paying at another community organisation in Zilmia. And I certainly hope that when this project is finished, there is a guarantee that the Zilmia seniors will continue to have tenure for as long as that community organisation is operating. That group is family to so many of those people. It's the only social interactions they have and the only way they get out of their houses. So we want to make sure that they are supported. The pontoons that we're seeing installed, particularly at Mowbray Park East, we have seen in the past the LNP administration importing prefab pontoons for various projects from overseas. It doesn't detail in here whether these are locally manufactured, supporting local jobs and the local economy. We certainly hope that is the case and hope the LNP learned their lesson from projects like the New Farm ferry terminal that was constructed in China and shipped in and installed here, costing local jobs. And there's an interesting item which doesn't come up very often but is in here today around the provision of medical practitioner services. Obviously these are required for workers' compensation cases and things like that, but we want to make sure that they're not being used and these services aren't being used to target workers. We have heard some horror stories, particularly from bus drivers who have been assaulted on the job and had the veracity of those assaults questioned. And so we want to make sure that these services are being used absolutely appropriately, and I want to put that on record here today. And I'll finish up on the Audit Committee, Chair. These meetings are getting more and more vague. Well, sorry, the minutes of these meetings are getting more and more vague. I'm not sure what's discussed in the meetings because there's lots of acronyms now being used and people's names are being shortened to their initials. And there's a table at the front which accounts for some of those two initial acronyms, but not all of them. So you have to go through and try and decipher, and Councillor Strunk and I were doing this earlier and going, what do some of these acronyms refer to, because they're not in the table at the front. And when the Deputy Mayor talked about the high levels of risks that the ratepayers of Brisbane are facing that are being identified by the Audit Committee, one of those items, and you can't discern anything from a lot of the items that are reported in the Audit Committee about those high levels of risk and what is being done about them. And in fact, it's just a whole string of acronyms put together. So I think there needs to be more openness and transparency with councillors. We are here to make a decision to endorse the report of the Audit Committee and tick off that they've done their job well and properly, and we hope they have, and we hope they've identified all of those risks. But we don't know, because if you read those minutes and you read that report, that is not easily identifiable. And if councillors here aren't being given appropriate information, what hope do members of the public who want to go and look at these reports and try and discern whether those risks, whether they're major ICT contract risks or espionage or hacking or things like that, what is actually being done to protect ratepayers' details? We've got a rate system that has an awfully large amount of personal data on people. We want to make sure that all of that is really secure. But we're being told by the Deputy Mayor and being told ostensibly, if you can decipher these papers, that those things are being looked at, but there is really no detail. So without that kind of detail, we can't rubber stamp a report like this going through council.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I'm sure it won't be a surprise to my colleagues for the item I'm going to be speaking about today, which is item B, and that is the purchase of land located at 36 DeVries Road in Pollara for the district sports park purposes. Now, through you, Mr Chair, there are a couple of falsehoods that have been perpetrated in this chamber this afternoon by the previous speaker. And can I say that between 2016, to 2020, the suburb of Pollara actually had a Labor councillor. So if there was failure to do things and move it along, it was during that period of 2016 to 2020, because since it came back into my area in March 2020, I have not stopped working for the people of not only Pollara but the entire Callum Vale ward. There have been significant impacts on the area of Pollara, and part of that has been due to the intensification of residential development, which has resulted through that COVID period, and also because it became the time when the suburbs started developing. Now, we have seen significant growth through that area, and there have been significant challenges. But can I say that in respect of maintaining our bushland approach, we have the Sergeant Dan Stiller Memorial Reserve that goes all the way from Johnson Road, which is at our city boundary, comes all the way up the back of Larapinta, through the back of Pollara and Heathwood, and adjoins up with the Oxley Creek corridor. Now, we have done significant rehabilitation works in both of those corridors, and they are very important to the local community. In fact, the young children at Pollara State School have had a lot of wildlife monitoring, and through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Davis, it's wonderful to actually see what Mr Clark has set up in the library with the possum cams and the GoPros that we watch the sugar gliders. So there are a lot of important environmental projects, and that school's environmental club is very focused on supporting everything that we do in that precinct. But importantly, I am out in that suburb on a regular basis, and the Leader of the Opposition would do well to, instead of coming here and opening his mouth and speaking blindly, it is not appropriate for you to stand in this chamber and make comments about a suburb that is growing, that has a lot of investment in it, and work that is being done. Because if he actually knew anything about the suburbs in my ward, which he clearly doesn't, he would know that the streets in Pollara are undergoing two-coat seals at the moment. He would know that the Wadeville Street and Ritchie Road corridor is being upgraded, $10 million worth of upgrade, and the traffic lights are coming in very shortly. And the significant impacts that are being implemented that address the growth in the area. Now, I know that the team in News, the Natural Environment and Waterway Services, has been working very hard on the Pollara Open Space Network corridor. Now, this is a corridor that goes from one end of Pollara right up to these district sports fields. This acquisition of the last block out of 8 required for this 11-hectare sports field investment by the Shriner Council in the people of the Pollara Heathwood area, and in particular to supplement the needs of the Pollara State School. This is an important investment. This is a way that we can connect the entire community up with a great community asset. Now, I do say that this was identified as part of the Lower Oxley Creek South Neighbourhood Plan. And I know through the development of the Heathwood Sports Fields that build it and they will come. Heathwood Sports Fields is a hive of activity as far as junior cricket is concerned. And also on Friday night, it was a hive of activity through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Howard. Thank you for the outdoor cinema, because there were lots of people down there. There were guides doing the barbecue. There was the Pollara State School PNC doing the drinks and the ice blocks and the lolly bags. There was the Heritage Bank of Forest Lake coming in to actually support the sack races with the kids and giving out Easter eggs. And there are a lot of different community people who come down and make sure those events are successful for the younger people and the young families in the suburbs. And importantly, these sports fields will become the hub of Pollara Mark my words. Because I can tell you I have been doing extensive community consultation and developing the needs analysis for this sports field, and I can say that the consultation that I have embarked on, not only with existing residents but also new residents as they come in, and they come down to the Welcome to the Neighbourhood events that are being held when they actually are able to go and walk on their block for the first time when it's been actually officially opened up to commence the building process. That is when I meet my residents, not just when they come in and move into their house. It is at that early stage, and that is through working with all those people that I know that on the large open space, which is the top end, the Van Dieren side of the sports fields, which is already cleared and is clear open space, ready for what the residents are asking for. So the residents have been asking for soccer fields, netball courts, and also hockey fields on that side. But importantly, on the De Vries Road side, which is on the downhill graduation of the slope of that area, they are also looking for an indoor sports facility and recreation hall, which will accommodate not only badminton, basketball, volleyball and futsal, but also a host of multicultural community events. So they really want to see a true sports and recreation facility in that space. And importantly, this Schrinner Council is investing in sports fields and sports activities for our young people, unlike the Labor state government that is neglecting those needs at the Pollara State School and over allowing those students to be crammed into an amount of land that does not have sufficient play space for most of those children. With 1,149 children on that site, which was originally meant to cater for 980, there is some chronic decision-making that is going wrong in the Labor state government, and children need play space. Children need activity to thrive. Children need sports in their local community that they can walk to, and that is where the Pollara Outdoor Open Space Network corridor is going to permit those children to walk from one end of Pollara right up to the sports fields and the school at the other. So this is a very, very important acquisition. It is something that I have championed, and I am grateful for the fact that this acquisition has been made and that the Schrinner Council is fast-tracking this particular sports field for the residents, not only of Pollara and Heathwood, but also those in adjoining suburbs that will reap the benefit of this facility in years to come.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly on all the items in the E&C report. Firstly, I just want to put on the record my concern that the Deputy Mayor stood up and apparently could do the E&C report today on behalf of the Lord Mayor, who's not here, but could not answer a question about her own portfolio earlier today.
Please be relevant to the report,
I think that that's fascinating. And I think that pretty much everybody who might have been watching that has some idea of the inadequacies the Deputy Mayor faces when addressing her own portfolio. Now, with respect to these items before us today, items A and B are secret, so I can't talk about them, but they are eye-watering amounts of money that are going out there for the Metro. And I'm just, what got taken seriatim? Was it A?
B.
B, okay. Yeah, I'll take A seriatim as well, if that's okay. I don't think we should be throwing any money after this Metro. It is a botched and failed project by this LNP administration. They want to talk about every single other issue, transport-related, as you've heard today, than their own. And that is because they have fundamentally botched the delivery of transport infrastructure in Brisbane under their own portfolio. So this is just a black hole of money. If you can't get a main road like Oxley Road resurfaced, or you can't get a footpath fixed, or you can't get bollards replaced in a park, there is something wrong with this council. And that money for the Metro is just bad dollar after bad dollar. There's also an eye-watering sum going to purchase the block of land at Pallara for the district sports park. Now, I'm happy to hear Councillor Owen say that there's going to be netball courts down there. That's great. So all those teams that come from the southern part of Brisbane and from Logan can go and play on those courts instead of parking out the local streets in Graceville, where it's not supposed to be more than 2 to 5 kilometres away. So it'll be great to see all those netball teams going to play down there at those new netball courts. However, it was very interesting to listen to Councillor Owen revise history there, I think, Councillor Griffith. So Councillor Owen's been in council for the same amount of time as me. So for 12 of the 15 years, pretty much, that she's been the councillor for that area, she's been the councillor for this area. But everything that's gone wrong is Councillor Griffith's fault, who was the councillor for one term. In fact, all the blame for this lies at Councillor Owen's feet, because this neighbourhood plan that was pushed through a decade or so ago against the wishes of local residents has enormous environmental impacts on our city and on the Oxley Creek Waterway corridor. And I certainly am very concerned about what's happening here and how what adverse impacts might flow downstream from the overdevelopment of this lower Oxley Creek wedge. It was an appalling decision by the LNP. And yes, I mean, Councillor Owen seems very proud of what she's delivered for her residents, but I'm not sure they agree with her. From memory, I think she might have had the highest swing against her of any councillor at the last election. She was, but we'll see. We'll see. There's an election coming up. Now, item C. Look, I'll just agree with the with the opposition leader about the audit committee meeting report. It's a joke. There is absolutely no way we can tell if there are any financial risks to this council organisation. It is essentially being kept secret. No one from the opposition is invited, or myself, and I've asked when this committee started, is invited to these meetings, and we are given no information about the financial issues facing this city. And we know that there are major problems. There's been fraud, there's been stealing, there's been financial stuff-ups with leases, there's been botched contracts costing millions and millions of dollars for major projects. So this administration has an appalling financial record. And if you listen to the finance chair earlier today, you'd think that they had some glorious record of keeping rates low in the city and managing financial risks. But this LNP Schrinner administration is the most Labor-light administration I've ever seen. It is a tax and spend organisation. It is a tax and spend organisation, and over the past 15 years,
councillors, please.
Over the past 15 years that they've been in administration, rates have doubled. In my ward, rates went up 7% this year. I mean, I don't think Councillor Cunningham actually knows. So that what she's done, and is she that naive that she doesn't know she's put up rates higher than the last time she talks about in the ancient history of the ALP? The Lord Mayor and the LNP administration are the biggest financial risk to this city that there is. They demonstrated over and over again with their mismanagement of financial issues in this city and the mismanagement of major projects, with the jacking up of rates to cover up all of these problems and the failure to invest in the essential items that we need in our suburbs. They are the financial risk to this city. Finally, with respect to item C, contracts and tendering, contract number 3 is for City Reach Boardwalk rehabilitation, and there's also pontoon, and item 1 is pontoon replacement and repair works for Mowbray Park, East Brisbane. I still haven't seen anything for the Sherwood Arboretum pontoon. Now, this is the second time the Sherwood Arboretum pontoon has been smashed, knocked away and ended up somewhere in the Brisbane River or Moreton Bay. We still don't have a date for it to be fixed. After it got fixed in 2011, it was supposed to have been fixed so it didn't get knocked over again. A bit like all the ferry terminals that Brisbane City Council said they'd fixed, which all got smashed again. We still don't have any time frame for the restoration of the pontoon at the Sherwood Arboretum, and it's well over a year since the floods. Now, this is just not good enough, absolutely not good enough. And I can see that in LNP wards, money is being allocated to fix flood-damaged assets, but not in my ward, and that is not good enough. It is unacceptable that Cactoblastus Corner remains damaged without any kind of restoration plan. It's unacceptable that the riverfront land up at Corinda that was damaged by the landslip remains not fixed. It's unacceptable that the pontoon's not been fixed at the Sherwood Arboretum, and there is progress on the playground at Chelmer, but we still haven't had the pontoon replaced there that was lost in 2011. So this administration has a track record of failing to properly repair and replace flood-damaged assets in my ward, and the longer it goes without any information and progress on rebuilding flood-damaged assets, the more that I remain concerned that this administration is going to gyp the people of Tennyson Ward and their parks and community facilities won't be reopened. And we know where all that money's going, don't we? It's all going out there into Runcorn Ward, out there into Callanvale Ward. It's going out into those wards. It's going out into those wards, but the LNP want to pork barrel in and retain. And meanwhile, this administration, LNP administration, is neglecting to invest in flood-damaged assets. So they need to make sure that they are carrying out their duties on behalf of everyone in Brisbane by investing in repairing these flood-damaged assets, including the Sherwood Arboretum pontoon.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Chair. I rise to speak on ENC item 1, the Brisbane Metro Project compensation for 37 School Road, Rochdale. And as the Deputy Mayor has already mentioned, this is land that was previously acquired by Council to support construction of the new Brisbane Metro depot. Now, this depot will be home to our fleet of 60 Metros, and it will contain the stabling and maintenance facilities as well as the charging equipment for the vehicles. Mr Chair, one of the key advantages of this depot is its location. It's very cleverly located along the South East Busway, which makes it extremely efficient for us to enable Metro Line 1 and 2 to happen. The positioning of the depot along the busway has only been made possible through the resumption of private property along School Road at Rochdale. And that includes this property at 37 School Road. And item A today relates to a Council's payment for this property. Now, we resumed this property in September 2020, and since then we've been negotiating the final compensation price with the previous owners. We've now reached an agreed value, and this submission covers the final payment that Council will need to make to the previous owners. Work has started on the site in late 2021, and we have come a long way since that time, Chair. Given the size of the site, there were some extensive earthworks required to prepare it, and so it's been very exciting this year to see the Rochdale depot really get out of the ground. I was very pleased to join with Councillor Huang out there just a couple of weeks ago, and Councillor Huang was able to see the amazing work that has happened out there at the Metro depot at Rochdale, and we're powering on with that job, Chair, because late last year we commenced structural steelworks on site. The depot buildings are all now starting to take shape. This depot will be home to a new vehicle workshop and a bus wash, as well as state-of-the-art facilities for our drivers and depot staff. And I want to reiterate, Mr Chair, I've said it in this chamber before, I'll say it again, we are building Australia's largest electric bus depot, the largest in the country, right here in Brisbane, Mr Chair. not New South Wales, not Victoria, here in Brisbane. And it's not because of our wonderful state government, Mr Chair, it's because of the great work of this Schrinner LNP administration taking us forward into an electric future. Now, currently the Transit Systems depot in Leichhardt in Sydney is Australia's largest electric bus depot, and that has space for 40 rigid buses. It has 387 kilowatts of solar and 36 chargers. Now, that all sounds very impressive, Mr Chair, but it has nothing on our Metro depot, which will be home to 60 all-electric bi-articulated Metros, which, remember, can take 170 passengers each. And it will be powered by 1 megawatt worth of solar panels and green power as well. And it will house 60 plug-in chargers as well as 5 end-of-trip flash chargers in line to the busway, capable of charging those Metros as they leave the depot in just 6 minutes. We will also, all councils I think will be aware, Chair, by this point of the state government's mandate for all buses to be purchased from 2025 to be zero emissions. Well, despite this impending mandate, Mr Chairman, the state seemingly have no way of delivering on this mandate. They have no plan to deliver it and no funding, while others are trying to work out how we will have the space and capacity to support this transition to zero-emission vehicles. Schrinner Council is already building the biggest electric bus depot in the country, and so while they're squabbling over how they're going to make it happen, we are just getting on with the job and making it happen. Transitioning our transport fleet to electric vehicles is obviously a key part of reducing our emissions and meeting our sustainable development goals. On this side of the chamber, we don't talk about it, we just go out and do it. And Councillor Cassidy has made it clear time and time again how he feels about the Brisbane Metro, Chair. Luckily, they don't listen to the Labor team at elections and they continue to put us back in. Now, he had some things to say about the Metro vehicle, Chair. I just want to clarify some of those. He has repeated these same lies in this chamber again and again and again, but I will keep pointing it out why they are falsehoods. Well, you know, I'll take that interjection from you, Councillor Strunk, the last Labor councillor who will be here with Councillor Cassidy after the next election. There'll only be 2 of them left, Chair, at this rate. He said you can't handle the truth. Well, let's talk about the lies. Councillor Cassidy said we promised an underground Paris-style metro. This is a lie that Councillor Cassidy has said so often that he now believes it. What was said? What was said? Well, originally, Chair, the project was proposed to be a rubber-tied light rail system which could be implemented on the busway, which Brisbane needs because Brisbane has significant grades in our city, which you cannot do the traditional steel bogie powered light rail. You have to do rubber tied. That was the original plan, the $1.5 billion original plan for Brisbane Metro. We moved away from that when our own business case and feasibility study suggested that it would be impossible to close down the busway for 3 years to build a rubber-tied light rail system. That was the feasibility report that we did into the project, that we were always open, honest and upfront about when we did the business case. The state would never have allowed us to close down the system that does 2/3 of the public transport task in Brisbane. So that's one of his lies, that we ever promised some sort of Paris underground style metro. We never did. We promised that the wheel technology would be like what is used in Paris, a proven technology. When that was unable to be delivered, we obviously changed technology to the metro trackless tram style. He also had a lot of things to say about the project budget. He said, oh, we went from 900 million to now 2 billion. I don't know where he gets these figures from, Chair. He just invents them. He hopes that no one will ever scrutinise him. And actually, the good news about that is the Labor team won't be the competitive team at the next election. It will be the Greens. I think we could all agree on that will be competitive. But actually, Councillor Cassidy has to take responsibility for that. It's actually not Councillor Sri's responsibility. It's Councillor Cassidy who has so driven that Labor team into the ground that they are running away, leaving, resigning, retiring. They don't want to be a part of this team. They can't find a Lord Mayoral candidate. They can't find councillors for their seats. And, you know, Councillor Cassidy should take a bow because that's all his great work, Chair. It's because he comes in here, he says things like, oh, 900 million to 2 billion, who knows what the budget is? Well, we've been really clear at every stage. Where we have changed the budget of Brisbane Metro, it's because we have changed the parameters, where we moved from rubber tied back to a trackless tram solution, where we then added in the Gabba station, and we have federal support, state support for the project. As these things have come into the project, we have been open about changing the budget for Brisbane Metro. These aren't catastrophic blowouts. These are changes to the budget because we have changed the scope of the project. He also says that there was originally meant to be an underground station, a cultural centre, and he's right about that. Who stopped us from delivering the underground station at Cultural Centre? The Labor Party! The Labor Party! The State Minister, Mark Bailey, stopped us from delivering the underground station. So it wasn't us, it was them. Does he remember that? Or if he does remember it, he doesn't tell the truth in the chamber about it. And then the final big lie that he tells is that if Labor were in office, they would do this better. But he doesn't tell you how. He never says, oh, we'd change this, we'd change that, we'd de-scope this, we'd de-scope that, we'd do a new line here, we'd use a different vehicle there. He just says if Labor were in office, if a team that has zero experience ever being in office were in charge, they would magically do a better job. They would magically do a better, and you just have to trust them. Well, Chair, Brisbane residents are smarter than that, and that's why they do not vote for this team, and they have never voted for this team while we have been in charge. They have less seats at every election. That is the reality, and they're getting a real wake-up call from the Greens now. And I tell you what, one thing I disagree with Councillor Sri on, they're not coming after the Greens. They're not coming after our seats next time. They'll be coming after theirs because they're the weak team. They're the team that has no vision for the future of our wonderful city, and they're the team who have had so many positions on Metro that I could barely have enough talking points to get through it in a 10-minute speech, Chair. So, we eagerly await whatever their public transport plan will be at the next election, Chair, but I won't hold my breath.
Okay. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we've just heard out of the mouth of babes that the initial Metro project that was announced in 2015 that was going to cost $1.5 billion didn't actually have a business plan. It never had a business plan. That's just amazing.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order to you, Councillor
Just amazing.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
He just said that when they got a business plan together, it said it didn't stack up. Those are my words, but that's basically what you meant. It didn't stack up, and it told you the way you should have gone with the Metro, right? So no business plan, no real governance either. They never bothered to check with the state government in regards to the initial site for the. That's right. They just thought they could build on state government land without even bothering to check. So they did it by announcement, and of course that really ticked off, I'm sure, a few people up in George Street. It would me if I was, if I was responsible for that land. And another level of government just thought that they could just waltz in and take it at whatever price, right? At whatever price, at whatever price. It's called being, it's really called having good manners, basically. How about good manners? That would be helpful. Anyways, I'll move on from that, Mr. Chair, and want to talk about some contracts and tendering. I was very happy to, of course, see that there was a reasonable amount of money in here for grass cutting in the Forest Lake ward for 4 months until those contracts probably come up again for $350,000. It's a shame that we had to get to that stage, that we needed that extra $350,000 to complete the basic job of council, like bring back the basics. I mean, honestly, we keep spending eye-watering amount of money on all these big projects, and we can't get the basics right. And the grass cutting, park maintenance, infrastructure maintenance.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you.
I just want to make a note, possibly for the clerks, that an amount of money that is clearly highlighted yellow in the report has just been put into the record by Councillor Strunk. If it's commercial in confidence, we ask that it's not spoken in the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Noted.
It wasn't in mine anyways. Sorry. Chair, do you have some advice? Yeah. I know. But she reckons it was commercial in confidence. That's why I've asked the chair for some advice.
You're referring to contract number 2?
The grass cutting contract, yes.
There is a dollar amount mentioned there in the contract and tendering report. It's not in yellow in the ENC report.
Okay.
Sorry? Everyone's... Are you taking point of order?
Sorry, Mr Chair. Obviously, it's highlighted yellow in another part of the document that we've got and not highlighted in that part. So I'm happy to take the Chair's ruling.
So...
Have you got it highlighted yellow?
Yeah, I see a published dollar amount for the contract number 2.
We had it highlighted in yellow, that's all.
Okay, right. I'll allow Councillor Strunk. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So if we have a look at the grass cutting and why that came about as that we needed that extra money, I did ask a question on notice in regards to how many calls had been made in regards to grass cutting in the various suburbs that make up Brisbane City Council. And the results came back a couple of weeks ago, and I thought they were very telling. Forest Lake had, and this was the period between July and February, right, to be specific. Forest Lake had almost twice as many calls in regards to grass cutting. Now that's Forest Lake suburb, by the way, not the ward. I'll come to the rest of the ward in a minute. Had over 100 calls in regards to that. So it really was telling. It just confirmed what we were getting at the ward office in regards to the amount of unhappiness there was across the ward. But there was also calls from Duandella. There was 55 from Duandella, 24 from Durack, 10 from Ellengrove, but it's more of an acreage area. Not a lot of housing there in the acreage area. 16 from Richlands, which actually surprised me a bit because there was a lot of poor grass cutting that was, or no grass cutting at all, that was happening down Littleton Road, which is where a lot of the development is actually happening. But if you have a look at other areas that probably should look at maybe investing a little bit more of that eye-watering amount of money that we spend on green bridges. There was 46 calls from Carindale. There was 56 from Ashgrove, Councillor Toomey's area. And then we have Macrovat East, which I think is the Deputy Mayor's area, but I could be wrong on those boundaries, at 47. So it was right across, but it just wasn't in Forest Lake, right? So I think it's very telling if you want to go back and have a look a couple of weeks and just see what your suburb attracted in regards to those calls, because there was a lot of unhappy residents right across Brisbane.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy
Councillor Strunk, take a question.
Councillor Strunk, will you take a question from the Deputy Mayor?
I always take a question from the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. I just wanted to know, as a hard-working local councillor, as we know you are, have you ever driven around one of your suburbs and called in if there's some long grass that needs to be mowed?
Councillor Johnston, the question wasn't to you. I'm sure Councillor Strunk has the capacity to answer a question on his own behalf.
I think during a previous debate in regards to this, I did make mention that on my last trip to Peregian, I did stop in a number of suburbs through...
in your local ward, Councillor Strunk, have you called in long grass?
Deputy Mayor, there's no point of order. Hang on a minute. Deputy Mayor, there's no follow-up question. I'm sorry.
So that is an act of disorder. What the Deputy Mayor has done.
I've noted it.
You can't just have your mic on and debate.
Sorry, Councillor Cassidy, thank you. And may I point that out to you as well? May I point that out to you as well?
No, sorry.
So, I'm pointing it out to you and to the Deputy Mayor.
Until you ask the Deputy Mayor to sit down and stop debating this.
Please turn your microphone off and sit down.
No, I won't, Chair.
Deputy Mayor, please. Councillor Strunk.
I'll follow her lead.
Is there a point of order, Deputy Mayor? Well, please sit down while Councillor Strunk provides the answer.
Well, actually, would you? It's a little bit confusing there. What was the question specifically?
The question was, as a good local councillor, has he ever driven around the suburbs in his ward and reported in long grass?
Thank you. Councillor Strunk.
Okay. I misheard you originally. I thought you were talking about other suburbs other than outside of my ward. But yes, I have driven around, and usually it's prompted by a complaint over the phone from one of the constituents, Mr. Chair, and we go out and just confirm what the issue is and how high it is, because, you know, sometimes people can be, you know, over-exaggerate, right? But I can assure you, every call into my ward office since July last year that we followed up, and virtually all of them were spot on, spot on the statement that the original caller made. So and we took pictures as well. And put those out on social media so people knew that we were genuine in our criticism of what was actually happening. All right. So I hope that answers the Deputy Mayor's question. Now, moving on to the money being expended for the district park at Pallara. Well, we on this side of the chamber have no problem with buying park or sport and rec fields or land for parks to be developed. We have no problems at all. I have two large portions of those in my ward along Pine Road and also Waterford Road. But sadly, the money for development hasn't been happening. And we have owned these pieces of land for, in some cases, well over a decade, right? In some cases, maybe for about 8 years on one of the others. So it's really telling that, of course, when the councillor for Callanvale gets up and waxes lyrical about what she's putting...
Strunk, your time has expired. Councillor Murphy, your point of misrepresentation.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Councillor Strunk said that we did a business case on the Metro which said it didn't stack up, which is not what I said. I said we did a business case on a rubber-tired light rail system which didn't stack up, which is why we changed the project, which is why the budget changed.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item C, and specifically on the Zilmia Hall refurbishment. We're certainly excited to see works underway on the Zilmia Community Hall refurbishment this month, and the contract, of course, is for $550,000 to Dart Holdings to undertake this refurbishment work. The Zilmia Community Hall first opened in the 1960s as a Bible college, having changed use a number of times over the years before being generously gifted to council in 2013, as the Leader of the Opposition mentioned. Located on the border of the Deagon ward, which the last time I checked was a ward for the Australian Labor Party, the Zilmia Community Hall is a much-loved community facility for residents for both Deagon and Bracken Ridge ward. This contract will allow us to deliver upgrades to the kitchen, hall space, electrical and audio-visual equipment, and upgrade external fencing to ensure DDA compliance. Now, through you, Mr. Chair, the Leader of the Opposition made some comments which, again, aren't truthful. Council has never denied a request from the Zilmia and District Seniors Club to use the hall. The only time the hall has been unavailable for use is during the renovation period, because it would be unsafe for the club to continue using the hall during works. And we worked with all hall users to ensure that they had temporary home to hold them over until the renovations were complete. And in fact, Mr. Chair, the Zilmia and District Senior Citizens Club Treasurer Jennifer Jacobs said that the council worked cohesively with the group to make sure their long history with the hall was safeguarded and celebrated. Council understands the importance of the club's memorabilia, not only to us but to future generations, Ms Jacobs said. We chose a number of items that will be displayed in the hall once the refurbishment is complete, including small honour boards and framed certificates. We're excited to see these pieces of our history inside the upgraded and improved hall. So, through you, Mr Chair, I think that Ms Jacobs is quite delighted with the work that the Schrinner Council has been doing in regard to this upgrade, and these upgrades will be a welcome improvement for the many community groups that use Zilmia Hall, including the Zilmia Senior Citizens Club, and I commend item C to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I'll speak briefly on each of these items. In terms of items, actually probably in terms of most of these items, I'll be abstaining from the vote. And the main reason I'm abstaining is that I haven't had enough time to read the documents in detail to form an informed opinion. There are some issues that I take quite seriously, and I think it's important that we don't rush our decision making in this chamber, and particularly with those land resumptions. I just don't have quite enough faith, unfortunately, in the administration that we're getting a good deal in terms of some of those projects. So I'm very supportive of new parkland out at Pollara, and I'm also supportive of setting up the Metro depot. But I think there's probably, I guess, my past experiences with the administration, unfortunately, have led me to the view that I can't take at face value some of the claims that the money they're proposing to spend is always good value for money, or that other alternatives weren't considered, or indeed that negotiations could have happened a bit differently and we might have gotten a better deal for the people of Brisbane. So I'll be abstaining from those items, but I do just want to say very clearly that I do support the Brisbane Metro project. I think on balance it is a good thing for the city, and I think the officers working on the project are probably doing their best under difficult circumstances. I certainly have a lot of concerns about how specific aspects of the project have been managed. I have been very disappointed with the way some of the construction impacts have been managed around my ward in particular. It's interesting, right? The Metro, a lot of the construction impacts from the Metro are really concentrated around the inner city, and particularly around the inner south side, such as the cultural centre. But the benefits of the Metro are largely flowing to the southern suburbs, and I'm fine with that. Like, our office is wearing a lot of significant negative impacts. We've lost trees, we've had disruption to parkland, and I'm okay with that because I understand that we have to make trade-offs in the city, and that the public transport and connectivity benefits of the project will ultimately justify those disruptions. But I have been disappointed at times with how particular aspects have been managed, and I think it could have been done better and more cheaply, particularly if we kept more of the work in-house. I think outsourcing to private contractors has been a major contributing factor to escalating costs, and I think it would be good if the council brought more capacity to deliver projects like this back within the actual public service and the council administration, rather than essentially being existing at the whim of the private sector. The Rochedale cost, as Councillor Johnston identified, it is a lot of money, and I guess I just don't have enough information available to be able to ascertain whether that was a good deal for the city and what other options could have been placed on the table. I remember being quite concerned about the number of trees that were being removed on that site as when it was initially proposed, and hopefully the offset planting will be as good as some of the officers claimed it would be. I don't know, that hasn't been my experience with some other council projects, but anyway. Congrats on the park, Councillor Owen, through you, Chair. That's great for your residents. I would like to see some new parkland in the inner city, as I've mentioned previously in this chamber. We've had about 10,000 additional residents in West End and another 10,000 in South Brisbane, and we don't have any new parkland to show for it. So there does seem to be a little bit of a double standard here in terms of where money is being spent on new parkland. We've had parks identified in the local government infrastructure plan for a long time now, and although they're listed there in the LGIP, the council has not been delivering them. So all I can assume from that is that the council is prioritising LNP wards ahead of other parts of the city. I heard Councillor Owen's interjection. I agree, it is a growth area. And as I've said many times in this chamber, my ward is growing faster. The suburb of West End has increased to a population of 16,000 from a population of 8,000 when I was first elected, and the suburb of South Brisbane, just next door, has now increased to 15,000 from a population of about 6,000 when I was first elected. So we've seen an additional 20,000 people just in that 4101 postcode. That is faster growth than your electorate. And I don't begrudge you for that park, and I think it's a good project for the people of that area, but I think we need to be spending more on parkland across the city, not just in LNP wards. And I'll probably leave my comments at that for that item. Just picking up on the comments about the Mowbray Park pontoon. I do think it needs an upgrade. It's very noisy and rusty, and I see people using it for fishing and etc. And I really worry about their safety. So I'm quite glad that's happening. But it wasn't really flood damaged as far as I was aware. It's just old. So I could be wrong on that. I mean, thinking more broadly. Sorry, what was that, Councillor? I think it does need an upgrade. I do kind of tend towards the view that if pontoons are in the stretches that are most vulnerable to fast-flowing water, maybe we shouldn't be relocating pontoons in those particular locations, and we need to think about better locations rather than just continually rebuilding in the areas where the water is flowing fastest and strongest. But that's a broader conversation that I'll leave to others in this chamber for another day. Just finally turn into the grass cutting contract. I had a chuckle at that one because the only time I call in about grass cutting is to ask the council not to do it. We continually ask the council officers to. We would love it if the grass was cut less often and you let it grow longer so that there was more habitat for insects and native reptiles and small birds. There's obviously a couple of sports fields like Raymond Park and the soccer and cricket ovals at Musgrave Park where I think it is good that the grass is mowed readily. But the council actually spends a lot more money than it needs to mowing areas of parkland that aren't being used for picnics and aren't being used for ball sports and would be better off being allowed to return to natural habitat. The preoccupation with neatly manicured, regularly mown lawns is actually kind of a colonial thing that has in its origins. This is legit. This is legit. It has its origins in the early years of the invasion when settlers, both here in Australia and in the Americas, wanted to have clear surveillance lines across their properties so they could see the First Nations people come in when they were trying to sneak up on their properties. That was literally what it was about. This is documented. It's just a historical, cultural thing that in colonial cities and colonial nations, there's a particularly strong cultural desire for closely cropped grass. So that they could see their enemies approach it, so that they could see the people whose land they'd appropriated. See, here we go from Councillor Stewart. It's more to do with snakes. Yeah, of course it's partly to do with snakes as well, but there's other ways to deal with that.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
It's Councillor Strew's last meeting, so let's have a bit of fun. Will Councillor Sranganathan take a question?
Sure, go for it.
Sranganathan, will you take a question?
Councillor Sranganathan, when a resident calls you asking why council hasn't cut the grass, is that what you tell them?
No, we've never, I swear this, we've never had a resident call us. In the 7 years I've been a councillor, I've never had a conversation with a resident complaining to me that the grass wasn't cut. I know it's hard to believe. I know it's hard to believe, but I think this highlights something, which is that we don't actually have that much green space in the neighbourhood to begin with, and I actually think the council officers in my ward generally do a pretty good job of cutting the grass on a regular basis. I was playing soccer in Raymond Park in Kangaroo Point the other day with a bunch of the refugees who got released from the Kangaroo Point Hotel after we protested there. It's been lovely. They were in that detention centre. We protested for a few months. Now we're playing soccer with them in the park. And the grass was a little bit long, and I thought, ooh, that's getting a bit hard to kick that ball around in that park. And then the next day, without me having to report it, the council officers came through and mowed it. So I actually think in my ward they're perhaps doing a pretty good job on that front, and I would like to see us spending a little bit less money on grass cutting and a little bit more money on some of the more urgent needs for our city, such as drainage, such as pedestrian safety. But I guess reasonable people can disagree on that. Can't please everyone. But yeah, I'll also be abstaining on the audit committee report because there is a few other projects I'm not 100% happy about, but I'll leave my comments at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further debate? No further debate? Deputy Mayor, not summing up? Okay, we now move to the vote on these items before us. So in seriatim we have item A. Item A, all in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Close the bars. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 abstentions.
Thank you. Declare that item carried. Councillors, returning to your seats, we're now voting on item B. Item B in the ENC report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Items C and D together. Items C and D together. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cumming. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Okay. Thanks, Billy. Please close the bars. Clerks, result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 abstentions.
Declare that those items are carried. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion for an afternoon tea break. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted. Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The Business Hub is getting pretty busy as we're getting towards the end of Term 1. Last week in particular we saw the launch of the 2023 Cohort for Women in Business Awards. It was a fantastic night attended by the Lord Mayor and the Lady Mayoress, and I can say the excitement was absolutely palpable. They were sharing stories, they were already talking about their experiences and talking about how they would support each other through the next 12 months of programming and fantastic programming they're going to have to support them in their business through the Business Hub as well. So thank you, Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress, for coming along. Some of the alma mater came as well. They were really very excited to share their experiences, and I think the program is going to see some fantastic outcomes. Can't wait to report it back to Chambers next year. Coming up, we have a couple of programs this week, just before we lead into the school holidays. On the 29th of the 3rd, we have Rock Solid Foundations for Small Business. That's at 9:30 in the morning. And then 1 p.m. in the afternoon, I know this is something that Councillor Huang has been asking me for a little while, is empowering, sorry, that's not this one, empowering EQ for true success. So that's emotional intelligence, which I think there's a lot of people that need to work on their emotional intelligence sometimes. But on the 4th of the 4th, Councillor Huang, this is for you, creating pathways for our culturally and linguistically diverse communities. So a program specifically on the 4th at 2 p.m. for those with English as a second language to talk about how we can network and support their businesses into success as well on the 4th of the 4th. So please get online, have a look and share it with your communities, particularly for those with strong CALD communities. Let them know about that program on the 4th of April at 2 p.m. Last week was all about the programs, and we had a presentation from our Economic Development Manager, Ross, about everything that we actually do in the Economic Development team within Council to support small businesses, which is amazingly a lot considering we then also have the Business Hub and the work that International Relations do as well. So first of all, we have the Growing Precincts Together program, which is a bit of an extension of what we used to do with Village Precincts project with the planning team team and the dressing up the shops, but it's also now about supporting the local businesses and the local business partnership initiatives. So we are supporting the tenants and the business owners in 2 precincts this year. One obviously devastated by the floods last year in Rosalie Village, and one that has had a lot of issues, not only just with the racecourse, but with COVID being difficult, and also the Kingsmith Drive program as well, so Racecourse Road in Ascot as well. The Retail Precinct Activation Toolkit, that is a fantastic toolkit with information and tips on how to enhance customer appeal of precincts. So that is available for any councillors to share with their local precincts in their wards. We have got sponsoring events and issues and activations. We've had the What We Make Design Markets, the Young Entrepreneur Awards, the Paddington Business and Community Excellence Awards, the Restaurant and Catering National Awards for Excellence. We have started the Adopt a Chamber process this year, where each council officer within ED has a couple of business groups that they will visit every month as their chamber. And it's about having regular networking events with council officers to share the information that people in those chambers might need to know, and how they can do work with Brisbane, or how we support them to support their businesses in Brisbane. Our Facebook group has more than 4,600 members to make sure that we can bring together new connections and share information and business tips. The Brisbane app is obviously one-stop destination for all things to see in Brisbane. We've got our Small Business Roundtable, which was established in 2021 to replace the Economic Recovery Task Force, and we've been getting some fantastic feedback and input that has helped shape some of our responses for the businesses following our natural disasters and the ongoing economic impacts from COVID as well. The Manly Living Villages Levy, and I have to say, Councillor Cumming, I'm going to miss your question in budget this year about the Manly Living Villages Levy. It's a great example of what communities can do, business communities, when they come together, put some money into the pot and work with council to get some great outcomes in their local area as well. The Business Hub obviously is supported by our ED team as well as the team in Beta, and the Suburban Business Hub in Nunda offers free co-working and meeting space, social media masterclasses, maker workshops, business plannings, talk-to planning, guide to food licensing and talking to procurements. Last week we launched the Maker Entrepreneurship Program, which has been going since 2020 to support emerging maker sector in Brisbane as well. Those applications are open now. Councillors, please make sure you share that through your socials. There are 45 places available. We want the best and the brightest to make sure that they can take an opportunity to advance their skills and their business in Brisbane as well. And I am very proud of the work that the ED team do. It is absolutely endless. There's so much more I can talk about, but I recommend the report to the chamber.
Thank you. Is there any debate? No further debate? We put this to the vote. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report, please.
Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 March 2023 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Last week, members of the Transport Committee received a presentation on Council's bus stop upgrade program. Council, of course, maintains and upgrades almost 6,000 bus stops, which is testament to the size and scale of the bus network that we operate here in Brisbane. Of course, that means there is a large amount of work involved in maintaining and improving all of these bus stops, including our work to improve the accessibility of the overall transport network. I mentioned during the committee meeting the commitment to accessibility and inclusion that was initiated by the former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk and proudly continued by Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. Our commitment to accessibility is reflected in the fact that 90% of patrons that use Council's bus network today board from stops that are disability compliant. This is a wonderful achievement, and we will keep working through our bus stop upgrade program to make our transport network as accessible as possible. Mr Chair, we've reached the last meeting of the council session. We're now more than 1 year on from the 2022 floods, and we've got some councillors in the chamber for the last time with us today, so I'm feeling a little bit reminiscent. So I thought today I would recap just some of the milestones that we've already achieved in the transport portfolio in 2023. We started off the year with the launch of the South Brisbane Loop trial. This new Route 86 operates in an anti-clockwise direction around the South Bank and West End precincts. The service runs every 10 minutes between the hours of 10 a.m. and 11 p.m. Most importantly, it is completely free, meaning residents can hop on and hop off as many times as they want, connecting them to a range of leisure, cultural and commercial activities on offer in the area. Chair, we know costs of living are rising, so this free service allows people to leave the car at home, which reduces costs and eases congestion. But that's not the only way we're getting people out of cars, Mr Chair. Schrinner Council is leading the way in e-mobility and active travel. I previously shared with the Chamber that in February we hit 10 million trips on our shared e-scooter scheme. We're also making good progress on our Green Bridges program, which will encourage residents to ride, walk and scoot around the city by providing new and convenient connections across the river. In February, we installed the first bridge deck spans on the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, and since then another has gone in. We've also installed the massive 20-storey tower crane that will help support construction on the rest of the bridge. The Breakfast Creek Green Bridge is now starting to take shape, as I mentioned in question time today, and we've started negotiations with the owner of 600 Coronation Drive to preserve this land for the future Toowoomba West End Green Bridge. Of course, last month we reached the one-year anniversary of the 2022 floods, and we reached some major flood recovery milestones ahead of that date. The Kedron Brook was fully reconnected, which means residents can now ride that bikeway end-to-end once again. We also finished repairs at North Quay and Regatta terminals, marking the final step in restoration of our city's ferry network. And finally, Chair, to Brisbane Metro, work has continued on the Adelaide Street Tunnel. We're now through the Adelaide and George Street intersection. We're well underground and we're making our way towards City Hall. Piling is continuing at King George Square in preparation for the tunnel breakthrough later this year. We've also commenced on the surface of Adelaide Street to make a more accessible and pedestrian-friendly streetscape, and many councils would have noticed the changes to Adelaide Street as they walk down. But we're just getting started, Chair, and there's plenty more achievements to come in the transport portfolio in 2023. I want to thank all of the officers that have made these achievements in the early part of the year possible for their continued support and dedication to building a better Brisbane together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to comment really briefly, because this is my last time in the chamber today, and I wanted to thank Councillor Murphy for his time as chair of the Transport Committee. I've served on that committee for a couple of years now, and I've sincerely and genuinely appreciated the fact that he tries to give information when it's requested and that he's open to a discussion about policy. So I know I'm not allowed to talk at length right now about stuff that's not in the report, but we disagree on a lot of stuff, Councillor Murphy, and at least we can have respectful disagreements and engage in meaningful discussion. I do appreciate that, so thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Murphy. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 March 2023 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. There was a presentation last week on the Mogul Road Corridor Upgrade Stage 1, or the Indooroopilly Roundabout Upgrade Project. There were also 3 petitions. I will begin by saying those 3 petitions were all supported through committee unanimously, but I expect there may be some comments later on about those. But I will limit my comments from now on to the Mogul Road Corridor Upgrade. So the Mogul Corridor Upgrade is a project that this council is committed to ensuring that people get home sooner and safer on a safe and efficient road network, and this is a centrepiece project for that. The Indooroopilly Roundabout Upgrade Project, too many people in the past have thought that it is a upgrade to a roundabout, as in you will soon receive a better roundabout. But I must again insist that people view it more as a bridge or an open level crossing removal project than a roundabout upgrade. It will make a meaningful difference to people who live around that area, who travel through there. The effects of that particular roundabout echo well beyond that, whether they deep into Canmore into Pullenvale Ward or deep into Tennyson Ward. It affects people well beyond that local area. There are 110,000 trips through that particular intersection each and every day. Interestingly, it doesn't have a natural in and out flow as many roads in the city do, and also it will not surprise people to know that the weekend peak on a Saturday can actually be more congested than the weekday peak. The project includes not only will we be working on improvements for motorists, but other work will also be done to ensure that there are improvements for pedestrians and cyclists, which include the addition of 5 pedestrian crossings, dedicated bike lanes and footpaths to ensure easy movement around that area. Now, those familiar with that area would identify that there is actually no convenient way to move around on foot. The only main pedestrian crossings are near the Indooroopilly shopping centre to the west of this roundabout, and that if you ever wanted to actually go on the roundabout earlier, you either had to drive to it or chance your hand to get across the road. So we will now have an ability to use this land for the pedestrians will be able to have access to this
Point of
land.
order, Chair. Oh, sorry. Point of order to you, Councillor Sri.
Well, Councillor Wines, take a quick question.
Sure, go on. Good.
Thanks, through you, Chair.
Because it's your last
Good
night.
on you.
All right.
Just on the roundabout, I have been told that there aren't separated bike lanes. There's just on-road painted bike lanes, and then there's a shared path. Are you saying that there are separated bike lanes?
I recall saying there are dedicated bike lanes.
So it's just paint on the road?
Well, no, they're dedicated bike lanes. So
no, that's not what a bike lane is. That's just paint on the road. Okay, I'll speak to it. Thank you.
Well, then,
thank you for clarifying.
You could, the same way school zones are paint on the road, speed limits are paint on the road, no stopping areas are paint on the road, double white lines you can't cross are paint on the road. I suppose you could, there are a lot of things that we do in this city in the road network to make things safer that are a sort of epoxy system marked on the road. So I find it really quite strange that you would, take a particular concern that this one, epoxy, is a kind of paint, not epoxy system, an epoxy system. So as we all well know, road markings are very important. And Australia has some of the best and most consistent road markings in the world, with some of the most compliant and educated and trained drivers in the world. So I trust that most Australian drivers will be able to understand what a dedicated bike lane means. So, as I say, it's a much improved on the current state. The current roundabout would have roughly 13 hospitalisations in an 18-month period leading up to this work, and again, something that's not acceptable to me. So I just want to make another point that this is a project that will meaningfully improve the way of life of people in the western suburbs, a commitment by this council to improve the life of citizens across all compass points, but this one in particular serves the west. As the evening progresses, we will see an attempt by us to call on the state to continue to improve the roadway to make sure that motorists continue to see benefit through the area for efficiencies, but also safety. But more importantly, we also see upgrades to pedestrian and cycling systems through that area in Kenmore later this evening, as we will be seeing in Indooroopilly.
Thank you. Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I've just pulled up the plans that the council has on the website just to better inform myself, and I was right. There aren't separated bike lanes. And in fact, even on some legs of the intersection, there isn't even paint on the road. There is just a shared footpath between pedestrians and cyclists for this Mogul Road roundabout upgrade. And this is something that I was aware of because local cyclists have raised their concerns with me about it. I know the council can't deliver top standard, high quality infrastructure for every single little road upgrade project that it does. I'm pragmatic about that. But you're spending $180 million on this one. That's a lot of money for a project not to be delivering safely separated bike lanes. And to Councillor Wines, I took your point about paint on the road. The difference between bike lanes and some of those other examples you mentioned is that they're legally enforceable. Speed limits are legally enforceable. School zones are legally enforceable. But bike lanes, they don't really offer that much protection. And to be honest, I don't think most motorists do respect them as much as cyclists would like. But when I look at the plans themselves, it's actually quite clear that we're going to have to come back through this intersection again in the future to put in proper separated bike lanes. And I would implore you, through you, Chair, to go back to your project team and just say, look, is there any chance that we can put in some physical separators along the edge of that painted line? Because paint is one thing, but when big trucks can still freely move back across the lane, I'm sure you'd agree that a little physical curb edge in or barrier would make a big difference. So give me a final present, Councillor Wines, before I leave the chamber. Just get some physical separators along those bike lanes through that Moggle Road intersection upgrade so that people don't die on the roads. I know Moggle Road in the past has been the site of quite a few serious accidents and I think a couple of deaths involving cyclists. And I know a lot of cyclists from the western suburbs were very disappointed that this project didn't include a higher standard of safe separated bike lanes. And this is important not just for cyclists, it's also important for pedestrians because they don't want to share a shared footpath with fast-moving e-scooters or high-speed bike commuters. The pedestrians would also prefer if they could have their own separated pathway and know that they're not going to be sideswiped by an e-scooter. So if you're saying that painted bike lanes on the road are enough to cater for the growing volumes of e-scooters and bikes that are moving through Toowong and Taringa and Indooroopilly, I disagree with you strongly, and I would urge you respectfully to go back to that project. I can't imagine it would cost that much. If you've already set aside the space on the road corridor for painted bike lanes, just put a little separator in. I know the Council's been doing a couple of trials with this around Melbourne Street, and maybe you can chat to Councillor Murphy a bit more about how much they cost. They're pretty simple, straightforward, slap-down pieces of infrastructure, but they make a dramatic difference to a cyclist's actual safety and, importantly, to their perception of safety and send a clear signal to motorists to stay out of the bike lanes. So I do, again, refer you back to the fact that some of the directions of road within this intersection upgrade don't have even painted bike lanes. They don't even have that. So it wasn't entirely correct to say that you are putting in separated bike lanes across the whole of the intersection. You're only doing that in one or two directions on one or two sides. But the Greens have said from the start that this was not a particularly good use of money. $180 million could have been spent much more efficiently on a range of different local upgrades and active travel connections and improvements, and I think that would have done a better job of reducing traffic congestion by ensuring that people have viable alternatives to driving. I acknowledge that there are some good elements of this project. I think it's nice to be reclaiming more public space in the middle of the old roundabout, but considering that this is costing $180 million, I think we could have gotten a little bit better value for money. This is not really a safety upgrade. This is an intersection widening to carry more cars. I think Councillor Wines himself would acknowledge that that's one of the main functions. This is about carrying more cars faster through the intersection. And the science tells us that when you widen intersections to carry more cars, you get more traffic congestion because you're drawing more cars into that precinct. So people who might otherwise catch public transport or they might otherwise walk or ride will instead choose to drive because you've opened up more lane capacity for them. That's the science. That's not me talking about it. We've got 50 years now of transport planning experts highlighting this phenomenon that's called induced demand, and I've spoken about it at length in this chamber before, so I won't reiterate those remarks other than to say I think it's also a bit of a missed opportunity that we don't have proper dedicated bus lanes through this corridor. We've got a lot of high-frequency buses that move through this Moggle Road intersection, and I think it would be good in the future to ensure that buses have priority, because if you want people to switch to public transport, it needs to be fast and frequent and reliable, and the way to achieve that through the western suburbs is dedicated priority bus lanes, at least during peak hour. So hopefully there's opportunities for further improvements down the track, both in terms of bus lanes and bike lanes. And finally, just wanting to note that it's important that there are signals at this intersection also tend to prioritise pedestrians more than we've seen with the current signals around that side of Indooroopilly. Pedestrians have to wait a lot longer than cars to move through many of those intersections, and I don't think that's acceptable. I don't think pedestrians should have to wait longer than cars. I don't see the logic behind that when we're trying to encourage active transport. If we want people to walk and ride as their main mode of transport, it should be easier, safer and more convenient than driving. So hopefully we'll see a shift on that in the future.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak about item A. Well, correct me if I'm wrong there, Chair, but it does sound like the Greens leader in Council is not supportive of the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade in its current form. So I'm disappointed to hear that, considering how many people in the western suburbs depend on such upgrades. And as enunciated by my colleague there, Councillor Andrew Wines, the Chair of Infrastructure, this is a very important project for the western suburbs. Just to reiterate, 55,000 cars use the intersection every day, and there are a number of services that run underneath the worksite, including electricity, Telstra, gas and water mains. And all of these things have provided difficulties for the project team in one sense or another. I understand that the project team found a 1.5 metre water main that wasn't even on a map, and it's been there for about 100 years. So I imagine these sort of things make life a bit difficult when you're trying to build what is effectively a game changer piece of road infrastructure. I did have the opportunity to visit the site with Councillor Wines a few weeks ago, and the scale of the project is enormous. We were down inside a stormwater pit, and it was very impressive. There's a lot of work going into the infrastructure out there. A couple of days later, Councillor Wines and I were joined by the Lord Mayor, and the Lord Mayor gave a wonderful update on how the piling is progressing, and we should see some vehicles using the upgrade by the end of the year, which is great to see. I want to give my thanks to the project team. They're dealing with a lot of wonderful media inquiries. People are getting very excited about this. And they're also, there's some strange laughing going on in the chair. They're also keeping residents updated, because it's really important for local residents to sign up for the free SMS and email alerts, so you can get notified when the road's getting closed, you can get notified when there are traffic changes, and we can try and avoid unexpected congestion. So well done to those guys. People in Indooroopilly should expect a letterbox drop in the near future with a QR code on how to sign up for the free alerts. As I mentioned, there have been some delivery challenges, but gee, the project team's done a great job. They have faced deep excavations close to traffic, which does make it very difficult to operate a road with a traffic count of 55,000 cars a day, and there have been some very complicated temporary closures, and I thank the local residents and all the way out to the west, out to Councillor Adamans' area, for people's patience. People have been handling it very, very well, and we're getting closer every day, and thank you, Councillor Wines, for driving this important project.
Further debate? Councillor Cumming.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I refer to item C. This is a difficult intersection. Berrima Street's quite a busy street. It's one of the ways you can get from the city along Wynnum Road and into Wynnum Central and down to the Esplanade, as provided your vehicle's low enough to get underneath one of the low railway bridges that exist around Wynnum Manly. And this is a very solid concrete railway bridge, and you wouldn't want to take it on. I'd urge the residents to be very careful and take the shortest cut possible across this intersection, because if you take the long diagonal route, I think it's most inadvisable. It is a busy hotel close to the intersection. There's a Mekong Thai restaurant which actually saw the light and moved from Councillor Howard's ward at New Farm and moved down to Wynnum, and they're doing very well in Wynnum, but I think they need bigger premises. They're always booked out. They're doing very well. But anyhow, it's there as well, so there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. But I'll be urging my successor to take this matter up and keep raising the issue with the council staff, with the chair and the Lord Mayor, until something is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly on item A, the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade. I think that the reason the LNP are talking about this every 2 minutes is because of the amount of complaints, unhappiness and problems that are associated with this project. It is causing enormous pain to the residents who have to deal with the awful congestion, the horrific and dangerous road surface that is there now, and it is just not going well. So I think that this is just spin by the LNP, who are trying to claim what a great project this is when it's going badly. Now, we know it's going badly because the LNP has now admitted that it's not going to come online as first promised. It's going to be delayed in terms of completion of the project. I know that it is not the right design for this intersection. I have been supportive of a flyover, but instead what the LNP have done is create a T-intersection bridge. Now, that will impact on residents on the southern side of the Walter Taylor Bridge, but what the LNP have failed to realise, and what Councillor Mackay fails to realise, is that the residents on his side of the river are also dramatically impacted by this botched design. And that includes residents in Indooroopilly and Fig Tree Pocket, all of whom have to use Coonan Street. So not only have the LNP got the design wrong, they have significantly disadvantaged residents from the southern part of Walter Taylor Ward and Tennyson Ward and beyond who need to use the bridge. They failed in the scope of the project to address the two problem intersections. The failure to address Coonan Street as part of this project was shameful, absolutely shameful. The intersection at Allwood Street is dysfunctional now, and it was not included in the scope of the project. The intersection at Westminster Street was not included in the scope of the project. And, you know, if we leave it to the LNP, the only thing that's on the record at the moment is that if there's a new bridge, it's going to feed all that traffic back into Westminster Street at Coonan Street. That's what the councillor for Walter Taylor, the previous one, actually promised. There is chaos going on. There is chaos going on over here. The LNP will be caught out on this because what they are promising cannot possibly be delivered. At the moment, residents who use Coonan Street with the old roundabout system have the right of way. This is all about appeasing residents from the western suburbs who drive into town, and that's all it is in this motion that is here later today. Instead of trying to find public transport solutions for the residents of the western suburbs, this LNP administration is playing politics with local residents out there. Now, we'll see in this debate later today, the scope of this project had to be dramatically altered because they forgot that they had to accommodate pedestrians and they forgot that they had to accommodate cyclists. So in the first plans that came out about this, no consideration was given to pedestrian access and no consideration was given to cycling. And that is the standard way in which the LNP approach any road project. Any. I've just had them out to see me about an intersection at Annerley. I said, where's the bike infrastructure? There's none. That is standard operating behaviour from this LNP. So I think it is quite illuminating that the local councillor and the Lord Mayor and the infrastructure chair think that this project is going well for them, because there are thousands and thousands of unhappy drivers every single day who have to deal with the chaos that the LNP have created. I mean, they can't even keep the road to a safe amenity to drive on. It is critically dangerous at the moment. It's a bit like Oxley Road, Oxley. It's in a pretty bad shape. So I think the more the LNP talk about this project, the more they try and tell you it's going well. I think that reflects the fact that there are extremely unhappy local residents, both in Walter Taylor Ward and beyond.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Can I just begin by responding to Councillor Cumming and his comments about the the petition in Bay Terrace. The council officers will be investigating that to consider the work that it has discussed. Can I also take a moment now to recognise him and his efforts as a councillor over some decades. I know his reputation in the area is a good one of a diligent councillor for his district. I know that he is famous for attending afternoon teas both here and in his ward, earning him the nickname the Seagull. And he's our wit and manly Seagull. So all the best, Councillor Cumming. Can I also respond to some of the comments about from Councillor Johnston, where she said that the Mogul Road project was about making life better for people in the western suburbs? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, and that's exactly the argument I've been making. It's about materially improving the way of life of people in that community. As we know, tens of thousands of people use that every day. The arguments proposed by her imply that there was some sort of Garden of Eden road design before, and that this is going to be much, much worse. Well, can I assure the room that the temporary arrangement is actually safer and more efficient than what we had, and what we will be moving to again will be even better still. I also think it's important to recall that Councillor Johnson has argued against improvements to Coonan Street and has an implied hostility to improvements to the Walter Taylor Bridge. So the argument that somehow this council is failing to do something that she is while she argues for the position that nothing should occur there, I would like to take this opportunity to point out to councillors there will be work in Coonan Street, and in particular at the Allwood Street intersection, and that will be ongoing. I also have to address this point made about that bikeways and pedestrian concerns aren't part of what we do. That was the accusation that was levelled, and it is false. Putting bike lanes in is a typical and standard thing we do. It's part of the ordinary work we do. So when we do a intersection upgrade, it's there. They're there as part of it. And in fact, a lot of the work we do is about reducing the number, it's about reducing the number of pedestrian movements to cross a street, right? So if you have dedicated turn lanes which move to a pedestrian island, you will see as work goes on, a lot of those are being removed so that motor vehicles in fact have to use the lights to turn rather than have the slip lane that pedestrians cross, because often that requires an extra movement, and you'll see that's an ongoing policy. Now that's being rolled out incrementally in response to those particular sites, but that's been something we've been doing for, I would say, gosh, we did the one at Alderley in 2014, so it's been something we've been doing for a long time. Putting bike lanes in. Look, if memory serves, in my time as councillor, this administration has spent $700 million on bikeways. That excludes the Grand Bridges, right? So this is just to give some context here. What the opposition would have you believe is that we are hostile to bikeways while spending $700 million on them. It doesn't quite stack up, and that ignores the massive cyclist and pedestrian work that is the Green Bridge program, which will cost a significant amount of money to do that. I also, Councillor Sri approached me while debate was ongoing to talk about the on-road bike lanes. I will refer to him, there is a number, as he identified in his own statements, a number of shared paths. Now those shared paths were built in a way that both pedestrians and cyclists could use them together. Now I know that pedestrians and cyclists don't always get on. I know that, and I think in your part of, maybe it's Councillor Hammond's part of Kedron Brook, we've had to separate them because of the volume. But I would say that not all cyclists are elite cyclists, and some of them would be better served using a dedicated path off the road. And that's always my preference, that they have a safe distance. There are a number of bike lanes on the road. That is where the footpath was too narrow to accommodate them off the road. So I just wanted to step into that argument and say, well, there were some accusations made that we were hostile to cyclists. There is a separated off-road option for all cyclists they're welcome to use. It's on all approaches to the intersection. And there's yet again another example of this administration's ongoing commitment to making sure that cycle facilities are a standard part of what we do. I take a moment to people who consider what we've done for the western suburbs, the $100 million Indooroopilly Bikeway Riverwalk, which I think cost a significant sum of money. It was 790 metres worth of dedicated bikeway taking people up Radnor Street. And that excludes the work that goes on to improve and ensure things like the Bicentennial Bikeway are available. Now, I know that this council dropped a lot of work to make sure that we could get drift off that bikeway and make sure that the commuters who use that bikeway were able to use it. I know that we had a focus and we had 8 street sweepers cleaning our commuter bikeway system immediately after the flood. One of the things we're arguing with the state about is the use of our barges to move the Drift restaurant, to make it available for cyclists. And also don't forget that our officers, who are excellent, and a lot of them themselves are recreational and commuter-based cyclists. The people who actually work in this space often will ride to work. I know that he's recently retired, but Mr Graham Nell, who did a lot of work here, was a cyclist himself and would cycle to work. Put dedicated bike lanes. We took a lane from Coronation Drive to ensure cyclists could move around. So I don't for a second accept the argument that we have neglected cyclists. That doesn't make any sense. Why would we spend so much money? Why would we do so much work? Why would we go out of our way to accommodate extra work to make sure that it's there? So I think a lot of those arguments about what we do and our priorities speak more to our position than to ourselves. And I think that it's a false comparison that they try and put onto us. This administration believes that all types of transport use can win. Private motor vehicle, bus, metro, cycle, scooter, walking, everybody can get a piece of the pie to make sure you move around. But in particular, the Green Party takes the view that not only must cyclists win, but motorists must lose. And that's very much what that argument was we heard earlier, that it's not enough for cyclists to win, somebody else has to pay a price too, and that's not this administration's attitude. This administration firmly believes that everybody can win. We can improve facilities for all commuters using all systems. And this project, the Moggill Road project, is one more example of that.
We now put this report to the vote. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Allen has gone home ill, I believe. Councillor Hammond, the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Hammond and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 March 2023 be adopted. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. First of all, I thank Councillor Allen for going home sick, because none of us wanted to catch it, and I'm blaming the blame on the Marchant flu that I think has spread through our team, as my office call it. Mr Chair, last week in committee we had a presentation on 2224 Kedron Avenue, Mitchelton. We had a number of petitions. I'll leave the debate for the chamber.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I ask that item B and D be taken together for a vote, which would leave A and C.
B and D together?
Yep.
Sorry, Adam, and leaving A and C together?
Yes, that's correct. So I'll speak on both B and D. Clause B is a petition requesting that developer contributions be spent on Hemmant Creek and Lindham Creek drainage upgrades. Local residents have told us how concerned they are about drainage issues around Hemmant and Lindham and expect Council to do more than they are to address these problems. And when I say do more than they are, I mean do something, do anything. Do anything at all to try and address the concerns the residents have around flooding and drainage in this part of the world. I've spoken to residents down in Hemmant who shut up at the sight of rain when clouds build, knowing that even a modest downpour can lead to flooding, followed, of course, by infestations of mosquitoes. When we've raised these issues in Council before, they have been laughed off by the LNP Lord Mayor and the LNP councillor for Doughboy, Lisa Atwood, as well. But residents certainly don't think this is a humorous issue. They certainly don't think it's very funny. I was down at Hemmant a few weeks ago with the State Member for Lytton, Joan Pease, and Councillor Cumming and Councillor Strunk as well, and resident after resident raised concerns about drainage. It was the same issue for all those people that were living in that Hemmant area. They have seen successive developments approved by this LNP administration's whole new estates in there, but they don't see an investment into basic infrastructure following that. And this was a pretty simple request, I would think, looking at this in residents saying if all of this development is happening in their community, which is ostensibly causing flooding, perhaps some of those developer contributions should be spent on local infrastructure. Residents continue to pay their rates down there. They see that council collects these developer contributions, but they're not investing in the local community. What they do see instead is bridges over the Brisbane River being invested in. They see a $2 billion 200-metre tunnel under Adelaide Street for the Metro go-round, but they just want council to do its job out there in Hemmant. It's a pretty simple ask. They want a councillor who has their back, not a councillor that goes out there and does the Lord Mayor's bidding, which is what they currently have. So it's little wonder that those people are really fed up with this LNP administration. We are very disappointed in the response to this petition, this community petition, and we won't be supporting it today. Clause D is the petition requesting council reject the development application at the Brisbane Botanic Gardens at Mount Cootha. Now, the facilities like this Botanic Gardens at Mount Cootha should not be monetised, they should not be commercialised and essentially not sold off. They should be preserved and made available for all residents of the city at all time. The LNP Council continues to find ways of monetising and commercialising public spaces. We see it all over the city, all over suburbs, but here at Mount Cootha, it's been in their sights for a very long time. First it was the zip line, of course, and now it's this project that the LNP are pursuing. Many attempts have been made to sell off the Botanic Gardens in the past, and when I say sell off, I mean corporatise and I didn't catch that one. Allow private enterprises to make money off it through ticketed events which exclude the general public. That's a sell-off. So residents in the community spoke very loudly about saving the Mount Cootha area for the residents of Brisbane. And the community is speaking loudly and clearly again on this issue, that it should be a place for people, not for private businesses to make a buck. Now, these gardens, the Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens, are a great Labor legacy here in Brisbane. Clem Jones was a mayor who many said had a weakness for getting things done. He was an unlikely champion for the Botanic Gardens at the time because many thought he was much more interested in sports fields, cricket particularly, and he often came up against park planners in council around that, but he definitely saw the potential to make this gardens an iconically Brisbane Gardens, which would attract people to our city for its natural beauty, not for private businesses to be operating in there. The legendary Harry Oakman had this to say about a future Botanic Gardens for Brisbane at Mount Cootha, and this is a quote: "A botanic garden differs from a park in that in it active recreation of any kind is not permitted, and that a botanic garden is a serious effort made to plant extensive collections of many kinds of labelled plants, not just for the purpose of display, but for critical examination and scientific study. Additional functions are scientific investigations of various kinds, which include plant breeding and hybridisation and maintenance of a large herbarium and library, these depending naturally on the funds available and the qualifications of Botanic Gardens staff. In effect, a Botanic Gardens is a museum of living plants. The Brisbane Botanic Gardens are exceptionally poor in the number of species represented." He was, of course, referring to the City Botanic Gardens at the end of Albert Street at the time and wanted to create a place at Mount Cootha to act as a museum of living plants to be preserved for the people of Brisbane in perpetuity. We see visionaries like that who see Botanic Gardens as museums of living plants, and on the other side we see the LNP as places for people to make money, for private businesses to make a buck out of these spaces. So we have been strongly on the record in the past of not supporting the over-commercialisation of public spaces that are being pushed by the LNP. There are, of course, some circumstances where we would welcome that kind of activation. We heard the Lord Mayor carrying on like a child a few weeks ago about a little coffee cart on a green bridge. You know, those sorts of things. Those sorts of things are, of course, appropriate, but essentially selling off a large swathe of our city's museum of living plans to a private operator to run private ticketed events for 200 nights of the year is not something I think the people of Brisbane support, but it's clearly something that the LNP support, and I think they'll be punished for it.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. Just on item C and D. Item C is a petition for a development, an impact accessible project in Dutton Park, which I'm quite firmly opposed to. The reasons I had concerns about this DA were set out in the petition. I don't support the petition response because I don't think it goes far enough in clearly rejecting the development application. For those who are interested, and Councillor Johnston, this is one that you might want to look closely at because it's just in Dutton Park, but this approach to childcare development is certainly sneaking further down Gladstone Road and into Ameley Road. This one was it's a historic building. It's some old residential flats and a residential house, and then it's a commercial shopfront. I think it was built in around 1917, and the building does have a lot of heritage and character value, and I think that should be preserved and respected. And I don't think the proposal to maintain part of the facade of the old building but essentially gut the rest of the property is a good heritage outcome. But perhaps the main reason we objected to this one was that it would reduce the supply of affordable housing in the area. The proposal would turn what is currently existing low-cost rental accommodation into a for-profit childcare centre. And I've got nothing against childcare centres. I think sometimes the community objections to certain childcare developments go a little bit too far, and I don't necessarily think they always generate quite as much traffic and disruption as some people might suggest. But I do think in this particular case, this is not a good development, and it doesn't make sense to be evicting people from their homes to set up a for-profit enterprise. The DA is also significantly above the height limit of the site in question. I think it's about a four-storey building that they're proposing, plus more stuff on the rooftop. So it's quite a significant, quite a bulky and tall building proposed on a site that's supposed to be kind of a character historic corner. I don't think it's reasonable for the neighbours who live next door because they'll suddenly have a lot of their sunlight blocked out if this thing goes ahead. But I also don't think it's good for the people who actually live in that place to be kicked out of their homes. So, look, even if this development complied with the height limit and was doing a better job on heritage protection outcomes, I would probably still object to it because of that displacement of low-income residents. But on top of that, we've also got concerns about the lack of green space and deep planting. This particular approach to childcare development essentially shoves children into, I don't want to be too hyperbolic, some people have said battery hen cages. It's not quite that bad, but it is pretty bad to think that kids are growing up and that this is their play space for the better part of their daylight hours, that they're essentially stuck indoors in fairly crowded childcare spaces without any genuine green space, no actual trees except maybe some big bush in a pot plant. This is not how I think children should be cared for when they're growing up, and I think it is important for us as councillors to pay a little bit more attention to this space, because we simply say, oh, there are regulations set out by the state and federal government about how childcares are run and how many square metres per kid we need and all that sort of stuff. But the reality is that those regulations never really contemplated these kinds of multi-storey childcare developments that don't have any yard, that don't have any real outdoor play space apart from a small rooftop garden. And I think those state and federal regulations do need to be updated. But in the meantime, I think the council should be taking a much more proactive role in more closely scrutinising these projects, because I don't think it's a good learning environment for children. I don't think they get the nature play and the opportunity to connect to green space that they deserve. I also don't think it's a particularly good model from a health perspective in terms of airflow, etc., because these things really do seem like a breeding ground for disease, and I don't say that lightly, but there's no ventilation in these buildings, so as soon as you chuck one sick kid in there, everyone's going to be getting the flu. I wouldn't want to see my kids going to a facility like this, and I think the fact that I'm hearing from residents about this says a lot. Like, normally residents in my area are pretty supportive of childcare developments because they see that there's a need and see that there's demand. But the fact that there's been people wanting to sign a petition and hassling me to start one and asking when the objections period will open, etc., says to me that there is some genuine concern about this. So, Councillor Hammond, you're it for today because the chair's not here. Can you please take a note of this and make sure you pass on that this is not just John objecting to yet another development. There are some serious concerns about this one, and your own council officers have identified those concerns. They've sent a very strong information request back to the proponent. I think they could have just rejected it because all the changes they're asking for in the information request are so significant that they're basically going to have to submit a new plan altogether. But I think now what we're seeing is that the applicant is asking for extension periods to respond to the information request, dragging it out, presumably trying to lobby the development assessment officers or exert some influence somehow. The applicant contacted my office and tried to convince me that I should flip and support the thing. I'm concerned that the applicant is going to aggressively lobby council decision makers and manipulate them into supporting a project that shouldn't be approved. So if this does get approved, I'll be very interested to see who ends up making that decision and what their basis is for it. But I can say very strongly that the priority need in that neighbourhood is for affordable accommodation, and that there are other sites that are much more suitable for mixed use and childcare facilities. I should also note that there'll be local small businesses that will also get displaced if this thing goes ahead, because it's one of the few properties along that road frontage that has a shop front for cafes and restaurants, etc. Excuse me. Just turn into the other petition, item D. I guess it sort of struck me as symptomatic or like indicative of the way that the council has done such a poor job of consulting with the community about other proposals for Mount Coot and the Botanic Gardens in the past, that residents don't even trust this council anymore to make basic decisions. The council could go to great lengths providing more information and insisting that the developer provide more information about environmental impacts, etc. And a fair chunk of residents still wouldn't believe them. Unfortunately, the council's reputation in this area has been trashed so badly that it will take a long time to rebuild any trust. But having looked at this application closely in the process leading up to it, I definitely don't support this. I think the impacts, the environmental impacts and concerns about amenity impacts haven't been satisfactorily addressed. But I'm also concerned, as I've said in this chamber in the past, about the principle, and Councillor Cassidy outlined this, I think, quite aptly, that we're talking here about commercialisation of public space, and I'm not dogmatic about objecting to all commercialisation of public space. I think I even said in this chamber that, look, maybe the Botanic Gardens, depending on how you designed it and how much consultation you did, maybe there is scope for some ticketed events to happen out there and to have like the odd music event or community night or whatever that is run on a sometimes on a commercial basis. I am not dogmatic about that. And I think there's, in particular, a lot of performing artists and event organisers who would love the opportunity to perform in a natural space like that. But what the council is doing here is robbing all of those other small businesses and arts and event organisers from those opportunities. The council is saying, too bad to the rest of you. We've picked a favourite. We haven't gone out to a public tender. We've done a dodgy deal behind closed doors. And I say dodgy deal because it's dodgy when you don't go out to public tender to give one private company exclusive control over a public space for 200 nights of the year. We still don't have a clear answer of how much the ticket prices are going to be on these things, but I think it's a bit of a stretch to argue that this is going to be entertainment for everyone. It's quite clearly a commercial enterprise that's going to charge high ticket prices for a so-called premium product that won't be accessible to the majority of Brisbane residents. So on top of all the other concerns about environmental impacts and how many extra cars will be driving up the hill each night to get to the gardens, etc., the very principle that council is essentially selling off or signing a long-term lease on this part of the Botanic Gardens, I think, is deeply concerning and should be strongly resisted. What the council should have done was say, look, we're seeking expressions of interest or proposals for how we could use this space at night. And Councillor Howard has actually done that on other sites in the past. There have been other occasions where the council said, look, we've got this space, we'd like to activate it, who's got ideas? And different entities have come forward and made proposals. But in this case, that didn't happen. In this case, one private company went to the council, lobbied aggressively, asked for meetings with councillors and the mayor, and hit up the MP and all that sort of stuff. I mean, ask me a question or correct me on the record if you want, but they lobbied me and I told them what I thought of it. I don't think it's appropriate for one company to get priority access and special treatment to a public space. I share Councillor Cassie's concerns about the particular role of the Botanic Gardens and the fact that it's one of those areas that we really want to minimise any form of active recreation. But even if this was a normal park, I'd be saying we should be having a better process rather than handing it over for 200 nights of the year. That's a big chunk, right? That's going to exclude anyone else from being able to set up any viable enterprise or community festival out in that space, because all the infrastructure is going to be set up and this private company is going to be asserting exclusive control over these spaces. I don't think it's acceptable, and I don't support the petition response.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item D, and before I do that, I'd like to take each item seriatim for
Each
voting.
item seriatim, sure.
Yeah, thank you. I just need to get up and put on the record exactly what is happening in Mount Cootha, because the furphies and the mistruths are astounding, absolutely astounding. These people will say anything to scare the bejesus out of local residents. And talk about going with the wind. 16th of August 2022, I take Councillor Sri Ranganathan's comments about paying attention. Well, I paid attention. Contract 15, full transparency, came to Council. Councillor Cassidy's comments, we think these shows are fantastic. It's a great way to activate our public spaces like this. Oh my goodness, on the record. Shaking his head. Got it here in Hansard.
I didn't say those things.
Yeah, you did.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
That'll be interesting. The reality is, and I've spoken about it in this place before, and this is the reason why Brisbane cannot risk a Green Labor alliance. The opportunity we have coming into 2032 and beyond, as a city that is growing, that is going to have more tourists and visitors than ever before, is being able to harness those tourists and visitors to spend money to support the economy here in Brisbane. And one thing we don't have here in Brisbane is a lot of ticketed, concessionable tourism product to keep people here overnight. Yes, Hamilton runs for a few weeks, but a lot of people will go to Melbourne rather than come to Brisbane to see Hamilton. There's a lot of people in Brisbane who flew to Melbourne to see Hamilton, so they're not seeing it here. We need something that's different. Something that's different, that's not anywhere else in Australia. And mind you, this is not an Australia first, because Adelaide did have it as a festival, have it in their festival and events just recently. But this is a light show attraction at Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens. It's not like we're walking into an open space and ripping it up for a community garden where the community might like something different. This is a light touch footprint of a light attraction in a small section of the Botanic Gardens. Trust me, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, the mouldy lovers can still go and play there if there's an opportunity for a concert in the Botanic Gardens. This does not touch a tree. It does not impact the gardens at all. And it is a part of a formal, impact accessible development application that is the reason why people know about it and putting these petitions in, because they've had the full ability to have their say. The Moment Factory are incredibly experienced in the production of these shows. There are close to 20 light shows delivered in various countries around the world that take place in natural parks and botanic gardens, some of which are World Heritage listings. And the proposal at Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens is no different. Unfortunately, we can't claim to be the first, as I mentioned, because they did have a similar show in Adelaide as part of their Illuminate Festival. But it's no surprise, it's a runaway hit and attracting over 120,000 people during last month's month-long festival. Now, the long list of the beautiful, wonderful Clem Jones and what he sees the Botanic Gardens for that we saw from Councillor Cassidy, absolutely agree. And none of that will be affected by the Lumina Light Show. It is carefully designed to fit in with the environment. It uses specialised lighting technology to minimise any disruption to local fauna and flora. No removal of plants or trees. Installations are hidden and camouflaged from view, can create no obstacles or damages to any part of the gardens or impediment to normal operations. Nothing changes in the daylight hours. Nothing changes. It is open and free to the public, and everybody can come and go as they like. This is taking the opportunity to have a public space that has never been open after dark which will see about another 10 to 15% come through per year at a time when the gardens are usually closed for the day. And as for the spurious claims of dodgy deals with the administration, the Better Brisbane proposal is a clearly outlined process based specifically off the market-led proposals done by the state government. When a proposal comes in from a company that no other company provides. If there was anyone else there out in the community that could provide this attraction, we would have had to, under our guidelines, go out to tender. But there is no other company that does this.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri, another.
Will the Deputy Mayor take a question?
Yes, I will.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. Did you think about calling for expressions of interest or general proposals for how the gardens could be activated at night, rather than just going straight with this option?
No, we didn't, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, at night time, because this is a world recognised absolute beyond performance, and we wanted to have it installed first place in Australia permanently. It was an opportunity that was too good to be missed, to have a visitation opportunity that people would come to Brisbane specifically for this installation. Yes, there is an investment by the operators and there's money back to council, no cost to us. A great way to see the gardens at night with no change to anything that happens during the day in the gardens. And I'm sure that through you, Mr Chair, that Councillor Davis or Councillor Howard, when the opportunities arise for other things that can come in the Botanic Gardens, expressions of interest will go out there. But the opportunity for Moment Factory to deliver a one type only in the country in Brisbane is not the opportunity that we want to miss as an Olympic city. And I'd just like to note that this is still under assessment by Council's independent planning officers. There has been info requests. They are responding to those. There's still things they've got to work on. Definitely things they've got to work on. And I know that the local councillor, Councillor Adamant, is working with the community around the traffic implications and what would be the best way to minimise traffic at night on ways that they may be able to get tourists and visitors to the Botanic Gardens. And the Council's assessment team will take all of this into account. But the sky is not falling in. This is not a Chicken Little moment. It's a change your attitude moment from Councillor Cassidy, obviously, from 18 months ago. But if this is assessed and it is put through, it will be a great opportunity and a game changer for tourism in the city of Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, claim to be misrepresented.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy Chair. The quote that the Deputy Mayor read out was in relation to Botanica, which occurs in the City Botanic Gardens. That's what I was talking about, not this project at the Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens.
Point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Claim to be misrepresented, Deputy Mayor.
Contract 15 is the Lumina Nightworks light show in the Botanic Gardens. This is a licence to occupy. 1 million plus, blah, blah, blah. We think these shows are fantastic. It's a great way to activate. I was talking about Lumina.
That's not a point of order, but what I was referring to were light shows in the City Botanic Gardens, not at Mount Cootha.
Contract 15, 16.
Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr Chairman. I just rise to speak briefly on this item D, and I presume it's been taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Yes, it has. All items have been taken seriatim for voting.
Okay, all right. Look, I hadn't sort of taken a lot of notice of what was going on here because I thought this was a temporary installation, but as it turns out, it's a permanent installation done by the private sector in a public park. For which council is getting money. So the privatisation of council parks for developers is absolutely not on. I have expressed concern about certain types of activation in other parks, including recently over at Hamilton. And whilst there are, and certainly with respect to the bridge and activating for commercial purposes there. I would have no problems whatsoever if this was a Botanica-style temporary installation provided for certain purposes. But to fully illuminate parts of the Botanic Gardens, which contains some of Brisbane's most unique and special biodiversity, to me seems to undermine the environmental values of the Botanic Gardens.
I think there are some serious issues here. Clearly, we're talking about late at night, and I don't know, whilst a noise assessment report's been done, my concern is what impact does all this light and noise have on the flora, well, the fauna, particularly in the Botanic Gardens. And I just don't think we should be outsourcing our parks for private development purposes. That is just completely antithetical to the purpose of having a public park. We know that community groups even find it difficult when council, or members of the community, sorry, find it difficult when council gives leases to community groups who then fence off their land, don't let anybody else on it and don't let them use it. And, you know, that's where council does a lease for community purposes. Here, we are giving over one of the most precious environmental resources we have for the purposes of development, which is antithetical to the environmental values of the place itself. So I think that the Deputy Mayor has got this wrong. It's interesting, isn't it, that she was very clear just then, you know, we are doing this, we are doing this, this is good, we are doing this. And then she goes, oh, but we haven't made a decision yet. Well, what sort of message is that sending to the council officers up there when the Deputy Mayor stands here and claims we are doing this? How does that go against the planning scheme? How do those 600 and something residents who signed a petition indicating their concern, how do they feel when their views come here for us to listen and consider and no decision's actually been made, but they stand here and they hear the Deputy Mayor dictating to residents, to councillors in this chamber and to the council officers in the town planning team that we will be doing this. That's what she's just done. Now, I think there are some concerns with this. I don't believe that it should be, I mean, I don't believe that this, should be, this is a good response to the petition, and I really think that it's disappointing that Councillor Adderman is going to support the LNP's position here against the views of his own local residents. I mean, that is really problematic. Sometimes you've just got to stand up for the local residents and make sure that their views are actually heard, because the Deputy Mayor is making it extremely clear that she doesn't care what the town planning officers do. We're doing this no matter what. Two, she's disregarded and is ignoring the views of all the residents, 607 of them that are really concerned about this, and that of councillors here today. And I think this demonstrates everything that is wrong with this tired, out-of-touch LNP administration. They are dictating to our community what should be done. They are not listening, they are not responsive, and they are doing what they want, not working in the best interest of the community. I don't support this response.
Further debate? No further debate? Councillor?
Thank you, Mr Chair. First of all, I rise sorry, I'm just getting my notes, to raise a few points that came up today. Councillor Cassidy, I love how you said when you went over and had your mobile office out in that neck of the woods in Councillor Atwood's area, you say resident after resident after resident came up. Well, we know 10 people were there, 4 of them were actual politicians, and the other 6 were actually people who hand out for the ALP. Now, I'm not saying that people who sign petitions are all member of the ALP. That's not what I'm saying. There is a genuine concern from the residents out there. But I just want to correct the record on a few things. By the way, before I say that, Councillor Cummings, we will miss you because you've never verbally tried to bully, intimidate or harass a female councillor in this room. So that will be remembered in this place. You have never done that, and I take my hat off to you. And as you know, in your top 20 biggest supporters is actually my mother. So she is looking forward to you dropping past, Councillor Cummings, to have a look at that. I would like to stand up for Councillor Atwood, who has unfortunately again got the Marchant flu, I would say. Councillor Atwood paid $30,000 to do a study out of her CEF funding and is working with council officers and residents of the Doughboy ward to address these issues. However, the majority of the waterway is on private land. Councillor Atwood, who's ever out there hard-working, dedicated to her area, has actually approached the owners of this waterway. It is also noted in the petition response that since 2001, council records indicate that $21.3 million in trunk infrastructure has been delivered in the Doughboy ward. This included $468,000 for trunk stormwater infrastructure and also delivered 3 minor non-trunk drainage work projects in Hammett at a cost of $751,000. So it's untrue, Councillor Cassidy, that you get up and say that nothing has been spent in that area. And I applaud Councillor Atwood of spending $30,000 for a CEF funding to go out there to do a drainage study. Not many other people, don't think any of them on the other side, would have actually done that in their other areas. Councillor Srirang Nathan, I would like to say we are going to miss your colourful dress, your passion for your area. Some of your passion we don't agree with, some of them we do, but you have certainly been a colourful person in this chamber. So both dress and personality. Item C, your points have been taken on board. I did take notes. The officers are listening, but we do understand it's still under assessment at the moment. Councillor Johnson, you clearly said you haven't been taking notice of the number item D, and that was quite obvious with your response because all your questions are answered in the DA. So it is not something that Councillor Adams is going out and saying, oh, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. It is not. It has been assessed and it is still under assessment. There's a lot of questions that are still out there for the applicant to actually answer and for the officers to respond to. And Councillor Adams, I take your point when you were saying Councillor Cassidy says one thing and then obviously was told by the ALP down in George Street to change his mind because he can't possibly support that, even though he clearly stated that he did. He does this over and over and over again in this place. It's time to stand up, be honest, Councillor Cassidy. Thank you.
Councillors, I'll now put the items separately for the vote. We'll start with item A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Seconded.
By Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. That'll do. Please stop the case. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. We'll now move to the vote on item B. Once you're seated. Item B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cummings. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Please close the bars. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. We'll next move to item C. Now, item C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. No? We'll now move to item D. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division moved by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Please close the bars. Please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 6 against.
The ayes have it. Please return to your seats. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of 21 March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Mackay, that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Last week's committee presentation was on Council's new and improved flood information online, which is one of Council's most important digital tools. The new FIO platform is a one-stop shop for flooding information, including Council's flood awareness maps and floodwise property reports, as well as critical information about flooding in Brisbane and staying safe during flood events. The previous version of the platform was in need of a refresh, especially to improve functionality for tablet and mobile phone users, because it's important accessing vital information like this is as user-friendly as possible. The latest FIO is designed to target different customer types with different needs to help build preparedness and resilience and to create a seamlessly integrated online experience. The platform has also been updated to reflect the 2022 flood event, including a new historic mapping layer showing the flood extent, as well as updating the floodwise property reports with post-2022 data. Council undertook market research into FIO, where we learned that there are two very different groups who use our platform. The group of non-technical users, the mums and dads of our community, and the technical users, like real estate agents and property professionals. The new Flood Information Online platform caters for both of these groups, with different pathways developed for each of them. The application also has a more Google Map look and feel to it and is aligned with the latest city plan map to ensure consistency across all of our platforms. The aim of the application is to let our customers make a more informed decision about flooding and to take the right action at the right time. Council will continue to make future improvements, such as updating new information on flood maps, floodwise property reports, and providing improved flood information in videos and updating flood fact sheets. Mr Chair, it was a great presentation and the committee members really got involved. I'd like to thank Elizabeth Sisson for that presentation, and I commend the report and leave any further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any debate? No debate? No? I'll now move to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Marx, City Standards Committee.
Mr Acting Chair, I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded, Acting Chair.
Moved by Councillor Marx, seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 March 2023 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair. We had a committee presentation last week on Habitat Brisbane and all the very important work that the officers and volunteers do in this space. There was some debate in the committee. We did have a few photos in the presentation, and not all my committee's here, unfortunately, but we did have a little debate. There was a photo of a possum in a log, hollowed out log, and there was some discussion about whether it was photoshopped into that log or not. The answer to that still remains unclear. We don't know. Well, yes, it potentially was a Kiwi possum. I'll take that interjection through you, Mr Chair. However, given my background, my heritage, we tend to not be too friendly to possums coming from New Zealand. We kind of, they do make awesome socks though, apparently, so I'm going to leave it at that. So possum stew I've never eaten. Thank you for your interjections, Councillor Cumming. I accept them. Yes. So we don't know whether the possum was photoshopped into that log or not. However, the committee was quite happy. It was very cute. But on a more serious note, thank you very much to all the officers and the volunteers. The amount of hours that they put into this space is very, very important, and we thank you for all your work. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any debate? No debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard. Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 March 2023 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before moving to the report, I do have to mention a few things that have been happening around our wonderful city over the last week. Last Thursday, Councillor Davis and I attended the Resilient Clubs Support Program showcase, and it was fantastic to see some of the representatives from some of the clubs who benefited from the Resilient Club Support Program, which was an initiative of our council delivered in partnership with the Brisbane Sustainability Agency. And the program is funded by council and provided as a free service to invited community organisations who lease facilities from council. And the aim of the program is to save money through comprehensive audits of facilities so that organisations can reinvest the funds back into their clubs. And we heard from some of the clubs some of the amazing work that they'd been able to achieve with that support. The other interesting thing that happened this week was that we had a lot of Rotarians in town as they celebrated 100 years. So I was very pleased to represent the Lord Mayor last Friday at the cocktail party, and I know that the Lord Mayor opened the conference in City Hall and that they had a dinner on, which I think the Lord Mayor and the Lady Mayoress went along to as well. So again, a fantastic organisation that supports so many fantastic causes right across Brisbane. So congratulations to the Rotary 100 celebrations. I also attended the Greek National Day commemorations on Sunday, and it was a busy day on Sunday actually. We had the Greek National Day, but we also started the morning at New Farm Park with the Lady Mayoress for our walk against domestic violence. It was just brilliant to see so many people there supporting this cause. David Crisafulli was there. There were, I think, Minister Linnard was there. It was just fantastic, and the Lady Mayoress, of course, was very gracious in her comments at the beginning, and it was it was very moving to see so many people there. I then went off to I went from the Greek National Day to the Celtic lunch, and again, how fantastic to think that Brisbane has so many multicultural communities that celebrate their their history and what they do. And it's, again, just an amazing group of people who work so hard to make sure that everybody is aware of some of the fantastic history, and they're so proud to call Australia home, and particularly to call Brisbane their home. So I think that was fantastic. And of course tonight, after council, I'm off to the Queensland Music Awards, where I will hopefully see my band DZ Death Rays, just saying, and I will give you a full report after the recess. So moving to the committee presentation, we had well, I'm sure they'll be there because they're very famous, DZ Death Rays, just letting you all know. Isn't that right, through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor? DZ Death Rays are a great band, are they not? Come on, Councillor Sri Ranganathan. Absolutely they are. They're fantastic. All right, moving to our committee report, we had a presentation about the Brisbane City Hall history and restoration. And of course, this year will mark the 10-year anniversary of the restoration with an activation event and public open day celebrations to be held in April. But we were given a fantastic opportunity to learn about some of the history, and we had a lot of memories. I think Councillor Cumming provided some memories, and Councillor Griffiths, we had a good old think about some of the things that we'd learned along the time. But it was also wonderful to hear the multiple stages that had to happen to bring this to fruition. And of course it took 3 years for that to happen. So you know, the main auditorium was excavated to include a commercial kitchen in the process. We found cobblestone drains, and all in all it was a very interesting presentation, so that we can remember how lucky we are to have this fantastic building, and to make sure that we all continue to enjoy it. So I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further debate? No debate? I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cunningham, Finance and City Governance Committee.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of March 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Huang, that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 March 2023 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Item A was the committee presentation, which last week was from the Information Services Branch on system and process modernisation. This is a small batch of projects which are making a big impact. By making relatively small investments in IT system improvements, we can reduce the time spent on manual processing and deliver efficiencies and enhance user experiences. It also allows staff time to be redirected to higher value tasks. The program is focused on some quick wins, that is, projects that can be completed within a 90-day period of effort. In its first year, 91 projects were completed. The committee was taken through a selection of projects, and I'll talk just very briefly on a few of them. The first was a reporting solution for the team of volunteers monitoring the mountain bike trails at Mount Cootha. Through this project, a mobile app has replaced the previous paper-based maintenance request forms to manage audits on the trail network. The app has increased the efficiency of maintenance reporting and also reduced administrative burden on volunteers. The app has also improved the planning and workflow for trail management, which is helping to maintain our trail assets. Another project which all councillors should know about is the real-time ward budget reports, which is incredibly handy in our offices, but also frees up time of staff in councillor support. I hope councillors agree this was a great step forward, and one that I was very pleased to progress as the chair. Another project related to our Eat Safe program. Our environmental health officers have been using GoPro cameras during Eat Safe Brisbane audits and other compliance activities. Council officers previously reported difficulties in managing video recordings captured during these types of investigations. So through this project, software has now been made available to allow these officers to move more easily and download and sort images and video recordings on their work devices. We've also had a project which has dramatically improved the reliability and quality of video streaming at our local chapel services, at cemeteries, which assists family and friends who are unable to attend at a difficult time in person. So as you can see from the small snapshot, Mr. Deputy Chair, there's a diverse range of projects that are being progressed. 91 projects in the first year, and we have more in the pipeline to continuously improve how we do business, both internally and externally, all making sure that we're delivering value for Brisbane residents. Item B was the Bank and Investment Report for February 2023, and I'll leave the rest to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one to thank Councillor Cunningham for the time we've shared as on the Finance and Administration Committee. I appreciate that she's always tried to be respectful and maintain a space of open discussion and debate. If I had to rank them, I would say that Councillor Murphy does a much better job of providing information in a timely fashion, and he does generally have answers ready to hand, whereas sometimes Councillor Cunningham doesn't get back to us for a couple of weeks or doesn't get back to us at all. But I think she's always tried to do her best to get back to me, and I really respect and appreciate the relationship we've been able to have, even though we clearly disagree on a lot of stuff. And we will be taking her seat in a couple of, probably I guess the next election if we're lucky. So, but anyway, it's been good.
Is there any further debate on the report? No. Councillor Cunningham? No response. I'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 5A on the agenda. Councillor Griffiths, would you please move the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. And the motion is that I move that the Lord Mayor reinstates council funding for the voluntary flood-affected homes buyback scheme in the 23-24 Brisbane City Council budget.
Seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Griffiths, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that the Lord Mayor reinstates council funding for the voluntary flood-affected homes buyback scheme in the 23-24 Brisbane City Council budget. Is there any debate? Councillor Griffiths.
Absolutely. This is a very important motion for the residents of Brisbane, particularly those impacted by flooding. It's disappointing that in 2011, essentially, the buyback scheme was introduced after severe flooding of many areas of Brisbane, and this program has been successful in purchasing properties right across Brisbane. I know in my own ward there's been many properties that have been purchased down in Rocklea. It was interesting, that actually came out of a time when Campbell Newman was the mayor. And we had flooding in Rocklea in 2011. And he then came out, mind you, with an entourage of cameras and media advisors, and did the walk through the flooded homes and decided that he had to do something. And what he did was begin the voluntary home buyback scheme. And certainly I have been supportive of that scheme all the way along. That scheme has enabled a number of residents where purchasing a home is the only solution to getting those homes out of flood-affected areas. I know I have shown some councillors in this place the sheer levels that water can get to. For many homes, it's well over their roofs. So these were some of the most vulnerable homes in the city that Brisbane City Council had decided that it would offer residents a voluntary buyback for those homes. Move along 7 years or so, and you had the then Mayor, Councillor Quirk, cut that program. It disappeared from the budget. It was 2017, 2018. It actually vanished. And when I asked about what was happening with that program, it's still there, Well, it's in capital, it's there, it's happening, but it wasn't happening. The buyback had stopped. Council had quietly tucked this program away and said, we're not doing it anymore. And then in 2022, or 21, we get hit by another major flood. And council's nowhere around to be purchasing homes that are significantly flood affected. It's actually our colleagues from the state and federal government who put in hundreds of millions of dollars to help purchase homes right across the state in relation to their impact by flooding. And I suppose my concern is that in this story, Brisbane City Council was leading. We were actually buying back these homes. We were doing it with residents on a voluntary basis. We were giving them a fair price, and we were removing people from a problem that essentially we had created because we had approved people living and developing land on a floodplain. And I know at the time, at the time that the program was cut, I objected to it. I know this side of the chamber objected to it because we had the opportunity of continuing to purchase those properties, continuing to get those people out of the floodways that we know and that we knew they were in. It is a very short-sighted move by this administration and by this council, particularly when you see the hundreds, I've been listening to the debate today, the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on the inner city. We're seeing $650 million that was spent on Kingswood Smith Drive, $1.7 billion on the Brisbane Metro, $67 million on a pedestrian bridge for Breakfast Creek, $200 million for Kangaroo Point Bridge, Victoria Park, $84 million, City Hall renovations where we are now, over $200 million. And that's not even counting the new green bridge that will be built between West End and Toowong. We hear this constant talk about the administration standing up for the suburbs, but that's not what I see. As a councillor in the suburbs and in some of the least advantaged suburbs in the city, it's not what I see. And by participating in the voluntary home buyback scheme, we were offering people a solution to the issues that they faced. We were removing accommodation, we were removing homes that were and will always flood. And we will always live with that problem. In 2011, did any of us think that in 11 years' time, we would be going through the same problem again with another 1 in 100-year flood? And we don't know what's ahead of us for a city or as a city. But we do know climate change is getting worse and the impacts of the weather are getting worse. So this motion today is about calling on the administration to reinstate the voluntary home assistance buyback scheme. Yes, it's great we've got the state government there. Yes, it's great we've got the federal government there. But you know what? We need to be alongside them, working, putting in money, removing these homes from the very vulnerable locations that they're in and taking them off the market so that longer term flooding for this city doesn't mean people being significantly impacted, people and residents being so significantly impacted that their lives are overturned by this. I implore everyone in this chamber, I implore the Mayor, even though he isn't here, to consider putting in the buyback, the voluntary home buyback scheme, reinstating it in the budget so that we can work effectively. All three levels of government, state, federal and local, can work together to get a solution to this problem and actually show how good governance can be done for this nation. Thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Griffith and the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Cassidy. I hope there's no games coming from the LNP, but sadly I suspect that there will be. Their track record when it comes to motions moved by the opposition is to oppose them and barely say a word about why, or secondly to block them and put them on the tabling list so that they are never actioned. That's currently what's happened to one of mine with respect to flood recovery in Tennyson Ward, where this council is blocking a motion to rectify a flood-damaged public park. This issue is much more significant and much more important. 2011 was such a huge flood event in my area. Approximately 5,000 homes and businesses were flooded. It was catastrophic for the community that I represented. And in 2022, sadly, we experienced another major event that for many people was just as bad, and for a few, it wasn't quite as bad. But the big issue that we face at Brisbane City Council is that we have allowed inappropriate development to happen in waterway corridors, in areas that are of high flood risk, on the banks of creeks, on the banks of rivers. And historically, Brisbane City Council has failed to implement development standards and conditions to protect those homes. Throughout the 70s and 80s, in low-lying areas of my ward, and right through till today, houses are built on a slab on the ground. Now, council thinks that's perfectly acceptable in an area that floods. As a result of council's poor planning over decades, this is not one person's fault. And, you know, the problem we've got from the LNP is they like to stand up and blame Jim Sawley and blame this. This has been a fundamental problem that is known and has been known in this city for as long as there has been governance of this city. And it is shameful to see the way in which this LNP administration is now contributing adversely to allowing more development in flood-prone areas, for example in South Brisbane or in Hyde Road in Yeronga, where there are known areas of flooding that this council is just giving the green light to develop. Thousands and thousands more people in our city are going to be put through the misery of having been flooded. And I've been through it twice in some of the worst flood-affected parts of this city, and it is horrific. And I know Councillor Maddock, who's looking at me, has done it too, twice. It is horrific. And council continues to put people in the way of harm from floods with its poor planning. So that needs to be rectified.
Chair?
No, I'm talking at the minute, thank you.
Will you take a quick question?
Not at the minute, thank you. You can talk after me, and I'm sure you'll have lots to say on this. But the other area where council has failed is with the flood rectification and clean-up. And over a year on from 2022, we're still waiting in my ward. Now, one of the most shameful episodes that this LNP administration will be remembered for is cutting the buyback scheme for flooded homes. After 2011, it was a good scheme that was set up. I fought so hard to have houses in Rocklea, which I represented at the time, to be bought back. Some were. I've tried desperately for homes in Sherwood to be bought back that flood in heavy rain, not just in big floods. This is every time there is a heavy downpour, and in other parts of our city. And this LNP administration has refused to buy them back. Interestingly enough, in one house in Sherwood, which is lower than the adjoining block, council bought the adjoining block back, but not the lower block. We think some sort of sweetheart deal was done there, because there was absolutely no reason that the houses that were lower than the one that council bought back were not bought back, and there were 3. It is hugely problematic now that Brisbane City Council has taken away the buyback funding. We know that the state and federal government have contributed $741 million towards 3 measures: resilience measures, raising and buyback. To date, there are a number of properties in my ward that have been found eligible for buyback, but it is a drop in the bucket compared to the number of houses that flood. There'll be just as many people who are flooded next time, because council is continuing to allow poor development to happen. When council cut this program, this essential program, when it wasn't finished, okay, I'm sure they'll stand up and say, but oh, no one wanted buyback. Well, they did want buyback. We kept asking for residents, and it was the LNP that was saying no. And we also know that this LNP administration then brought in a scheme called the Flood Resilient Homes Program and only made it available to 2 suburbs in Brisbane, Paddington and Inala. How disgraceful is that? From a program that was available to every single person in Brisbane who flooded, to a program that gave priority to flooded homes in Paddington and Inala. Not a single home in my ward got a cent out of that program. And not only that, the recommendations from Paul de Jersey in his 2022 flood review said it should be opened up to the whole city. Has Brisbane City Council done that? No, they haven't. Do you know what they've done instead? They're giving subsidies to commercial businesses for flood resilient measures instead of helping householders. It is appalling the way that this council has gone about supporting flooded parts of our city, and they have completely failed those residents. They've not invested enough in drainage. We know that it's only about $40 million, despite what they try and publicly say. In their own answers to the questions on notice, we know that they've underinvested, massively underinvested, and every year they can't complete the projects. They roll them over. They refuse to fund backflow valves. They've taken them off the LGIP. They've taken them off the long-term infrastructure plan. This administration has given the green light to developers around the city to build on some of the worst-known flood-prone land in this city. That will be their legacy. And if I was them, I'd be worried about what might happen in 2032, because without question the severity of natural disasters is increasing due to a whole range of factors, including the impacts of climate change. And this administration should be running scared that in 2032 there'll be another major flood and this city will be just in an appalling state for the Olympics that they like to crow on about so much. If you want to do one thing to change how this city lives, breathes, is represented to the world, it's support the residents with the best practice flooding and to remove residents from harm in those areas that do flood. This council is not pulling its weight. For over 6, nearly 7 years now, they have failed to buy back a single block of land for residents that have flood-prone homes, despite the fact that they continue to approve developments in flood-prone areas. And filling in flooded areas, I mean, Councillor Allen's gone home sick, but that comment from him a couple of weeks ago, he's got no idea of the pain that's causing to residents who can't fill their land or raise their homes up. It is a disgrace that this LNP administration cut the flood buyback scheme. It should be reinstated. It should be a program that runs quietly in the background, that gives residents the option for homes to be bought back. The fact that this council has left it to the state and federal government and is not pulling its weight is shameful. It's shameful. They're going to stand up tonight and criticise the state and federal government because they're the ALP about a road project, but when it comes to pulling their weight with respect to flood mitigation and support works for residents in this city, they're not prepared to contribute. Every single Brisbane resident should be aware of what this LNP administration wants. They want money for road projects. They want money for their junkets overseas. They don't want to put money into drainage. They don't want to put money into buyback. And they don't want to put money into extending the Flood Resilience Homes program to all suburbs, as Paul de Jersey has just recommended. They're not doing it. I think this is one of the most shameful decisions the LNP has made. I thank Councillor Griffiths. I know we've tried this before to have it brought back, and I'm pleased that he's had another go. It is something that Council should be funding without question. Cut the media budget and fund buyback.
Further debate? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I rise to speak on this motion, which I assume Councillor Griffiths is in relation to Council's voluntary home purchase scheme. The simple response to Councillor Griffiths is that following the 2022 flood event, His Excellency Paul de Jersey reviewed Council's response to the flood, and one of his recommendations, Acting Chair, was to reinstate our successful voluntary home purchase scheme subject to the availability of state and federal funding. And that is exactly what we've done. And this isn't the first time that Councillor Griffiths has brought a motion similar into the chamber. Just over a year ago, he moved an almost identical motion that Council reinstate a buyback scheme. And there was much debate, and it was decided that the motion be amended so that the buyback scheme could be supported by funding from other levels of government. And Councillor Griffiths and Labor did not support that approach. And now they're back at it again. They want ratepayer money spent on a program which is already fully funded by the state and federal governments. Well, it's a good thing that we have taken the sensible, prudent approach to this program, which is now well underway. The 2022 flood affected 23,000 homes, and the damage bill was enormous. The cost of recovery to Council alone was more than $600 million. The De Jersey Review correctly pointed out that due to the size and scale of the flood event, reinstating the VHPS would require financial support from other levels of government. But even before this, the Lord Mayor had written to the state and federal governments requesting funding to expand Council's successful flood resilient homes program, which included VHPS. The Lord Mayor's advocacy resulted in $741 million of state and federal funding, which was badged as a Resilient Homes Fund. Council was very happy and able to assist the state with the design of this program because we had the blueprint already and ready to go for the VHPS and the Flood Resilient Homes program. So far, Acting Chair, Council has received $200 million to fund the buyback of flood-affected properties in Brisbane. And if we require further funds, the State and Commonwealth have committed to provide it. Since the 2022 flood event, 223 properties have been identified for buyback in less than 1 year. Under the VHPS, we had acquired 112 properties at a cost of about $58 million. Acting Chair, it's important to note that this is a strictly voluntary scheme, and for many, buyback is an option of last resort. Some have indicated interest early on, but when it came to sign a contract, they opted to remain in their properties. And that's perfectly okay. By 2016, there were simply no more properties interested in selling to us. But following a major flood event, it is to be expected that interest would increase again, and we knew that it would cost far more than Council alone could afford. The assistance we've received under the Resilient Homes Fund has enabled us to dedicate funding which would otherwise be used for buyback towards other flood resilient initiatives across the city, like the Flood Resilient Businesses and Apartments program, which were also a recommendation of the De Jersey report. And we are getting on with the job of acquiring a record 223 properties and counting. It's a good thing that this administration had the foresight and the experience to go to the state and the Commonwealth and advocate to get this program up and running, because we are now delivering the biggest buyback operation in Brisbane's history. Now we have progressed through negotiation and settlement on 41 properties which have been fully acquired by Council, and that number is going up every week. This is peace of mind for those homeowners who were so badly affected when their houses became unlivable. People were living in fear of the next cloudy day just in case they went under again. Now these properties will be cleared and turned into public parkland, natural reserves and drainage corridors, not only getting families out of harm's way, but delivering benefit to the wider community. This will deliver an additional 134 square metres of open green space across Brisbane, which will never be redeveloped. But like our VHPS, we are told by the QRA that the interest in voluntary buyback has started to decline over recent months, and that is to be expected. As I said earlier, buyback of the family home is an absolute last resort, and many have decided to opt for assistance with retrofitting and raising their homes instead. So this motion is really a solution in search of a problem, because over the next year we will spend hundreds of millions of dollars continuing to acquire these properties. But, Acting Chair, it's also a budget bid, and as Councillor Griffiths should know, this is not an appropriate process. One might think it's just a bit of a stunt. Mr Acting Chair, the 2023-24 budget is due in a couple of months, and that, as this motion concerns the allocation of next year's budget, I move that it be laid on the table so that it can be considered as part of budget development.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Wines, that the motion lie on the table. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. 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 It's on the table. Because it lies on the table. Yeah. Because it lies on the table, he doesn't sum up.
No more debate.
Sorry, let me just conclude the vote. So the ayes have it. No, I'm just. It's
division.
Councillor, just in regards to the comments, it's the motion will lie on the table. It hasn't been guillotined, so it will lie on the table for further debate at a later date. So we had a vote in regards. I'll have the vote again just because, for clarity's sake, because there's been far too much interruption. I'll now put the motion in regards to the motion laying on the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Please close the vase. Please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 against.
The ayes have it. I'll now move to the next item. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 5B on the agenda. Councillor Wines, would you please move the motion?
I move that this council, 1, note the state and federal government's joint $25 million commitment to tackling traffic congestion on Moggill Road, Kenmore, announced in September of 2019, and the state's subsequent decision to redirect their funding to a bike-only solution. 2, calls on the federal government and the state government to recommit funding to Moggill Road, Kenmore to tackle traffic congestion for all modes of travel. And 3, requests the Queensland government to go back to the drawing board for upgrades to Moggill Road, Kenmore to produce a plan that local residents will accept.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Adderman, that this council, 1, notes the state and federal government's joint $25 million commitment to tackling traffic congestion on Moggill Road, Kenmore, announced in September 2019, and the state's subsequent decision to redirect their funding to a bike-only solution. 2, calls on the federal government and state government to recommit funding to Moggill Road, Kenmore to tackle traffic congestion for all modes of travel. 3, requests the Queensland government go back to the drawing board for upgrades to Moggill Road, Kenmore to produce a plan local residents will accept. Is there any debate? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I just wanted to make some remarks in regards to this resolution before us tonight. Let me begin by framing what it is that we're talking about. The western suburbs of Brisbane have long believed that they are a neglected part of the city when it comes to public infrastructure. We have addressed this with our Moggill Road works in Indooroopilly and then through stage 2. However, west of the Western Freeway, that is a state-controlled road, and therefore the state is obligated to manage and improve their own assets. In particular, there is one particular pinch point in Kenmore, known as the Kenmore Roundabout, which is Moggle Road to the east and the north, and Brookfield Road to the west, and the Kenmore Village Coles to the south. The eastern approach roughly sees 38,000 vehicles a day, and the western approach sees roughly 16,000 vehicles a day, approaching a roundabout that is rather small and not adequate to what is required of that area. Now, we come here today because the former federal government and the current state government together proposed $25 million to address that particular intersection. The state government proposed a solution. Now, we must dwell on this one fact. When you talk to people from the western suburbs, they all say the same thing. Something must be done at this particular intersection. It must be addressed for both the efficient use of that road, but also safety for motorists, cyclists and pedestrians. Also, it is, because of its proximity to the shopping centre, it also creates unnecessary conflicts through that movements that need to be addressed. So, the state government also shares that view. As I discussed last week, but I will happily read again, in the media release put forward by the current state government, by the current minister, the 21st of September 2019, quoting, "Not only is it a gateway to a growing community further west, the roundabout sits between a school, shops and the entrance to the increasingly busy Kenmore Village shopping centre. The volume of traffic passing through it today demands action. Demands action. And that is what the western suburbs will get with this upgrade." So we have the current minister telling the people of the western suburbs that the intersection is not safe because of schools, shops and motorists, and it demands action and they're going to receive it. Well, I'm sure that they were shocked when that particular minister cancelled the project and withdrew the funds. And what we're calling for today is to reinstate the funds. I've been made aware of some scuttlebutt and some confusion that we're calling for the money to be returned from the alternative projects. We are not. We are avid fans of that project and determined that the western suburbs get their fair share. And I think that that project should remain and this one should be done as well. Now, the problem was the state government put forward a proposal that was not supported by the local residents. Now, what's actually fascinating about that is there's this figure that has been put forward by the state that it was rejected by some 94% of residents. Well, it's actually really quite difficult to find evidence of that feedback. So we prepare and publish consultation reports. You can see them on our website, but you actually have great difficulty finding this one, and I must concede I was unable to locate it. And I thought to myself, well, I mean, it's not as though the state would hide this information so they could conveniently cancel the project. That doesn't stack up at all. That's not consistent with their behaviour. And particularly when you consider that our manager of transport planning operations received a letter from the regional director, Metropolitan Region, on the date of the 5th of May 2021 in regards to that consultation. And it says here that feedback is expected that a summary of that community feedback will be publicly released later this year, that year being 2021. It is 2023 and we're yet to see it. But that consultation, which was not published, has been relied upon to cancel this project. We believe that the safe and efficient operation of that roadway is vital to maintain the standard of life in that area. It has become clear and increasingly clearer that the Labor Party has walked away from the western suburbs if they were ever committed to them at all, if they ever were interested in them at all. And we know that the Green Party are showing an increased interest in the western suburbs and are taking a very smug and superior attitude to the people who live in that area, sneering at people who are required to drive motor vehicles to maintain their way of life. Now, as I discussed earlier, this council does not discriminate on modes of transport. If you're required to drive a motor vehicle, we'll make the necessary improvements for that to be safe and efficient for you. And in the same way that we do through cycling, pedestrian, scooting, and it's the western suburbs, so horseback riding. Now, the point is that we remain committed to this community, and this is one more example of how we're doing that. Now, there was some conjecture. I have actually proposed here the proposed solution, which I'll table for councillors to view. It is a removal of the roundabout, and it is putting a priority between the Moggill Road North and Moggill Road East, allowing Brookfield Road access. It is not consistent with the sort of thing the council would produce, right? It is not consistent with what we would propose, but that doesn't mean that it can't be improved and be brought more in line with what residents would expect and what council would provide. Now, I know that the Minister for Transport has been critical of some of council's work when we work with the state government, but I would say that this is low-grade work, to borrow his phrase. That's low-grade work, and the department can do better. The department can do better. And let me return to this point again. Something needs to be done. And there was a funding allocation removed and deferred to somewhere else. Now, the state themselves would say that that particular proposal improves safety, improves network efficiency, increases traffic flow, reduces peak hour congestion with better road access and better active transport. So that's the state proposing that, and now they have leaned upon a consultation report that they won't publish to remove the money from that intersection and take it elsewhere. Now, if they're prepared to say that when they went into that area and had a look at what that proposal would actually cost, that it was significantly greater than $25 million, well, I think that that's something that is believable and that they should do. But the people in that community deserve to know the price and the genuine justification for the removal of this project. We also must insist once again, more than 50,000 car movements each and every day on an old, inefficient and unsafe roundabout has to be addressed. We are calling today, through our resolution, calling on the state to return to the table so that we can get the right outcome for that community, to make sure that the hundreds of millions of dollars that are required to be spent through the district can make sure that we can get a genuine and necessary upgrade for all modes of travel. As I move to my conclusion, I want to just recognise that while the state are walking away from that community, since Councillor Adaman has been the representative of the Pullen Vale ward, he has delivered for that community 18 congestion busting projects at a value of $2.2 million. That was him alone delivering for his community. And I just call on the state government to also get in behind that community to the same level that this council has. So, once again, something must be done on an unsafe and inefficient part of the road network. Please, state government, return to the table so that we can deliver, so that you can deliver what is necessary to do the right thing by that particular community.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. This motion again proves how bare the LNP's cupboard really must be. They are coming in here today to prosecute an argument that didn't fly the first time. I think it's just laziness at this point. It's all you can come to expect from this 20-year-old, tired, old, Conservative LNP administration. The community doesn't support the plan that the LNP can't help but revisit. Residents don't want lights on Moggill Road. That was clear in the consultation. The Lord Mayor's track record when it comes to opposing cycling infrastructure, and Councillor Wines tried at the start of what he said to say they support the cycling infrastructure project but also support a road project. They don't want the state money to stop flowing to the cycling project, they want more money. But by the time he got to the end of his comments just then, he said he wanted the money redirected back to the original project. So I don't think even the Chair, has got his story straight in his own head, let alone what the administration story is on this. But we know the track record of this administration. They cut funding to the North Brisbane Bikeway. They're seeking now to cut funding to this cycleway to put it into a road project that people in this part of the world simply don't support. So instead of just getting on with the job and listening to locals, they've decided to pick another fight with a different, other levels of government. It used to just be the state government, of course, the federal government now. Now that Julian's gone from that part of the world. But this is textbook behaviour from the LNP instead of just getting on with their job. Well, enough is enough. The motion is embarrassing. The money has been committed. Solutions are on the table. The state government has presented an option which will allow for more and safer active transport, which is exactly what cycling groups are calling for out there. People should not be worried about being injured or worse, killed while commuting by bike or walking. Now, I'm not sure which Councillor Wines to believe, the one at the start of his comments where he said he supported cycling projects and road projects, or Councillor Wines at the end of his comments where he wanted the cycling money taken away and put to a road project. They don't like this because it's not their idea. The LNP have really thrown their toys out of the cot with this one. Our message to the LNP is just do better. Just be better at your jobs. You're not doing very well. Residents are saying they want more active transport options. They care about cost of living pressures. Climate change is a concern, and they want to be able to safely cycle and walk in this section of road. And that's exactly what the current proposal does. Moggill Road can be dangerous. Anyone who regularly uses it would understand that. So I think, Councillor Wines, I would have assumed before this, and I was hoping to pick up on that in his opening statement, have made some overtures himself. He would normally have said that he has written to them and he has sought a meeting, or council officers have been working with TMR officials. He has sought a meeting, or the Lord Mayor sought a meeting with the Transport Minister. We didn't get that from him today. So I think, that would be the proper process. I hate to burst his bubble, and I know I'm engaging that right now, but I'm pretty sure the Transport Minister's not listening along here today.
Councillors, please. Please.
Yeah, not sure that he is. Not sure that he is. But I think what a decent and non-politicised approach to this might have been, Councillor Wines, through your Deputy Chair, is if you had made those overtures, you'd written to them, sought some information. He tabled some document now that he said was for information, but we have to debate this motion now. So I think in the interests of openness and transparency about this project, I'll move, Chair, that this now lay on the table until Councillor Wines can write to the Transport Minister, get a response and share that with councillors.
I'll second that.
Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Griffiths, that this item now lay on the table. I'll put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. We will continue the debate. I think Councillor Johnston. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I'm sorry, Councillor Adam, and I didn't see you, but I have called Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Look, I'll be brief. It's completely embarrassing the way that Councillor Wines and the LNP have brought this motion to the council chamber today. Every single council chairperson and the Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor are paid an extra $30,000 a year to advocate on council matters in the best interests of Brisbane residents. Instead, this LNP administration, which has lost its way, wants to campaign on state issues, and they have a clear track record of botching them very badly. Let's look at the original metro, which council started building on state government land without state government approval. Massive fail. It cost ratepayers millions of dollars. Then look at the North West Transit study. Botched. State government land where council thought that their mates down in Canberra were going to do them a solid and hand over money for a project on state government land that they had no authority to do. Now, that's only two examples in recent months. Now we've got this, an overt political stunt. Councillor Andrew Wines today has stood up and said a number of really fascinating things. He stood up and said residents deserve to know what's happening with this road. They deserve to know what the reports are that have been done. In his own portfolio, he is blocking release of a council report on a council road and a council bridge in Tennyson Ward, and he's blocking release of the report. It is outrageous that this council promised over a year ago to release a public report, but has not done so. And when the Lord Mayor was questioned about it, he waffled about the North West Transit Study. Do your job. You're here to carry out actions on behalf of council. You're not here just to perform political stunts to try and get some brownie point. All you're doing is making the Liberal Party state member for the Western Suburbs look inept. You are trying again to facilitate some sort of failed state government response out that way. For what purpose? For what purpose? Your job is to deliver council-funded projects that improve the safety of our road network, our bike network and our pedestrian network, and you are failing to do so by an epic level. It is astonishing to me that this administration refuses to act on its own internal reports which recommend a pre-feasibility study for a tunnel along Ipswich Road in Annerley. Not only that, they're prosecuting me through the OIA for talking about a council-funded project recommended by council engineers, and this council administration got up and denied it even existed. This is what the administration of this council is doing. They are not governing for the people of Brisbane, they are governing for themselves, and even now they're botching that up. There are so many projects waiting in this city to be done, and are we hearing anything from Councillor Andrew Wines about this? None. We need slip lanes removed, we need bikeways installed, we need pedestrian footpaths fixed. I need the dangerous intersection at at Ipswich Road, Venner Road and Waterton Street fixed. People have died on Ipswich Road. Do we see a single thing from this LNP administration? No. Even where they promise they'll do something, like a pre-feasibility for the Walter Taylor Bridge, they just do nothing about it for over a year. They can't fix the flood-damaged infrastructure out there. That's also Councillor Wines. And they come in here and waste this council's time talking about stupid political exercises that are designed to score points against George Street, instead of carrying out their obligations on behalf of the ratepayers of this city. That's how small and petty this administration is. I can tell you the people of Tennyson Ward want to see action. Ipswich Road carries 60,000 vehicles a day. 60,000. There are 100 crashes every year. Are we seeing a single cent being spent on making it safer? No, we're not. Councillor McLaughlin stood up in this chamber a couple of years ago when he was infrastructure chair and cancelled the upgrade of Cracknell Road and Ipswich Road because I said, where's the bike infrastructure, where's the pedestrian infrastructure, and why haven't you addressed the slip lane with a safe pedestrian crossing point? He cancelled the project. He didn't take that feedback on board about a council road and project. He just stood up in here and cancelled it. It is not good enough that this LNP administration only wants to play politics. And I feel sorry for the people of the western suburbs. And I think that they are starting to wake up to how problematic the LNP really are. Councillor Mackay's got a big problem with his margin, and I think that Councillor Adamans probably got some worries out there as well, because otherwise pathetic stunts like this would not be necessary. Would not be necessary. It's green at the state level and green at the federal level, and guess what? There is a reason for that. This council is not speaking to residents in a way that they deserve. They are not listening to residents on the issues that are important to them. And it is galling to my residents to see the amount of time and energy that the infrastructure chair puts into a dodgy motion like this, and meanwhile the dangerous intersections in my area are not being fixed. We've got...
Councillors, please.
Right, there we go.
Councillor Murphy, please. Councillor Murphy, please don't interrupt. Councillor Johnston, please continue.
I think you'll find they're not. And I think you'll find his vote's going south pretty quickly. No, he doesn't. So, let me be clear about this. Let me be clear about this.
Point of order. Councillor Sriranganathan.
You've had a councillor interjecting repeatedly. I think
yes,
you need to
Councillor
call them
Murphy,
to order.
please. Thank you. Councillor Johnston, please continue.
Yeah, thank you. It is very clear to me that instead of doing his job, the infrastructure chairman wants to play petty party politics. Here are the priorities in Tennyson Ward yet again. For 15 years, these have been in my budget submission, and they're not being actioned. They are fixing the dangerous, diabolically congested intersection at Ipswich Road, Venner Road and Waterton Street, Annerley. 2 residents have died at the Annerley Junction, pedestrians hit by cars, and another pedestrian died just down the road on Venner Road, a wonderful local doctor who was hit by a car. Council has done nothing. Nothing. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of dollars are spent out on Moggill Road, where there are 25 crashes in 5 years. There are 100 every year on Ipswich Road. We're not seeing the graceful 5-ways intersection upgrade come forward. This was promised in the LGIP and was cut. This intersection has no functional turning lanes. We're not seeing the intersection of Clifton Avenue and Oxley Road being fixed. There are no effective turning lanes and arrows. There are no upgrades coming for Oxley Road at all. $700 million on bikeways, according to Councillor Wines earlier today. Not a single cent has been spent on a bikeway in Tennyson Ward. Not one. Not one. We finally got a little bit of footpath restoration. That's fixing damaged footpaths. But, you know, we've had to make multiple complaints to council. This administration has lost its way. It is not responding to the people of Brisbane. It's not doing its job, which is to deliver services and infrastructure for the people of Brisbane. They think this is a game, and that's what Councillor Wines is doing today. He thinks it's a game, and he thinks he can have a go at the state government about a state project when he should be focusing his energy on doing the right thing by investing in council's infrastructure where it's needed right across the city. It is appalling that the LNP administration is doing this today. It is simply pathetic party politics, and I know that the residents of Brisbane will see through this. It's not going to help Councillor Mackay, and it's certainly not going to help Councillor Aderman.
Further debate. Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. 2 kilometres drive east along Moggill Road from the Pullen Vale and Walter Taylor Ward's boundary, the Shrinner Council is getting on with the job of investing in a major road upgrade that will reduce traffic congestion in the western suburbs. The replacement of the roundabout at Indooroopilly with an overpass will significantly reduce travel times on Moggill Road, and it's something that I know many residents in my ward who use this road daily will appreciate when it's finished next year. Compare that to what the state and federal governments are doing to reduce traffic congestion at the Kenmore roundabout and Moggill Road in my ward, and it's chalk and cheese. The Shrinner Council is addressing traffic congestion on that part of Moggill Road that we administer. Unfortunately, the Kenmore roundabout and the section of Moggill Road through to the Centenary Highway overpass is managed by the state Labor government, and therein lies the problem. Transport Minister Mark Bailey's reluctance to do anything to help address traffic and public transport issues in the western suburbs is well documented. It's a disgrace And it's not helped by the fact that the federal seat of Ryan is now represented by the Greens, who in their fantasy world would have no vehicles on roads, full stop. Well, the reality is residents still need to travel by vehicle, whether it's to work, to schools or to the shops. And we are taking the necessary decisions and actions to make their travel times as short as possible. Chair, now let's look at what the state Labor government has done, or should that be hasn't done, on Moggill Road in my ward, and in particular at the Kenmore roundabout. Councillors will recall that in 2019, the then member for Ryan, Julian Simmons, secured $12.5 million commitment towards the upgrade of the roundabout. Subsequently, the state government was dragged kicking and screaming to match this contribution, bringing the total funding for the proposed project to $25 million. Unfortunately, since then, motorists in my ward have been left waiting, as politicians at both state and federal level have either dithered or completely shifted the goalposts on the original commitment. The state government ran a take it or leave it consultation, asking residents if they would like a traffic light managed solution. To nobody's surprise, residents overwhelmingly rejected that proposal. There was no alternative solution such as an overpass offered. It was traffic lights or nothing, suggesting that the Transport Minister was wishing it to fail. Instead of heeding the feedback from the consultation and developing an alternative solution, Minister Bailey, on Twitter, as is his wont, announced that the state government was going to redirect its $12.5 million towards a bikeway on Moggill Road, which will do nothing to alleviate traffic congestion. You can imagine how this has gone down in my community. The questions my residents are asking are, how will this work? And won't a bikeway mean taking a section of Moggill Road, therefore creating even greater traffic congestion? Fair questions, both of them, and ones that I haven't been able to get satisfactory answers to at the moment. Chair, my local political opponents are already trying to portray me as anti-cycling for supporting this motion. That is not the case. And like Councillor Wines, I'm as much for solutions for cyclists as I am for reducing traffic congestion and improving safety at the Kenmore roundabout. Meanwhile, we have a new federal member for Ryan, Elizabeth Watson-Brown, who celebrated the ditching of this much-needed upgrade, referring to the broken promise as, and I quote, a positive step. More concerning, we are yet to hear from her on where that $12.5 million of federal funds has gone. Pullen Vale Ward residents deserve to know what is happening with this money and if it will ever be spent on the Kenmore roundabout, and what the local federal MP is doing, again, if anything, to stand up for taxpayers in her seat. This sorry saga epitomises the points of difference between us and our opponents. The LNP Council team has a track record of building the infrastructure needed for a modern, growing city. State Labor dithers. The LNP Council team lives in the real world where people drive cars, and we look to provide practical solutions to traffic management. The Greens live in a fantasy world where people can obtain everyday essential items while walking around barefoot. The people of Brisbane can't trust Labor to deliver key infrastructure projects as they lack imagination. And they can't trust the Greens because they don't believe in the need for better transport infrastructure. I will be writing to residents in my ward in the coming weeks, urging them to contact Mrs Watson-Brown's electorate office to ask specifically, what is she doing to find out what has happened to the $12.5 million? And if it is to be spent on this intersection, what project does she propose should be undertaken? Chair, motorists in my ward are frustrated and have had enough inaction from the state Labor government and the federal Greens member. I will keep calling them out in the hope that pressure can be applied on them to listen to what residents in the western suburbs want and urgently need. or they will pay the price at the next state and federal elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Landers.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Landers, sorry.
It's okay. Mr Chair, I move that the council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting and the doors have been locked. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, will now continue the debate on item 5B. Further speakers? Oh, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
I'll just... I was like, Upper, do you think I should speak on this motion? He's like, no, don't bother, no one's listening anyway. I did just want to say in regards to the Kenmore project, I think perhaps the councillors out that way have slightly misread the mood. I do think there's an important conversation to be had around what we mean by bus-in congestion, and I think I've heard one of the councillors previously say that bike lanes are not congestion busting, and they actually are. That's how you bust congestion, is that you shift people onto other modes of transport. So providing better bike lanes along that corridor actually gives people an alternative to driving. And Councillor Wines was right when he said that a lot of people are required to drive, I think was the term he used, and they're required to drive because they don't have good alternatives. So if the council administration is serious about wanting that project to cater for all modes of transport, you really ought to be calling for separated bus lanes in addition to separated bike lanes. You need actual decent public transport out through the western suburbs, so dedicated bus lanes should be part of the project that you're pitching to higher levels of government. I do think it's a shame that this discussion's gotten so partisan, and I share concerns raised by some of the other councillors about the value of bringing a motion like this in this chamber. I don't understand how it leads to change. Frankly, I don't understand how passing this motion puts any meaningful pressure on the state government or indeed the federal representative. I know Libby's happy to meet. I asked her about it the other day and she's like, yeah, I'll meet with them if they ask me to. But it seems like this sort of symbolic motion moving in this chamber is more about political theatre than anything of substance. So hopefully the councillors will actually take the time to talk with state and federal representatives and advance the cause constructively. But I did have a good chuckle when Councillor Wines suggested that Councillor Adaman had personally done $2.2 million worth of construction work. I'm sure that was a big achievement. But yeah, yeah, it's actually not a lot of money these days. But yeah, look, I think it is important to get something right along that corridor, and I also share concerns about missed opportunities and money that's put on the table then being taken off the table again. But I think it would be pragmatic to think constructively about how best to get outcomes that suit everyone rather than just arguing for wider roads and more lanes to carry more cars when that's clearly not going to attract funding support from other levels of government. Thanks.
Further debate? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. You know, in 1977, my parents were living in a little cottage in Brookfield, and I was born in the hospital in Corinda and driven out in the old E.H. Holden out to Brookfield. So on about the second day of my life, I went through the Kenmore roundabout. 45 years later, it still looks the same. Not much has happened. It's still got E.H. Holdens out in Brookfield too. So there you go. Look, we heard some stuff going on from the other side of the chamber. The thing that stuck in my mind was, not from Councillor Sri, but from the two other speakers.
Sri Ranganathan.
Oh, damn it. Sorry. I will say it again. The councillor for the Gabba Ward.
Call me Jono.
So anyway, back to the story. So I'm not referring to you, councillor for the Gabba Ward. I'm referring to the other speakers who said this government, as in us, does nothing about it. Well, let's just talk about what that means. Do nothing about it. I wrote that down. Do nothing about it. 45 years I've been going through that roundabout, this state government-controlled road, and I'll tell you what, that state government, is doing nothing about it. So what we're going to do is spend a couple of minutes and talk through how this works. Now, he's not in here, but Councillor Cassidy uses a phrase, and I don't really understand what he's trying to do, but he says, this 20-year-old Conservative government. Is he trying to paint us as, like, out of touch? Is he trying to portray us as Conservative, like we drive horse and buggy or something like that, like we're Amish? I don't understand the reference. But what I do know is that Councillor Cassidy probably has never been out to Kenmore and is so out of touch. The Labor Party has a primary vote of, Councillor Adaman? 15% primary vote. They have no idea what the people of the western suburbs think is important. I can tell them Moggle Road is the #1 issue. Here's a little tip. Well, actually, Councillor Cumming, the vote is coming off you. That's the thing. Since 2010, the vote just keeps coming off the Labor Party and it gets redistributed to the other parties. But Councillor Cumming, I do appreciate this is your last day, so thank you for the interjection. But what we do need to know, need everyone to know, is that the state government has stuffed up. Totally stuffed up. They went to the people and said, hey, listen, you've got a really bad situation there. We're going to give you an option for a worse situation with some traffic lights. What do you think about that? Do you want bad or worse? Obviously, 98% of people said, no, we don't want that, actually. Let's compare and contrast that to what Councillor Wines' infrastructure project at the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade was. Remembering, of course, at the freeway, west of the freeway, it becomes a state road. So the Indooroopilly roundabout is a council-controlled road. We, this council, did not go to the people and say, hey, you've got a bad situation, would you like a set of traffic lights? No. We went to them and said, you've got a bad situation, let's try and fix the problem. Here are two options, what do you think? Would you like a set of traffic lights or an overpass? Councillor Wines, would you interject and tell me what the people chose? Overpass. Oh, they chose an overpass, not a set of traffic lights. Maybe the state government could try something a bit different, and instead of just saying, bad or worse, what about let's try and fix the problem, let's give you some different options. So the people of the western suburbs did not say to the Labor Party, we don't want an upgrade. They said, we want an upgrade that is not this. You go out to the western suburbs, they will tell you Moggle Road is the problem and Kenmore roundabout is the crux of that problem. And I'll tell you what, unfortunately, Gabba councillor, all right, sorry, that's disrespectful. Councillor Sri Ranganathan. Your party has not been helpful in this situation. The Greens federal MP has not only not supported the Fig Tree Pocket Freeway on-ramp upgrade, I don't believe she's shown support for a Kenmore roundabout upgrade. And I'll read you from a post that she put in, I think it was October or November last year on Facebook. It's a positive step that the state government has withdrawn funding from the Kenmore roundabout upgrade, which 94% of the community rejected. Well, I mean, that's not helpful. Let's find a solution for this. These are the people who want a solution. The western suburbs is being bottlenecked by Moggle Road. If you want to put some bike lanes in, if you want to put some bus lanes in, add it to the solution and take it to the people. Don't just give them black or white options, because that is not how we're going to fix this problem. Now listen, oh, I've lost my little thing here. I had some stats about from the census about the people and the usage of the roundabout. But you know what? I'm just going to... Oh, here it is. Thanks, Councillor Hutton. The method of travel to work on the day of the census from last year. Kenmore, Brookfield, Moggle. Car, 40, rounded off to 48%. Bus, 2.6%. Bicycle, 1.1%. You know what? I'm a big supporter of bikeways. I'm trying to get some bikeways done in Indooroopilly at the moment. But you've got to be realistic. You can't just put the entire upgrade into bikeways. That is not going to fix it.
Point of order, Chair.
I'm not going to take a question.
Point of order, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Yeah.
Will Councillor Mackay take a question?
I'm not going to take a question.
We don't have to
Through you,
take
Chair. I was just...
No, I said I'm not going to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you are. I'm sorry, Councillor Sri
I've just asked the
Ranganathan.
question. I don't have to answer it.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to ask, are you aware that the last census travel data was taken during a lockdown when most people were stuck at home?
I'm not sure that changes it, because the people who were travelling to work on that day either travelled by car, by bus or by bike. So whether or not it was lockdown or not... Well, okay. The point is, bicycle transport was at 1.1%. The point of the argument is you cannot put all of the money into a bikeway to try and fix a traffic problem. So while I support bikeways, and I really, really do, huge fan of the Indooroopilly Riverwalk and what we're trying to do to fix the missing link from the end of the Riverwalk to the freeway and from the end of the Riverwalk to the schools precinct, this is not the answer. I beg Minister Bailey to go back to the drawing board and start again.
Further debate? No further debate? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair, and thank you to all contributors to tonight's debate. I really appreciate it. I want to address some of the criticisms. So, as we heard earlier, this is about a proposal put forward by the majority administration because we believe firmly that something must occur. We also need it because of our work on the other side of Moggill Road, our side, where you see work on the Indooroopilly roundabout replacement project, you see work on Moggill Whitmore, you see work on Moggill Taringa, you see work on Moggill Ryland, Moggill Johnston. We're doing a lot of work through that corridor, and we're worried that if the state doesn't do something in Kenmore, it will be pointless if you live west of that intersection, right? So that's what we're trying to do. Now, it's an odd sort of criticism that comes from the Labor Party that we're a Conservative government that's run out of ideas. Well, we're the only one here proposing an idea, which is fix the roundabout, do the corridor, and all they come here and do is criticise us. Now, I knew what Councillor Cassidy was going to say because he wrote it in this very ordinary press release. And, you know, when you say people run out of puff, you've got to ask yourself, is it possible to be an old, tired and out-of-touch opposition aching for replacement? Is that what's happened? We know that 40% are walking out the door. Perhaps the...
All right, thank you. Councillors, please.
It was babe, not baby.
Councillor Wines, please continue.
Mr Chair,
I know there's just disarray in this chamber. I think we should return and allow Councillor Wines to be heard in his summing up.
One can ask oneself, can there be an old, tired and out-of-touch opposition aching for reform and refreshment? Perhaps it is something that happens. And I feel like the Labor Party knows that, and that's why people like Councillor Cook and Councillor Cumming are leaving. Look, I look forward, I look forward to what Labor proposes to do in the future. Look, I'm prepared to consider that they may go on a radical anti-flyer agenda, as they did last time, promising to do much as we do, but with fewer flyers put out, which was their central plank last time. But I would say to them, we are here committed to this part of the city, a place in the city that the Labor Party have long abandoned, and a place where the Greens are becoming increasingly popular as an alternative left choice. But what they propose for that community is not the majority view. To borrow a turn of phrase from Councillor Sri Ranganathan, I think he's misread it a bit out there. Because that community is calling for this louder than I have heard anything from that community at all. Now, and this accusation that we're conservative, well, we're the only people providing a progressive view for a better future. The Green Party aches for a nostalgia of the past, where we return to a nostalgia of the 1950s, where we It's bizarre. Like, they claim to be progressive, yet ache for a better past. They're anti-development, they're anti-progress, they're anti-advancement, and they call us conservatives when they want an economic standard that was sort of commonplace in the 1930s. It makes no sense. If it's being progressive is to go back 100 years, then I guess I'm not that interested in it. But I believe in a better future. I believe that the people of the western suburbs deserve a better future, to spend less time in traffic, to spend more time with their families or doing what they enjoy. And the best way to do this is for the state government to return to the table, put a better option forward, and fix this roundabout.
I'll now put the vote on item 5B. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Strunk and Councillor Cumming. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 4 against and 1 abstention.
The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions?
Chair.
It's all right. I've got Councillor Murphy.
Chair, I have a petition requesting Council undertake stormwater drainage works on Tillydale Estate in Greencamp Road, Wakerley.
Thank you. It's all right.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have 2 petitions.
Councillor Johnston.
Oh God, sorry. I left them in the kitchen. I have 2 petitions tabled on behalf of, I don't know, several hundred residents in which ones? Oh, this is Corinda, calling for an upgrade of the intersection.
Oh, Councillor, just one moment before you do, your microphone's flashing.
Sorry, I've got a petition from several hundred residents calling for an
Would you
upgrade.
try it again? There we go.
I've got a petition from several hundred residents calling on Council to upgrade the intersection at Clifton Avenue and Oxley Road, Corinda.
That's a lot. Yep. All right. May I, Councillor Landers, may I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions?
Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No? Are there any matters of general business? Councillor Owen.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, she beat you just to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I rise to speak tonight on three topics, the forgotten women, angel flight, and also one of my constituents, a very special young man by the name of Charlie Eggins. Firstly, I would like to say that this year, once again, I will be undertaking the challenge to sleep in my car as part of the Forgotten Women fundraising event in September. Mr. Chair, I'll just wait until the corridors are silent. So we talk about homelessness in this city, but what is really important is not just to talk about it, it is actually to undertake actions to support those who are doing it tough. And that is why last year I slept in my car as part of the Forgotten Women Challenge, and I intend to do so again this year. If in some small way my efforts can help another woman or more women to have support through the fundraising efforts, then it will be worthwhile. I know that last year there were quite a number of people who joined and raised over $100,000 in one night, sleeping in their cars, and the work that is done by the many people behind the scenes of Forgotten Women cannot be underestimated. Their dedication, their support of women at crisis point is exemplary. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd also like to speak on the 20-year anniversary that is coming up in April of Angel Flight. And many people don't really realise the impact of Angel Flight right across not only our local community here, because they do bring a lot of people in to come to hospitals, but right across regional areas. And in particular, what it is that Angel Flight does by organising travel free of charge for people living in rural and regional communities to attend medical appointments, and also transporting people with medical conditions so that they can actually access services that they need in that medical sector is so very, very important. I also do acknowledge the many volunteers that work as part of Angel Flight and are connecting up as volunteer drivers in the major cities right across our nation to collect passengers from hospital or accommodation and help transport them for their services with specialist health professionals. It is something that for many people, they don't realise this service is out there. And can I say to everybody behind the scenes, because 86% of the funds generated for Angel Flight is by donation, and that takes a lot of hard work and a lot of effort from volunteers as well. So to each and every person who has made Angel Flight a great going concern over the past 20 years, thank you for your efforts, because it does not go unnoticed. We certainly do appreciate everything that everyone has done for other people in need in the community. Now, the third thing I would like to speak about tonight is a young man, a 13-year-old man who is the former school captain at Polaris State School, who is now in grade 8 and who is going on to achieve amazing results in an international sphere. Now, through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, to Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, we may want to consider speed cubing as an Olympic sport, because it is one of those new things that's coming up in the community. And can I say that young Charlie Eggins is number 2 in the world. He's the number 1 in Oceania for blindfolded speed cubing. And when we're talking about this, so most of you here in the chamber would know of the old Rubik's Cube, the 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube. And I don't know how many of you have struggled to actually solve a Rubik's Cube, but there are 43 quintillion combinations out of a 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube. That's 43 with 18 lots of triple zeros after it. So That is an amazing amount of combinations. And yet Charlie can have a look at a Rubik's Cube and flip his blindfold, and his record, I think, is 12.66 seconds. 12.66 seconds, blindfolded. So he has a look at the cube, see what colours are on which faces, and then blindfolded actually solves it. So he is an amazing young man, and the interesting thing is it's not just about, and I've learned quite a lot about this in the last week, it's not just about the colours on the faces. There's a lot of algorithms and mathematical computations that go in behind the scenes for them to solve this, but to actually do it blindfolded, I do suggest actually going onto my Facebook page, because Charlie came down to the outdoor cinema on Friday night and we were doing a bit of a fundraising raffle to help him go to the World Championships in Korea. And he was actually showing a lot of younger children how to solve the Rubik's Cube. And there was a gentleman who came up and he had 2 Rubik's Cubes and he said, "We just can't get these out." And so Charlie just grabbed one, had a look at it, sorted it, went to the next one, sorted it in a matter of seconds. And he is amazing. So if you get a chance, have a look up speed cubing, Charlie Eggins, E-G-G-I-N-S. This is a name of a young man that you're going to hear a lot about in the future, because he's already been earmarked as a rising star in the world of speed cubing. So he is very much a homegrown talent in my local community, in the suburb of Pollara, but importantly for the city of Brisbane. Now, he went down to Sydney over the weekend for the speed clock times, and he also came first once again. So he's achieving amazing results, and I think that really what we need to be doing is identifying these young people in these growing areas of opportunities for, whether you consider it a sport. I think if you actually watch it and learn it and see how these young people are tackling this wonderful sport, you would see how important it is that we do get behind this innovative new sporting endeavour. So to Charlie, we wish you the best of luck at the World Championships in Korea, and certainly our whole community is right behind you. You're an amazing young man. It's a privilege to know you, and I know that you will go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cumming.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I rise to make my final speech to the Brisbane City Council. I will be resigning sometime prior to the swearing-in of my female replacement as the council for Winner Manly. I was elected on 26th of March 1994, 29 years ago last Sunday, and sworn in on the 15th of April 1994. I've been successful in 8 consecutive elections. I think it's time to give a woman a go and Winner Manly. Labor has represented the area since 1952. We've had 4 male councillors since that time, and that's 71 years, but we've never had a female. There's 2 strong female candidates seeking pre-selection, and I'll be working hard to ensure that whichever one of them gets pre-selection will win the election in March next year and be a very effective representative for the Winner Manly area. I was thinking about when I first got elected, the Sawley administration was in office from 1994 to 2004. It was a great administration. It was we had the city cats. Now, the Liberals opposed the city cats at the time. They thought they'd cause all this erosion and these flash houses would crumble into the river, but it didn't happen. And I think they think city cats are a pretty good thing now these days. We started charging water on a usage basis, not on what the valuation of your property was. Large amounts of bushland were purchased throughout the administration's time. The call centre was started up, and footpath dining and averaging of valuations for rating purposes was introduced, and rate caps, and umpteen others. But anyhow, the other thing, the offices were different in 1994. Ward offices, we had no mobile phones. We had no email for council ward officers. Took a while to get that. We had 1 staff per ward office, and it was my office, and I think most of the others at the time were tiny offices adjoining the library, and anyone photocopying, any member of the community photocopying, risk, if the door was open, risk getting a smack in the back of the head from the door. That's how small it was. It wasn't big enough for a person to be photocopying the purposes and coming in and out of the office. But anyhow, and then we had 3-year terms until 2000 as well. But anyhow, I digress. Going through what I think are the best achievements in Wynnum Manly, the Esplanade, you can't go past the Esplanade. It's a great place for people to bring their kids along, and it's extremely popular, and of course locals benefit most. The water play is very popular, as is the surrounding program. The water in the wading pool is no longer muddy, but it's clear and filtered. The wading pool has been emptied and used during the colder months for festivals and for beach volleyball courts. The steps around the pool act as seating. In Wynnum, the Lighthouse and George Clayton Park are a big attraction, while Bandstand Park is home to a lot of festivals in the area. Our Australia Day breakfast, the Wynnum Fringe Festival, a great festival we've got going now in Wynnum Manly, and the Jazz Festival. In Manly, we've got one thing that affects the parks is a levy that we have on commercial properties in the Manly area, which raises $50,000 a year, which goes to the local Chamber of Commerce, and they can use that to promote the area, and that's been done very successfully. I can remember working with Councillor David Hinchliffe, there's an old name for you, to get that approved by council and to get the Manly commercial property owners to agree to it. And it's been a great success. They've done things like run the Great Halloween Festival, which they gave up recently, and Wynnum's taken it on, and they've introduced a Christmas lighting project for the Manly Boat Harbour and also Manly itself. The Chamber used the money also to run movies in the park every month. And I'd like to congratulate David Farley, who was President of the Chamber of Commerce in Manly for about 30 years, and Sandy McDonald, Treasurer for a similar period from his family used to run the Manly Hotel, for the great work they've done over the years in Manly, and also the new breed has taken over there too, where Peter Peswidge, a lady, has taken on the presidency now. The Wynnum Fringe Festival, it's another one of my greatest achievements. I've done all I could to assist in the promotion of the Fringe Festival. It's been superbly organised for 3 years by local entrepreneur Tom Oliver. Tom was out of work due to COVID when he came up with the idea of establishing a Fringe Festival for the Wynnum Manly area. Fringe Festivals typically offer out-of-the-box performances, and Tom's Fringe Festival has included musical performances as well as circus acts, comedians and some risque performances, which I won't go into here. Tom has also put on concerts to raise funds for the main part of the Fringe Festival. He's had Glenn Shorrock from the Little River Band, Ian Moss from Cold Chisel, and Dragon amongst the acts that have performed in the lead up to the 3 festivals. Tom's done a great job of putting the Wynnum Fringe Festival firmly on the Brisbane entertainment map, and I wish him all the best in future years. I'll be offering to volunteer to help Tom in future editions of the Wynnum Fringe. The Wynnum Library is a great achievement. The Wynnum Library is a magnificent library, and it sits above the Woolworths supermarket in Wynnum. And I said at the official opening, it was a great idea for the CBIC to put a Woolworths on the street across the road from the established Coles supermarket. It meant the IGA went out of business because everything was so competitive they couldn't afford to keep going, and Coles and Woolies compete like blazes. A lot of people who live in Wynnum Central are not very well off, and the more competitive this grocery sector is, the better it is for these people. Wynnum Library has plenty of space for quiet spaces, a children's area, number of meeting rooms which regularly hold interesting talks by authors and historians, and meetings of community groups. And a lot of people study in the Wynnum Library. I'm always, whenever I go in there, you see literally dozens of people studying in the library as well. The layout of the library allows plenty of natural light, which adds to the ambience of the building. Wynnum Cinema, during the last 5 years, so we've finally had our own cinema in Wynnum, and people have been calling out for it for years. It's about 50 years since there was a cinema, and so it's great that that's going as well. Development in Wynnum. Now, I just got to mention last week. The other major change in Wynnum Central in my time is the Wynnum Manly Neighbourhood Plan, which I supported from the outset. I conducted a ward-wide survey of the proposal for 8 and 5-storey unit blocks, which were to be allowed under the draft neighbourhood plan. There was an excellent response rate of around 2,000 responses to the survey. It was sent out to the whole of the ward. 63% of the responses were in favour and 37% against. And with these results, I had no hesitation in continuing to support the neighbourhood plan. When the plan came into effect in 2013, there was a slow uptake of the buildings of units due partly to the GFC but in the last 6 years the area's taken off. At last count there were 3 8-storey buildings, 9 5-storey buildings, and with several more 5-storey complexes underway. Wynnum's central area has more and better shops, restaurants and bars, and plenty of units to choose from. One other smaller achievement, which small things often count for most, was improving cricket facilities in the Wynnum Manly ward. Junior cricket wickets have been built at Green Park at Wynnum on Wynnum Creek and Eric Shaw Park at Wynnum North. These are wider pitches to minimise the number of wides for young kids. The parks are the right size for shorter boundaries for young players. In addition, 2 cricket nets were built in Memorial Park, Manly, next to Wynnum High School, and another 2 are about to be built. The president of the Junior Cricket Club was delighted when I told her recently that the available facilities are to be doubled. Some of the club's junior teams already train there and more will follow. Community organisations. Wynnum Manly is a great community area with many service clubs, sporting clubs, churches and other community groups. I'll just cite a few examples. The Mighty Rotary Club of Wynnum and Manly, the main Rotary Club in the district, are involved in numerous activities such as raising funds to supply to Rotary International to eliminate polio, student exchange, student STEM campus, sausages to raise funds, volunteer raffles, sponsoring the Wynnum and Stedford, annual events for International Women's Day and a family fun day during Domestic Violence Awareness Week. They run the major sausage sizzle at Australia Day breakfast, and they do a great job for the district. There's a women's service club in our area called Quota, which is an excellent organisation too, only 10 to 12 ladies involved at any one time. The Quota Club raises funds for the Hear and Say Children's Hearing Charity. Quota has raised over $200,000 in 20 years for Hear and Say through their charity auction, which is a great night, but it's guaranteed to boost your credit card balance or drain any cash that was in your wallet. But this year's event raised a record $15,000. Wynnum Manly is full of churches doing good work for the less fortunate. We have 2 Anglican churches, 2 Catholic churches, 2 Presbyterian churches, a large Baptist and a large Uniting church, plus a multitude of smaller churches. And perhaps the most prominent and active church in Wynnum Manly is St Peter's Anglican Church, which is centrally located and does regular breakfasts and lunches for homeless people in the district. They also let other groups use their hall for outreach activities and host the blue and orange buses that allow showering and washing of clothes for homeless people on a regular basis. They also hand out food parcels. The parishioner who has driven the process is the wonderful Marilyn Jacob. My passion for sports in Wynnum Manly was never missing because we got so many sporting clubs leasing their land off the Brisbane City Council. We've got 4 football codes, all lease off Brisbane City Council. The golf club, the tennis association, the croquet club, and I've enjoyed working with these clubs to improve their facilities. Wynnum Manly also have what must be one of the most well-run community centres in the whole of Brisbane, the Waterloo Bay Leisure Centre, which provides a huge range of activities including needlecraft, knitting, quilting, parchment craft, indoor bowls, table tennis, cake decorating, martial arts, Zumba, and they also hold monthly concerts and provide a venue for local groups like Boomerang Bags, Black Dragon Martial Arts, ukulele classes and Bayside Weight Loss Club. The centre is run by a committee of volunteers who are older women with an average age of 72 who put up to 20 hours a week into running the centre. Membership is $20 a year and the weekly activities start at $6 per week for members and $12 for non-members. And a team of blokes do the maintenance on the place, but the women run the place. Another leading community organisation, Crusade, is a locally based organisation who clean up waterways like Waterloo Bay, rivers including the Brisbane River and the Yarra in Melbourne, and around islands like St Helena, Green and Mud Islands. They've invented an aquatic vacuum cleaner for use in their cleanups. In my view, there's nothing purer in life than volunteering your time. Sorry?
I have to tell you, I'm sorry.
Righty. There's nothing pure in life than volunteering your time for your community. I thank the volunteers of Wynnum Manly for all they do and for making Wynnum Manly such a great place to live and to represent. And can I just...
Go on.
Sorry, 30 seconds.
That's all right.
Sorry, very quickly. I've had a very few staff turnover over the years. I've always been loyal to my staff. They've always been loyal to me. So in 29 years, I've had Del Miles, who was with me for 16 years, Diane Down for 14, Kerry Hackett for 10 years, Jennifer Hogan, who'd worked 10 years in Doughboy, works 9 in Wynnum Manly now. So basically, I've had 4 staff in 29 years, and that's. I won't ask for any more. Whatever. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Further general business, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
I first acknowledge and offer my deepest respect to the Yagara and Turrbal peoples, who I recognise as the true owners and custodians of so-called Brisbane, and whose sovereignty over this land was never ceded. In the context of the many tens of thousands of years of human occupation of the Maiwar Valley, this institution we call Brisbane City Council is still a new, young, fleeting thing of questionable legitimacy that over its short history has done more harm than good to the rights and interests of First Nations people. All of us here are complicit in the continuing exploitation and dispossession of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and we are obligated to help heal wounds, rectify ongoing wrongs, and to pay rent or compensation for land which was stolen and not returned. I acknowledge the unreconcilable tension of holding elected office within a system of colonial government that has blood on its hands. I hope I've used my position to advance and support First Nations struggles for sovereignty and justice, and I apologise for any times when I've misstepped or fallen short of what was needed. Today's a little sad for me, leaving this role I've been so passionate about, but it's also a relief, because being one of relatively few public figures who argue for deep systemic change and social transformation hasn't been easy, and I need a rest. So I'd like to thank my friends and extended family for supporting me on this strange, self-flagellating path I've taken. I'd like to thank all the residents of the Gabba ward and the wider city who've worked collaboratively with me and trusted me to represent them, particularly the many overlapping, creative, countercultural, radical communities that have had my back and have held me accountable. Thanks to all the Greens supporters, staffers and elected reps from across Brisbane and around the country who've assisted my work and have been brave enough to hit share on some of my saucier online commentary. Thanks in particular to my current and former ward office staff, who've been among my greatest supports and strategic advisors and who deserve much of the credit for all the cool stuff our office has accomplished. And thanks to Trina Massey for stepping up. It's much easier moving on when I know that such a fierce, sharp, kind-hearted person will be taking on my role. Good luck, Trina. We will definitely have your back. Thanks also to all the Brisbane City Council staff and contractors I've worked with, from the cleaners and clerks here in City Hall to the senior managers and policy advisors. For what it's worth, I think the council's bus drivers, garbage collectors and librarians are underpaid, and the CEO, the divisional managers and all the councillors in this chamber are grossly overpaid. I do especially want to thank all the rebels within all levels of the council who've quietly sought out opportunities to bend dumb rules and sidestep ill-suited policies in order to achieve better outcomes for the environment and the people we serve. Of course, at the top of my thank you list are my mum, my appa, my sister and my partner Anna. I've copped a lot of criticism and outright racist abuse from some of those who have a vested interest in maintaining an unjust status quo, but the unconditional love, loyalty and surprise home-cooked curries has made it all bearable. To my partner Anna, you've been a co-conspirator, occasional media strategist, a source of wisdom and new insights and joy and so much more. I love you deeply, and I'm so excited to be able to spend more time together over the coming months. When I first stepped into City Hall 7 years ago, a senior council staffer told me I had to wear a suit and tie, and I could get kicked out of the chamber if I didn't. So I bought a tie at the mall and kept it in my backpack just in case, but I walked into this chamber dressed the way I wanted to dress, and I didn't get kicked out. I've replicated that approach throughout my time in office. Just because someone in a position of power tells you certain ideas or actions are unconventional or against the rules doesn't mean you should listen to them. It doesn't mean positive change is impossible or that resistance is futile. Back in 2016, even a lot of Green supporters wrongly believed we had to water down our vision for a different, better world and moderate our messages to appeal to an imagined conservative mainstream. But we set out to demonstrate we could argue unapologetically for bolder, more ambitious changes while winning more people to our cause, and I have to say it's working pretty damn well. Since the 2016 Gabba Ward campaign, the Greens vote in Brisbane has grown faster and more consistently than anywhere else in the entire country. We're now a serious political force in Queensland with 7 federal and state seats, and maybe by this time next year at least half a dozen wards on Brisbane City Council as well. But the radical messages and tactics have also delivered immediate outcomes on the ground. Considering that I'm just one lonely councillor in a hyper-partisan chamber of 27, we've helped catalyse an impressively long list of positive shifts in this city. Sometimes this was by proposing ideas that the major parties criticised but then later enacted, like turning Victoria Park Golf Course into genuine public parkland. Sometimes it was articulating demands we knew they were never going to support, but then threatening to win seats off them so they at least met us halfway, like free off-peak bus travel for seniors. And sometimes it was just by causing disruption and becoming such a nuisance that it was easier to agree to my request than ignore them, like getting new pedestrian crossings installed, protecting trees from the council chainsaws, or even introducing live video streaming of these council meetings. But I've always first tried to take a respectful, collaborative approach with other councillors and the administration, and I thank those who have returned that respect. My office has compromised and negotiated when we had to, but we've done it from a position of strength because we've stayed true to our principles and embedded in our community. Unfortunately, though, none of this has been enough. After 7 years of advocacy, we still don't even have safe bike lanes along Vulture Street, and the government is still spending more money on Olympic stadiums than public housing. They're closing schools and opening casinos. My time here has shown me the hard limits of electoralism as a standalone strategy for achieving social justice and ecological restoration. This entire system, including the council public service, has been structured to defend an unjust, extractivist order that benefits a privileged few while brainwashing the majority into believing a better world isn't possible. It's deeply naive to think we just have to get a few more good people elected and then everything will get better. When I first won the Gabba Award, I actually had more faith in the potential of progressive government and running for office than I do now. I still think there's significant strategic value in contesting elections to help tip the scales, but as they say in Barcelona, we must have 1 foot in the institutions and 1,000 feet in the street. It's not that the individual politicians in this chamber are all personally corrupt. It's not even that the major parties still take campaign donations from the corporate sector. It's because this hierarchical, bureaucratic pseudo-democracy eventually reduces everyone who engages with it to faint shadows of what they could be, makes them afraid of deeper transformation. It narrows their thinking and turns them into bickering windbags. Even the very layout of this chamber shows it's a space for adversarial political theatre rather than democratic discourse. Just look at the way the LNP and Labor football teams insist on sitting opposite each other, or how we're all facing these oversized colonial flags with our backs to the public gallery and the people we represent. That's a clue about how this place operates. We should be thinking globally and acting locally, but this system teaches people to think parochially and act selfishly. It's a toxic, stultifying world. So I'm really happy that I'm getting out of here before it changes me too much, before I'm corrupted or co-opted into selling out. So I'll end as I started, with a poem. And I do express my deep gratitude for everyone who's shared time with me in this chamber. I'm seeking samples of the slowest tree species, whose seeds sleep dormant in the soil for decades before even sprouting. Trees that only grow a finger width or so each year and won't offer shade or bear fruit until my grandchildren's grandchildren are hunched over and wrinkled. I'm planting these seeds everywhere, from dusty, dry highways to forgotten factory ruins as an act of utopian rebellion, because I'm audacious enough to believe that lifetimes from now, someone will still be around to enjoy them. And humanity won't have been reduced to a few self-centred scavengers with drab fashion sense and bad teeth. Because when I'm changing radio stations, flicking between news coverage of corrupt politicians and protest songs written by computer algorithms, I can hear faint frequencies of other futures through the static, between the official radio channels. Whispers of a world where homelessness has become a punchline because the notion that a fellow human being would ever be left alone out in the cold is laughable and impossible to conceive. A world where veggie gardens are afforded the same care and reverence as we give to bank accounts. Where the prisons have all been turned into art galleries and the flower meadows are reclaiming wastelands. I may not live to witness this. But at a time when single presidential tweets trigger military invasions, when politicians can't plan ahead beyond the next election and dystopianism has become cliche, thinking intergenerationally across centuries becomes the most radical form of political resistance. We smuggle hope, hidden within the line-ins, in the backs of picture frames and in tightly sealed jars with faded labels, bequeathing it to our descendants in secret. See, I don't believe the future is dead yet. There's a lot of good books that I still haven't read yet. A lot of great songs that haven't even been played, a lot of beautiful friendships that are yet to be made, and yet the climate's way unbalanced and that keeps me up at night, and the superbug reports often give me a fright, robots to enslave us and no one else to save us, entire ecosystems collapsing overnight, the terror movements of resistance, hijacking the machine, turning whole cities green, polluted rivers clean, people rising up, building ladders out of prison bars, throw away the old nap, clear the smog, see the stars. We are going to get through this. The sun will have to rise again eventually. So I'm writing love letters
to the distant future. I'm planting these slow-growing seeds where they won't get washed away. And even though I know I won't get to see it for myself, they'll be a forest one day.
Further debate? I'll just wait. Yeah, I'll just wait. We've got just further debate, Councillor. I'm just asking a question. Further debate, Councillor Murphy.
Chair, on behalf of Administration Councillors, I'd like to make some remarks about the resignation of Councillor Cumming and Councillor Sranganathan. Enoch Powell once said, all political lives, unless they're cut off at midstream in happy juncture, end in failure, because that is the nature of politics and of human affairs. And I think for these two councillors, the matter and the timing of their departure is perhaps a little bit unexpected. But what Enoch Powell was describing was the fact that no political careers, if you can call them that, ever really achieved the objectives that they set out for in the beginning. We all come here with specific ideas about what we want to contribute and what changes we'd like to be a part of. And each of us are subject to the political circumstances of the time, the macro trends around the country, the micro trends in our own communities. And the best way, I think, to describe it is like this article, which describes the anatomy of a pinball machine. Quote, after the player pulls the spring-loaded plunger, the ball will travel through the shooter's alley and enter a mini amusement park of obstacles that impact its path through the game. Unquote. And Chair, as you know, that's what it's like when you become a councillor. Though you want to travel in a straight path, you almost certainly cannot do so. I want to just reflect on Councillor Cumming's time. He was elected as a councillor for Wynnum Manly in 1994, 29 years ago, Chair. It makes him the longest serving councillor currently in the chamber. Many of you will be aware that despite Councillor Cumming's rakish figure, he has a reputation as a voracious consumer of cut lunches at community events, and Councillor Wine spoke about this earlier. But what many councillors will not know about Councillor Cumming is that after the 1994 election, he also found the time to practice as a private solicitor between 1995 and 2003. These were the famous Sawley years where there was so much going on that you could hold a second job.
Point of order,
I think Councillor Murphy's taken that off a website, which I realised today. I was looking at it, and it's got so. It's got so many inaccuracies. It's not. It's a joke. Sorry. And I was in practice. I was in practice as a private solicitor from 85 to 93. I actually stopped practising before I started running for council. I'm sorry. It's 10 years wrong.
It was a good talking point against Jim Sawley's
I know where you got it from, but
I'll give him that.
It was wrong, sorry.
But look, in his 29 years as a local councillor, Deputy Chair, he's achieved a lot for his community. But don't take it from me, Mr Chair. Let's go off what Councillor Cumming lists as his own achievements. They have been to upgrade local parks. And it's very true. If you go to Wynnum Manly, some of the best parks in all the eastern suburbs, some of the best parks in Brisbane are in Wynnum Manly ward. And I know he's particularly proud of the revitalisation of the Wynnum area, including upgrades along the Esplanade and increasing density in his community. One of the very few opposition councillors that is proud of that fact. On that basis, I'd like to now reiterate our very late offer for Councillor Cumming to join the LNP, relight his political career, because many of the achievements that he has spoken about have been delivered by us on this side of the chamber. He's also a big fan of the e-scooters that we delivered, Mr Chair. We've all seen those beautiful videos of him riding down the footpath in an e-scooter. They are fantastic, and we appreciated your support to introduce that change to your community, Councillor Cumming. You've also, as you've noted, been an ardent supporter of many festivals, including Wynnum Fringe, in your community. And I think the event calendar on the Bayside is very much richer and more diverse for having had you as a councillor. Chair, to maintain this kind of longevity in this job is admirable, although we accept that it is made easier by holding one of the city's safest Labor seats. And I remember, Chair, when I entered council in 2012, our candidate then for Wynnum Manly ward, Deirdre Thompson, she gave him a really big scare at that election, and then he took that message on board
and he door-knocked the hell out of his community. And the 2016 election that followed, he absolutely smashed it out of the park, and it was a very sad night to be a Liberal Party member in Wynnum Manly Ward that night. Poor old Deirdre. One of the things that all of us on this side of the chamber love about Councillor Cumming, Deputy Chair, is that he takes his job seriously, but he doesn't take himself too seriously. He genuinely sees us in the administration as his colleagues and partners in the shared success of his community, and frankly, if others on this side of the on that side of the chamber acted like that more often, I think we could get more done together as a chamber. Labor councillors will note that not a single LNP councillor has mentioned any of the circumstances around Councillor Cumming's departure. Such is our respect for his long service and the way that he has conducted himself here over many, many years and under many Lord Mayors. So congratulations on a terrific innings, Peter. We wish you very well in your retirement and best of luck in whatever you do next. To Councillor Sriranganathan. In 2016, Councillor Sriranganathan joined us in the Chamber as a councillor for the Gabba ward. We know that Councillor Sriranganathan is a true advocate for public and active transport, and we even heard today that he is a big supporter of the Brisbane Metro. While I've been Chair for Transport, Councillor Sriranganathan has also been a member of the Transport Committee. And I acknowledge his words earlier, and I can say that Councillor Sriranganathan has always been a passionate contributor at our weekly committee meetings. It makes sense then, Mr Chair, that Councillor Sriranganathan lists the following achievements amongst his council highlights: the free South Brisbane Loop, green bridges and free seniors travel. And again, Mr Chair, these are all notable achievements of Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, not Councillor Sriranganathan, but we appreciate the councillor for the Gabba's support of the LNP's agenda in this council. Now, Councillor Sriranganathan has also been a passionate advocate for use of public spaces in the city, whether it's through public protests, guerrilla community gardens most recently, or slam poetry contributions. He's also been an unusual advocate for our roadways, in particular, Deputy Chair, whether that be lowering their speed to a snail's pace, advocating for illegal street parties against the wishes of his community, and also encouraging people to glue themselves to the literal roadway. That has been something as well. He has hinted that this is not the last we will see of him in local government. And that's not surprising, because we know Councillor Sriranganathan has spent much of his time as a local councillor straying completely outside of anything that is within the responsibility of local government. He has spent much of his time in this chamber and in public life talking about issues which are not exactly relevant to the work that we do here. In fact, I think today he did achieve his magnum opus in the council chamber, which was cutting the grass, the neo-colonial origins of suburban lawn mowing in custom and practice. That was one of the best ones we've seen, Deputy Chair. But one of my favourite moments with Councillor Sriranganathan was in his first meetings in the Transport Committee meeting. It was a hot summer day. He just cycled all the way from his ward office to City Hall, and he arrived dripping in sweat, late, and perhaps sensing some interest in the room about this situation. He proclaimed that Tuesday mornings after committee meetings in the City Hall's cycle facilities were the one day of the week that he would take a shower, owing to a personal commitment to reduce his environmental impact and his water usage. And so, I'm pretty sure that's. Well, my memory might be hazy, but I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. So for some time, Brisbane City Council's Transport Committee had the distinct privilege of being the very last place in the week that Councillor Sriranganathan.
We'll just take a pause while Councillor Sri turns off the stereo.
Give your testimony to the jury about this.
Is this the first song that's ever been played in chamber?
I think you owe me a beer now, Councillor Sriranganathan. So,
I think that's the first song that's ever been played in the council chamber. Yeah. History.
We don't know. But look, all jokes aside, Deputy Chair, I have enjoyed the unique contribution that Councillor Sriranganathan has made to our time in this chamber in particular. We have definitely not agreed on everything or seen eye to eye on everything. But as Councillor Strungan referenced, I think many of us can commend the conviction to which he holds many of the beliefs that he so passionately cares for. I certainly give him credit for walking the walk, something that cannot be said about many of his party colleagues in the Greens here in Queensland and further afield. I want to sincerely wish Councillor Strunganathan and his partner Anna all the very best for their life post-politics, and enjoy the rest that you well deserve, Councillor Strunganathan, and we'll see you at a slam poetry battle down the road.
Thank you, Councillor. Further debate?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I've got a couple of items. Two local things, and then I'm going to talk about some retiring councillors. First of all, I did just want to briefly talk about development in McLean Street. So last Friday I was made aware that works had begun at the end of McLean Street, Brighton, with trees being felled with no notification by the developer or contractor or by council to the community or myself, with well over 1,000 petitioners awaiting a response with the petition I lodged 2 weeks ago, and a number of inquiries still yet to be answered by Council's CEO. This situation there has seriously eroded the community's confidence in council and its processes, as if it could go any lower. We can all assume the response to those requests and that petition, which will probably take 6 months to come through this place, will just be too bad it's done. This LNP administration's approach to development across our city is nothing if not consistent. They show repeated disregard for affected locals. They refuse to improve the city plan to ensure residents not only know what's going on in their communities but also have a say. It's blatant, it's wrong, and it's unfortunately for residents in and around McLean Street, they're witnessing firsthand just how bad things can get under this LNP administration. I also just want to mention the Iron Bumpin Lagoon. I've recently written to the Lord Mayor and included this as a project for my budget submission this year. The Iron Bumpin Lagoon Rehabilitation Plan was handed down in July 2020, almost 3 years ago, and that was after having worked with Councillor McLaughlin as the Environment Chair and Councillor Cunningham as well when she was in that role. It recommends an entire overhaul of the lagoon. This body of water has been changed significantly since European settlement, but its significance hasn't diminished. It's the location of many community gatherings and events. The parkland surrounding the lagoon is also home to a scar tree, which holds special significance for Aboriginal people on the north side of Brisbane. The area between what we now know as the Iron Bumpin Lagoon and Dowse Lagoon was the site of the largest permanent Aboriginal camp in modern Brisbane. It was so significant that colonial powers located the native police right in the middle of it because it was causing so many problems to the colony. Past decisions of council led to the lagoon being diminished and is now in a state that needs much more proactive maintenance. This plan is to empty, excavate and reset the lagoon with natural filtration, and it is a very good plan. It's a plan that I supported the LNP administration in delivering. We talk about working together. It's an approach I have taken to make sure that we actually get an outcome there, and I continue to extend that offer to work collaboratively with the LNP administration to get this project done. It would be a great legacy for the Brisbane City Council and my community. I now just want to talk about councillors Cumming and Sri Ranganathan. I'll start with Councillor Cumming. So a couple of historical events happened in 1994. Classic Australian films such as Muriel's Wedding and The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert were released. Disgraced Australian businessman Christopher Skase was arrested in Spain. Telephone numbers began the transition to 8 digits across the country. I remember my home number went from 269 to 3269. Australia won a record 87 gold medals at the Victoria-Canada Commonwealth Games. And of course, the Sawley administration was resoundingly elected to a second term, which included Councillor Cumming as the councillor for the Wynnum Manly ward. Some of the great achievements that Peter has spoken about tonight as his time as councillor for Wynnum Manly, of course, as we've heard from him and from other councillors as well, is that development outcomes in Wynnum Central funding and upgrades to the local parks and local sporting clubs, as well as supporting community groups and organisations over the nearly 30 years in office. I remember through the COVID year talking to Councillor Cumming about the kind of support he was giving to community organisations in a year that the ward office budget wasn't getting used for a lot of normal stuff. I know he gave a significant amount to that, and I think that is the kind of councillor that Councillor Cumming has been for the last 29 years in supporting the community around him that supported him so much in his time. The community down there is very parochial, and there's often a bit of a battle between which is the better Bayside. And I've never spent a lot of time down on the Wynnum foreshore, but we're in pushing for the Brighton foreshore upgrade. I did do some travelling around and went and saw the Redcliffe and Scarborough foreshores and drove down to the Wynnum and Manly foreshores down there, and of course compared what work was done in the 2008 sort of period around Sandgate and Shorncliffe. And it's different. You are certainly different down on the southern Bayside to the northern Bayside. There was a bit of a competition a few years ago and the north side came out on top, I think. You don't get a right to reply now, Peter, so I get to say all this, representing the better Bayside in Brisbane. But you have been very passionate about... I think we can agree that ours are both better than Redcliffe, yes. There has been a significant increase in infrastructure down there at the Wynnum foreshore and the broader Wynnum Manly ward, and you have been a passionate advocate for that. Peter also took on the role of Leader of the Opposition after the 2016 election, and knowing the challenges that come with that role. And in the time that Councillor Cumming was the Leader of the Opposition, our office had one staff member to support us, which was shared between two people over that 4-year period. So I certainly commend the work that Councillor Cumming did in that period, coming off a pretty disappointing result as we did at that time, and took up that position. Councillor Cumming's fought over the years for his community and Brisbane against several Lord Mayors, Schrinner, Quirk, Newman, and sometimes I think Sawley. In your role down there, and having some conversations, I think there were some arguments about infrastructure and positions the council was taking over your time, which I think does demonstrate you're a passionate advocate, not just for your community, but for the broader Brisbane community as well. You know, and I certainly, during that period where you were Leader of the Opposition, Peter, was very proud of the work that you did in uncovering dodgy deals and conflicts of interest, and pursuing more transparency and accountability in council, which is something that I think is very important, and I know you took very seriously in that time as well. Peter wanted me to mention, because he didn't quite get to do it in the time, about his own personal contribution to reducing congestion and greenhouse gas emissions as being, I think, I know Councillor Srinivasan is probably the peak cyclist in council. I know Councillor Cumming is the peak public transport user. Over your time, almost 30 years, catching the train from Wynnum, which station? Wynnum Central Station to Central Station, backwards and forwards every Tuesday for council, and every Friday for caucus meetings and to civic receptions, alongside catching the train alongside Billy as well. And I suspect Peter's car has the lowest kilometre count of any councillor car over his time in office. And some of the things that he will continue to do in his community is, of course, support that community, continue to volunteer his time, and ensure that Labor continues to hold the Wynnum Manly ward and can add that to a whole suite of new wards after the 2024 election, as we approach that now less than 12 months away. So, Peter, on behalf of Labor councillors, I want to say thank you very much for your service, not just to our party, in everything you did in a Labor way, and looking after ordinary working people out in the suburbs of Brisbane. That same Labor approach that we can read about in Chifley's 1949 Light on the Hill speech is the same approach I have witnessed you take in your role as a Labor councillor in the Labor administration or a Labor opposition in your time, so thank you. I've spoken slightly longer than I thought I would, so the last minute I will talk about Councillor Sriranganathan. I haven't agreed with you on a lot of your positions, but I think we've probably come closer on a lot of those over the time we have worked together in here, and I think Councillor Murphy was right in quite often people will talk the walk, and I think you genuinely walk the walk as well. You are strong in your convictions and your values, and while we might not always agree with them, I probably have never met a politician that is more stridently stuck to them in what you've done. So I totally understand the toll that I suppose that takes in the system, adversarial system we have here in council. So I do want to thank you for your fierce advocacy of your community. You have been a fierce political opponent for both the LNP and Labor, and I will be very interested to see what you do in your future. So well done, and thank you for your service.
Further general business? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and I rise to shine a light on lymphedema, which is this year's theme for World Lymphedema Month. Deputy Chair, in 2021 I had the very great pleasure of meeting a lady named Mia Stem, who's a local resident and who was at that time a committee member of the Lymphedema Association of Queensland. She'd come in to talk to me about lymphedema and the work that the association was doing to support people recently diagnosed or living with the condition. Mia's an absolutely amazing lady who understands the challenges because she has lived experience with lymphedema. She's a retired sonographer who in a career had specialised in obstetrics and gynaecology, and as fate would have it, she developed the condition following surgery to treat gynaecological cancer. I confess that whilst I'd heard of the term lymphedema, I didn't really know much about it. Mia kindly assured me that this was not uncommon, and that was in part a motivation for her to get involved in the association and to raise awareness of the condition. Deputy Chair, the lymphatic system has been described as like a rubble drain, and if the drain blocks and it backs up, it causes all sorts of problems, and lymphedema is the term for the swelling resulting from those malfunctions of the lymphatic system. There are two types of lymphedema. There's primary, where there is a genetic component, and secondary, which is where some damage has been done to the lymphatic system, either through surgery or through trauma. For example, it may be from cancer surgery, as was in Mia's case, or it could develop after trauma of something like a fractured ankle. Some of the symptoms include the swelling of a body part, and that's usually in the arms or legs, feeling achy or stiff, or having a reduced range of movement, and recurrent cellulitis, and cellulitis is a type of skin infection. Unfortunately, lymphedema is one of the most underdiagnosed and undertreated lifelong conditions. It's estimated that 1 in 6,000 people are born with lymphedema. However, the figure could be significantly higher, as it's a condition that is often misdiagnosed or undetected. There are some statistics, though, that indicate that around 20% of breast cancer patients, 24% of cervical cancer patients, and 9 to 29% of melanoma patients will experience a condition. And there are probably around 300,000 people in Australia who will experience lymphedema at any given time. So the association is actively encouraging people to join them so that a more accurate picture of the representation of the numbers of people who are dealing with this condition every day and will do for the rest of their lives. Mr Chair, there is no cure for lymphedema. However, it can be managed and improved with appropriate intervention. And unfortunately, there is no Medicare number for lymphedema, and the cost associated with treatment can be such that some people are simply unable to afford the treatment. Mia now sits on the board of Lymphedema Association Australia, and I was delighted to receive a message from her last week. Thank you, Brisbane City Council, for lighting up so many facilities in blue on the 6th of March 2023 and supporting our campaign of Shine a Light on Lymphedema for World Lymphedema Day. Brisbane, you did us proud. Mr Deputy Chair, the Lymphedema Association provides a very personal service, staying right by the client's side. They are absolutely committed to ensuring that no person walks their journey alone and to reducing the stigma associated with the manifestation of issues that are associated with this debilitating condition. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Further general business? Councillor Mackay.
Chair, thank you. I rise to speak about what happened in St Lucia this past week and to pass on my best wishes to Councillor Cumming in his next journey or next stage of life. First of all, a heartwarming story of a Hong Kongese family that's recently immigrated to Australia. I'm so proud of Katerina and her family who moved to St Lucia from Hong Kong and are celebrating a year in our country. They now run the very popular Bricky Espresso in St Lucia, and they've been warmly adopted by the local community. I welcome this family and I thank them for coming to our country, and I encourage more people from Hong Kong to come to Australia to add to the vibrancy to our community. Now I'm going to tell you about something that you may have seen on the Courier Mail, Channel 9 and all over Facebook. And it's something that's personally very saddening for me. And in this speech you'll learn that not only does the Greens leader in council, because he's still taking a pay packet, condone illegal activity, but he also actively encouraged it. On Friday, just gone, my office started receiving frantic phone calls from St Lucia residents, aghast that a small group of people were digging up a local park with no authorisation and no consideration of other park users. I spent 2 hours out there on Friday. It was particularly frustrating that the people conducting the work didn't want to talk to me. Some ignored me and some blatantly told me they just were not going to talk to me. Eventually a guy named Greg chatted to me and let me know that his group, he called it Growing Forward, was establishing a community garden. The goal of the group, so they say, is to grow food on stolen land. But really, they're all about making political statements by participating in illegal activities and promoting those activities online. I'll outline what I mean. According to Greg, the group received the blessing of neighbours and the traditional owners to construct a garden in a local park. They certainly didn't have the permission, consent or blessing of council. And it was a surprise to neighbours, many of whom who had no idea, and most who said the group never mentioned they were planning to take over a park in the neighbourhood. So I wonder if the traditional owners really know what the group is doing, or if that group is overreaching there too. The gardeners did not show me proof that the traditional owners had agreed to this. If you do some research on the group, you'll find that they're backed by the anarchist communists of Meanjin. One of the group members has stated they don't ask permission from the state to do things. They are anarchists, after all. What really disappoints me, though, is that it has become clear that this illegal garden is actually supported by Greens. Here's how. First, we have documentary proof that Greens leader in council has made a $499 donation to the group to establish these gardens. He knows full well that dumping truckloads of dirt into a park to make a garden is illegal. Councillor Sri Ranganathan made the Courier Mail today. Let me read you the quote. Councillor Sri Ranganathan denied any knowledge of the guerrilla action, but confirmed he had given money to the group for several community garden projects in his ward. One of the gardeners, who wouldn't give their name, spoke to me as I was leaving and told me that she didn't engage with me before making the garden because I'm a Liberal. She went on to say that Councillor Sri Ranganathan was supportive of these community gardens and the Liberal politicians, quote, generally aren't particularly interested in community gardens and environmental matters. What is a reasonable person to think? Second, a former Greens candidate for Walter Taylor has been active on Facebook, supporting the illegal garden and trolling me about my position on it. Third, a well-known local Greens member and Greens campaigner was trolling me on Facebook with support for the garden. He was also shown participating at the garden on a recent Channel 9 report. Fourth, and this is a cracker, one of the gardeners, the same one who wouldn't give their name, spoke to me as I was leaving and said, quote, Michael Berkman's office is really stoked that this is happening. I replied, is he? Michael Berkman's office is supporting this, to which that person replied, yes. If it's true that the state leader of the Greens political party is supportive of this action, that is beyond disappointing. It is a betrayal to the community. You would note he realised he's now seriously wedged on this issue, so Mr Berkman has not said a single word about this illegal garden. Surprise, surprise. He knows how badly this will reflect on him. What makes all of this so personally frustrating for me is that I am a huge supporter of community gardens. I have established 3 in my time as councillor in 4 years, and I'm working to re-establish another. The ridiculousness of this situation is that the illegal garden was built in a spot that is within 2 minutes of 3 other gardens at Perrin Park, St Lucia Golf Course and the university. We had another garden behind St Lucia Meals on Wheels, now called Caring Cuisine, but we had to temporarily close it because the timber planter boxes were riddled with termites and the building was at risk. But it was flourishing with fruit, vegetables and plants in a partly shaded location. There are active community members champing at the bit for this to happen. A number of times I said to the people conducting the illegal activity that I would like their help to re-establish the Meals on Wheels garden. I have council funds ready and waiting to make this happen, and their energy, industriousness and enthusiasm would be welcomed. But it quickly became clear that these people were not going to take me up on my offer because they don't want a garden. They want a political statement. And that stunt is supported by Greens. Either way, I'll get that garden going again, and I extend the offer and welcome them to help. But I bet my bottom dollar they won't come. Because according to the Courier Mail, many, if not all of the group have identified themselves as West End residents. Now I need to talk about a serious matter that shows this illegal activity is a stunt supported by the Greens political party and made to look community driven. We have all seen that Councillor Sri Ranganathan supports illegal activity. He has expressed his support for shoplifting and squatting and so on. But how low will he go? You would remember earlier I mentioned that the Greens council leader was quoted in the Courier Mail today. Here's another quote. He said, "It's outrageous for him," Councillor Mackay, that's me, "to be claiming this is a Greens-backed thing." Well, well, well. I'm going to assert that Councillor Sri Ranganathan is using the tactic of plausible deniability here. That means he doesn't want anyone to be able to tie the Greens to this illegal project. However, we have documentary evidence of this guy posting on a private Greens member Facebook group, encouraging people to troll me. But get this, he specifically told the trolls not to expose themselves as publicly identifiable Greens. I guess that's so the Greens can wash their hands of the hatred and the vitriol that their members are throwing at me. As a reminder, this is the guy who scoffed at me in this chamber when I said I felt bullied. That is on the record, and I called him out for it at the time. Now today, on Facebook, I'm getting threatened with references to things like slaughterhouses. Give me a break. In this speech, you have heard how a bunch of anarchists took it upon themselves to take over a local park with the support of Greens. You've also heard how the Greens leader tried to cover up the complicity of the Greens. What this shows is how disgraceful that political party is and how the people of Brisbane should not risk their vote now that they know what the Greens really are. And unfortunately, I'm about to run out of time, so Councillor Cumming, you weren't very nice to me in 2019 when I first started, but you know what? You were the leader of the party. I know you were just doing your job, and that's not really you. So I wish you all the best. It's been great being on committees with you all the time, and sometimes having across-the-table teas of Councillor Toomey. But I do appreciate your service to Brisbane. 29 years is a long, long time. I was still in school, believe that or not. So good luck. Thanks.
Further general business. Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I just rise to speak on one item of interest in regards to what the Councillor and Chair Tracy Davis said earlier today in regards to that program, which is SunSafe Brisbane Playground Program, which has been going for, about a half a year now, and it's got another 2.5 years for completion. She made a statement that I first actually read. Sorry, I was Councillor Mackay's web page or Facebook page, where he stated that all the parks that weren't already that didn't already have a sunshade would be undertaken, and that work would be done over the next 2.5 years. And then it was just confirmed by the chair as well. And so I was interested, and I asked questions on that in regards to those parks that are going to that were identified to have a shade sail put over the playgrounds where it was appropriate, and they came back with about 141 parks that have been identified by council officers to undertake this program. Well, I thought it's a bit strange. It should be a lot more than that. And then I said to my ward advisor, I said, Pam, I said, what about that Peacock Street park? You know that.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Mackay.
This is a genuine question. Can I? Will you take a question, Councillor Strunk?
Councillor Strunk,
it's genuine.
question.
No, because it limits to my time, as I found out earlier today. Anyway, so I asked my ward advisor, I said, Peacock Street, the park that Councillor Griffith and I are sharing, it's actually in his ward, but it's actually for the Duwandella residents, because they actually haven't got a park on the on that side of Duwandella over Blender Road. Anyways, and she says, no, it's not on the list. And I said, well, that's interesting. It's supposedly all playground parks that where it is appropriate, you know, when you don't have a canopy of trees, of course, may not be appropriate to be done. But this Peacock Street Park, of course, has no trees within 50 or 60 metres. So I thought that's interesting. So I went through and identified those parks that were put on questions and notice, and I got 13 parks that I will receive a shade sail over the next 2.5 years. But I have a lot more parks that are needing it, and they're not actually listed. So I don't know where that announcement that all parks are going to get a shade sail over their playgrounds where appropriate, because there's a lot of parks. I know I was talking to Councillor Johnson as well during the break, and she's got many parks that would be able to that need that actual infrastructure, and they're not listed either. So I just asked the chair for this program to actually have a look into that and see why, when I asked the question, only 141 were actually listed, because I'm sure there's probably a few hundred more that haven't been listed, and they should be. It's a great program. I don't mind the program at all. It's good investment. But I asked them to have a look at that. A couple of other things I just want to mention is that we had our first auto, or what are they calling it? It was a car rally, not a car rally. It's where they car show. Sorry, I couldn't think of we had our first car show actually in the ward. It was arranged by a lady, Kylie, who's also undertook the last couple of years of the Forest Lake Festival, and it was a great turnout. It was last Sunday. Went for a few hours, and there was 90 cars came. They were classics, they were vintage, and there was a couple of new Corvettes as well, brand new Corvettes. I won't tell you how much they were worth, but anyways, they came along, and of course there was motorbikes as well. So Milton Dick, the federal member for Oxley, and myself had the job of actually gonging a few winners, which we did, and I just want to. It's just quite amazing, you know. You just pull something together like that. It only took her a few months, and she was able to produce that sort of result, which was really good. She wants to do it at least, hopefully, she'd said maybe 4 times a year, and I'm thinking, well, that's a bit of a challenge. But even if it's done only twice a year, and it was really the people of Forest Lake, because it was actually held in the Forest Lake suburb as well, across from the Forest Lake State School in the car park that council built some years ago, which is a really great venue for this sort of for the car show itself. I just want to congratulate Kylie on that effort. It was very good. And finally, we had the WPC Wilson Park Cricket Club actually had their awards over at Wilson Park, and again, it was an end of year thing. There was a lot of really happy kids that all received trophies and medallions and things. But the club itself, of course, is growing from strength to strength. I'm just quite amazed how their numbers have held up over the years, and they've been going for quite a long time. It's really a credit to their leadership group, which is constantly changing as well. So they're renewing themselves. Every few years they renew themselves with new presidents, new vice presidents, and treasurers and secretaries as well, which is really encouraging to see a club that actually renews itself as often as they do. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further general business? No further general business. Councillors, we now move on to the adjourned motion moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Griffiths, that I move that Brisbane City Council immediately provide sufficient funding and resources to address the important public health issue of mosquito-borne diseases. Is there any debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Clearly, over the last few years there hasn't been sufficient resources because the LNP, as we know, have a shocking track record in underfunding and underspending when it comes to mosquito and pest services here in Council. It was just a few years ago that the LNP sacked 100% of the workforce and tried to bring in about half the amount as labour hire and contract workers. And when that was exposed, they were forced to recruit a new mosquito spraying team, and for years and years they said that was sufficient, and the on-ground crews that we had at the time, which was about 16 or 17 in the crew, was sufficient. And at that same time we saw incredible spikes of communicable mosquito-borne diseases here in Brisbane, thousands of cases of Ross River fever, of Barmah Forest fever, of dengue fever, and then lo and behold, it wasn't enough, because now we see finally, after years of pressure, there's 21 staff in the mosquito spraying team, and finally, after continuing to raise this month in, month out, year in, year out, there is more equipment for that team. So I don't accept that Councillor Marx gets up and says, oh, they've got all they need, because they've been saying that for the last 6 or 7 years. They had all they needed, but in fact they continued to need more. And I don't think we should accept the fact that what the team has at its disposal right now is sufficient, because as we are now being warned, there are cases of malaria in Australia. Now, we heard Councillor Marx get up earlier and say, well, they were acquired overseas and they're in the community now, but they weren't from a local mosquito bite. Well, newsflash, if there are people with malaria or dengue fever or other mosquito-borne diseases, they get bitten and those mosquitoes bite other people. That's how mosquito-borne diseases actually spread, Councillor Marx, through you, Deputy Chair. That's actually how it happens. So Queensland Health have been very clear about their warnings that now this is in Australia, this is in Queensland, there is a potential for that to spread. So it's a very simple proposition. As we are being warned by Queensland Health, we should be doing everything we can to prepare for this. There is a very short window, as we know, where you can spray for salt marsh mosquitoes after a hatch. A lot of that ground can be covered by aerial spraying, and that program, I'm not going to say is flawless, I don't know, but it is very good. And I have never had a problem with Council's aerial spraying program, but clearly over the last half a decade, the team that runs on-ground spraying has been under-resourced by this LNP administration, because we have seen the evidence of that. As mosquito-borne diseases have been rising over the last few years, more resources have had to be put in. International travel was always going to return to pre-pandemic levels. It's not a revelation, and now that we're seeing Queensland Health say these diseases are in Australia and they could be they could be spread by mosquitoes as well. I just think we should be getting our community prepared as best we possibly can by giving the mosquito spraying team all the resources that they need to get across a huge area, thousands of hectares of Brisbane. When you've got a day or two or maybe 3 after a hatch to be able to go and do that and get to those places, you want to make sure that that team is well resourced and the city is well covered. So I think it's a pretty simple motion. I'm sure the LNP will support it, that we do immediately provide sufficient support, and we will of course keep in contact with the team and with council officers who manage that program to make sure that that is the case, and we'll keep an eye, although they do try and keep it hidden these days. We don't know, we can't track through the budget each quarter where that spending is occurring, but we will do what we can to keep a track of that, but we do need to send a strong signal to that part of council that we do support the work they do, and a strong signal to the community that we're doing everything we can, because quite frankly, if the LNP don't support this motion, the community will get a very strong message that the LNP really don't care about the suburbs and the basics. I'm sure we don't need to spend too much longer on this. I'm sure the LNP will be supporting this motion.
Further debate? Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. I'm not surprised that Councillor Cassidy is again spreading misinformation about mosquitoes. It's one of his favourite topics. The facts on this matter are clear. Brisbane City Council has one of the most sophisticated mosquito management programs in Australia. When our experts tell us to spray, we spray. We have all of our on-ground mosquito spraying arsenal in action, which includes an expanded fleet of 21 spray trucks, 4 all-terrain vehicles and the newest addition 2 electric Mozzie buggies, of which both the Lord Mayor and myself have actually had the opportunity to go out on site with them. And council officers are out on the ground working hard to ensure breeding sites are treated each week, some 2,500 sites. Councillor Cassidy knows full well how the mosquito spraying program in council works, but for whatever reason he continues to make up that Brisbane City Council, we know that Brisbane City Council has an unlimited budget to mosquito spraying. So motions like this prove that he cares about is spreading misinformation, and I do not support his approach. He knows that we are providing these services because as recently as 6 days ago he was promoting mosquito spraying in his own ward. That's a whole lot of spraying for a program which is apparently not meeting Councillor Cassidy's requirements. I'm not sure that Councillor Cassidy is a qualified medical entomologist, so I want to assure the chamber that we will continue to take advice from the entomologists that council employ. I also want to read into the record a quote from the Courier Mail that the Leader of the Opposition has quoted today. This is from a gentleman by the name of Scott Lyons. He has said international students, workers, backpackers and Queensland returning from disease hotspots, and I don't intend to read where they are, were responsible for the surge in cases. Mr Lyons said that the World Mosquito Program at Monash University had all but stopped the local spread of dengue fever by infecting the Aedes aegypti mosquito, the primary type that hosts the disease, with a bacteria that stops the virus replicating in the insect. More than 90% of these mosquitoes, which are found from Charters Towers up to Port Douglas, now have the Wolbachia bacteria, so if they do bite someone with dengue, then bite another person, they won't pass it on. And I'm talking about the mosquitoes doing the biting, not people. Mr Lyons said there'd been no local transmission of malaria for decades. A Queensland Health spokesman also said some mosquito-borne diseases could be locally acquired, the most common being Ross River fever and Barmer virus, and all of these were acquired overseas. Dengue is mostly imported by overseas travellers, mainly from another country, which again, I don't think there's any reason to mention it. Now, because this motion is inaccurate, I will correct it, so I move the following amendments. I move that we add the word notes at the beginning of the motion, removes the word immediately and amends the motion, the word provide to provides. So the motion would now read, notes that Brisbane City Council provides sufficient funding and resources to address the important public health issue of mosquito-borne diseases.
Seconded.
So it's been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Deputy Mayor, that the motion be amended as follows. Notes: Brisbane City Council provides sufficient funding and resources to address the important public health issue of mosquito-borne diseases. I'll now open it to debate. Any debate on the amendment? Councillor Marx.
As I've said it, there's nothing really there's really nothing more to say. We're pretty clear on where we stand with this. The Lord Mayor's always been clear that there's always plenty of money in the budget, and that has never changed. So I'm more than happy to put the motion to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Moved by the Deputy Mayor.
Seconded.
And Councillor Toomey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Class, please close the bars and please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour.
And ALP is MIA.
The ayes have it. Councillors, will now move to the substantive motion, which reads: Notes: Brisbane City Council provides sufficient funding and resources to address the important public health issue of mosquito-borne diseases. Debate. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I would just like to put into the record that Labor has walked out of the building when they saw our motion, because it's obviously in such agreeance that we supply all the money required based on the expert entomologist's advice, and there will never be a shortage in this space because we are the most advanced when it comes to dealing with mosquito-borne diseases of any city council across Australia. I support this motion and I move that it be put. Second.
I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. No division. I now declare the meeting closed.